Chapter 1. Late one evening toward the end of March, a teenager picked up a double-barreled shotgun, walked into the forest, put the gun to someone else's forehead, and pulled the trigger. This is the story of how we got there. Chapter 2. Bang, 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 bang. It's a Friday in early March in Beartown, and nothing has happened yet. Everyone is waiting. Tomorrow, the Beartown Ice Hockey Club's junior team is playing in the semifinal of the biggest youth tournament in the country. How important can something like that be? In most places, not so important, of course. But Beartown isn't most places. Bang, 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 bang. The town wakes early, like it does every day. Small towns need a head start if they're going to have any chance in the world. The rows of cars in the parking lot outside the factory are already covered with snow. People are standing in silent lines with their eyes half open and their minds half closed, waiting for their electronic punch cards to verify their existence to the clocking-in machine. They stamp the slush off their boots with autopilot eyes and answering machine voices, while they wait for their drug of choice, caffeine or nicotine or sugar, to kick in and render their bodies at least tolerably functional until the first break. Out on the road, the commuters set off for bigger towns beyond the forest. Their gloves slam against heating vents, and their curses are the sort you only think of uttering when you're drunk, dying, or sitting in a far too cold Peugeot far too early in the morning. If they keep quiet, they can hear it in the distance. Bang, 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 bang. Maya wakes up and stays in bed, playing her guitar. The walls of her room are covered in a mixture of pencil drawings and tickets she's saved from concerts she's been to in cities far from here. Nowhere near as many as she would have liked, but considerably more than her parents actually consented to. She loves everything about her guitar: its weight against her body, the way the wood responds when her fingertips tap it, the strings that cut hard against her skin, the simple notes, the gentle riffs. It's all a wonderful game to her. She's 15 years old and has already fallen in love many times, but her guitar will always be her first love. It's helped her to put up with living in this town, to deal with being the daughter of the general manager of an ice hockey team in the forest. She hates hockey, but understands her father's love for it. The sport is just a different instrument from hers. Her mom sometimes whispers in her daughter's ear, "Never trust people who don't have something in their lives that they love beyond all reason." Her mom loves a man who loves a place that loves a game. This is a hockey town, and there are plenty of things you can say about those, but at least they're predictable. You know what to expect if you live here. Day after day after day. Bang. Beartown isn't close to anything. Even on a map, the place looks unnatural. As if a drunk giant tried to piss his name in the snow, some might say. As if nature and man were fighting a tug-of-war for space, more high-minded souls might suggest. Either way, the town is losing. It has been a very long time since it won at anything. More jobs disappear each year, and with them the people, and the forest devours one or two more abandoned houses each season. Back in the days when there were still things to boast about, the city council erected a sign beside the road at the entrance to the town with the sort of slogan that was popular at the time: "Beartown, leaves you wanting more." The wind and snow took a few years to wipe out the word more. Sometimes the entire community feels like a philosophical experiment. If a town falls in the forest but no one hears it, does it matter at all? To answer that question, you need to walk a few hundred yards down toward the lake. The building you see there doesn't look like much, but it's an ice rink, built by factory workers 4 generations ago. Men who worked 6 days a week and needed something to look forward to on the 7th. All the love this town could thaw out was passed down, and still seems to end up devoted to the game. Ice and boards, red and blue lines, sticks and pucks, and every ounce of determination and power in young bodies hurtling at full speed into the corners in the hunt for those pucks. The stands are packed every weekend, year after year, even though the team's achievements have collapsed in line with the town's economy. And perhaps that's why, because everyone hopes that when the team's fortunes improve again, the rest of the town will get pulled up with it. Which is why places like this always have to pin their hopes for the future on young people. They're the only ones who don't remember that things actually used to be better. That can be a blessing. So they've coached their junior team with the same values their forebears used to construct their community. Work hard, take the knocks, don't complain, keep your mouth shut, and show the bastards in the big cities where we're from. There's not much worthy of note around here. But anyone who's been here knows that it's a hockey town. Bang. Amit will soon turn 16. His room is so tiny that if it had been in a larger apartment in a well-to-do neighborhood in a big city, it would barely have registered as a closet. The walls are completely covered with posters of NHL players, with two exceptions. One is a photograph of himself, aged 7, wearing gloves that are too big for him and with his helmet halfway down his forehead, the smallest of all the boys on the ice. The other is a sheet of white paper on which his mother has written parts of a prayer. When Amit was born, she lay with him on her chest in a narrow bed in a little hospital on the other side of the planet. No one but them in the whole world. A nurse had whispered the prayer in his mother's ear back then. It is said to have been written on the wall above Mother Teresa's bed, and the nurse hoped it would give the solitary woman strength and hope. Almost 16 years later, the scrap of paper is still hanging on her son's wall, the words mixed up, but she wrote them down as well as she could remember them. If you are honest, people may deceive you. Be honest anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of selfishness. Be kind anyway. All the good you do today will be forgotten by others tomorrow. Do good anyway. Amit sleeps with his skates by his bed every night. Must have been one hell of a birth for your poor mother, you being born with those on, the caretaker at the rink often jokes. He's offered to let the boy keep them in a locker in the team's storeroom, but Amit likes carrying them there and back. Wants to keep them close. Amit has never been as tall as the other players, has never been as muscular as them, has never shot as hard. But no one in the town can catch him. No one on any team he's encountered so far has been as fast as him. He can't explain it. He assumes it's a bit like when people look at a violin and some of them just see a load of wood and screws where others see music. Skates have never felt odd to him. On the contrary, when he sticks his feet in a pair of normal shoes, he feels like a sailor stepping ashore. The final lines his mother wrote on the sheet of paper on his wall read as follows. What you create, others can destroy. Create anyway. Because in the end, it is between you and God. It was never between you and anyone else anyway. Immediately below that, written in red crayon in the determined handwriting of a primary school student, it says, They say I'm too little to play. Become good player anyway. Bang. Once upon a time, Beartown Ice Hockey's A team, one step above the juniors, was second best in the top division in the country. That was more than 2 decades and 3 divisions ago. But tomorrow, Beartown will be playing against the best once more. So how important can a junior game be? How much can a town care about the semifinal a bunch of teenagers are playing in a minor league tournament? Not so much, of course, if it weren't this particular dot on the map. A couple of 100 yards south of the road sign lies The Heights, a small cluster of expensive houses with views across the lake. The people who live in them own supermarkets, run factories, or commute to better jobs in bigger towns where their colleagues at staff parties wonder, wide-eyed, Beartown? How can you possibly live that far out in the forest? They reply something about hunting and fishing, proximity to nature, but these days almost everyone is asking themselves if it is actually possible, living here any longer. Asking themselves if there's anything left, apart from property values that seem to fall as rapidly as the temperature. Then they wake up to the sound of a bang, and they smile. Chapter 3. For more than 10 years now, the neighbors have grown accustomed to the noises from the Erdahl family's garden. Bang, 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 bang. Then a brief pause while Kevin collects the pucks. Then bang, 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 bang. He was 2.5 years old the first time he put a pair of skates on, 3 when he got his first stick. When he was 4, he was better than the 5-year-olds, and when he was 5, he was better than the 7-year-olds. During the winter following his 7th birthday, he got such a bad case of frostbite that if you stand close enough to him, you can still see the tiny white marks on his cheekbones. He had played his first proper game that afternoon, and in the final seconds missed a shot on an open goal. The Beartown youngsters won 12-0, and Kevin scored all the goals, but he was inconsolable. Late that evening, his parents discovered that he wasn't in his bed, and by midnight, half the town was out searching for him in the forest. Hide-and-seek isn't a game in Beartown. A young child doesn't have to stray far to be swallowed up by the darkness, and a small body doesn't take long to freeze to death in 30 degrees below zero. It wasn't until dawn that someone realized the boy wasn't among the trees, but down on the frozen lake. He had dragged a net and 5 pucks down there, as well as all the flashlights he could find, and had spent hour after hour firing shots from the same angle from which he had missed the final shot of the match. He sobbed uncontrollably as they carried him home. The white marks never faded. He was 7 years old, and everyone already knew that he had the bear inside him. That sort of thing can't be ignored. His parents paid to have a small rink of his own constructed in the garden. He shoveled it himself every morning, and each summer the neighbors would exhume puck graveyards in their flower beds. Remnants of vulcanized rubber will be found in the soil around there for generations to come. Year after year they have heard the boy's body grow, the banging becoming harder and harder, faster and faster. He's 17 now, and the town hasn't seen a player with anything close to his talent since the team was in the top division before he was born. He's got the build, the hands, the head, and the heart. But above all, he's got the vision. What he sees on the ice seems to happen more slowly than what everyone else sees. You can teach a lot about hockey, but not that. You're either born with that way of seeing, or you aren't. Kevin, he's the real deal, Peter Anderson, general manager of the club, always says, and he ought to know. The last person in Beartown who was as good as this was Peter himself, and he made it all the way to Canada and the NHL, matching up against the best in the world. Kevin knows what it takes. Everyone's been telling him ever since he first stood on a pair of skates. It's going to demand nothing less than his all. So every morning, while his classmates are still fast asleep under their warm comforters, he goes running in the forest, and then he stands here. Bang, 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 bang. Collects the pucks. Bang, 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 bang. Collects the pucks. Practices with the junior team every afternoon, and with the A team every evening, then the gym, then another run in the forest, and one final hour out here under the glare of the floodlights specially erected on the roof of the house. This sport demands only one thing from you. Your all. Kevin has had every sort of offer to move to the big teams, to attend hockey school in a bigger town, but he keeps turning them down. He's a Beartown man. His dad's a Beartown man. And that may not mean a thing anywhere else, but it means something here. So, how important can the semifinal of a junior tournament be? Being the best junior team around would remind the rest of the country of this place's existence again. And then the politicians might decide to spend the money to establish a hockey school here instead of over in Head, so that the most talented kids in this part of the country would want to move to Beartown instead of the big cities, so that an A team full of homegrown players could make it to the highest division again, attract the biggest sponsors once more, get the council to build a new rink and bigger roads leading to it, maybe even the conference center and shopping mall they've been talking about for years, so that new businesses could appear and create more jobs, so that the townspeople might start thinking about renovating their homes instead of selling them. It would only be important to the town's economy, to its pride, to its survival. It's only so important that a 17-year-old in a private garden has been standing here since he got frostbite on his cheeks one night 10 years ago, firing puck after puck after puck, with the weight of an entire community on his shoulders. It means everything. That's all. On the other side of Beartown from the Heights, north of the road signs, is the Hollow. In between, the center of Beartown consists of row houses and small homes in a gently declining scale of middle classness. But here in the Hollow, there are nothing but blocks of rental apartments, built as far away from the Heights as possible. At first, the names of these neighborhoods were nothing but unimaginative geographic descriptions. The Hollow is lower than the rest of the town, where the ground slopes away toward an old gravel pit. The Heights are on the hillside overlooking the lake. But after the residents' finances divided along similar lines, the names came to signify differences in class as much as in districts. Even children can see that the farther away you live from the Hollow, the better things will be for you. Fatima lives in a 2-room apartment almost at the end of the Hollow. She drags her son out of bed with gentle force. He grabs his skates, and soon they're alone on the bus, not speaking. Ahmet has perfected a system of moving his body without his head actually having to wake up. Fatima affectionately calls him the mummy. When they first reach the rink, she changes into her cleaner's uniform, and he tries to help her pick up the garbage in the stands until she shouts at him and drives him off, and he goes to find the caretaker. The boy is worried about his mom's back, and she worries that other children will see him with her and tease him. As long as Ahmet can remember, the two of them have been alone in the world. When he was little, he used to collect empty beer cans from the stands at the end of the month to get the deposit back on them. Sometimes he still does. He helps the caretaker every morning, unlocking doors and checking lights, sorting out the pucks and driving the Zamboni, getting the rink ready for the day. First to show up will be the figure skaters, in the most antisocial time slots. Then all the hockey teams, one after the other in order of rank. The best times are reserved for the juniors and the A-team. The junior team is now so good, it's almost at the top of the hierarchy. Ahmet isn't on the junior team yet. He's only 15, but maybe next season, if he does everything that's demanded of him. One day he'll take his mom away from here, he's sure of that. One day he'll stop adding and subtracting income and expenditures in his head all the time. There's an obvious difference between the children who live in homes where the money can run out and the ones who don't. How old you are when you realize that also makes a difference. Ahmet knows his options are limited, so his plan is simple. From here to the junior team, then the A-team, then professional. When his first wages reach his account, he'll grab that cleaning cart from his mother and never let her see it again. He'll allow her aching fingers to rest and give her aching back a break. He doesn't want possessions. He just wants to lie in bed one single night without having to count. The caretaker taps Ahmet on the shoulder when his chores are done and passes him his skates. Ahmet puts them on, grabs his stick, and goes out onto the empty ice. That's the deal. The caretaker gets help with the heavy lifting and tricky swing doors that his rheumatism makes difficult, and, as long as Ahmet floods the ice again after he practices, he can have the rink to himself for an hour before the figure skaters arrive. Those are the best 60 minutes of his day, every day. He puts in his earphones, cranks the volume as loud as it will go, then sets off with speed. Across the ice, so hard into the boards at the other end that his helmet smacks the glass. Full speed back again. 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 Fatima looks up briefly from her cart, allows herself a few moments in which to watch her son out there. The caretaker catches her eye, and she mouths the word, "Thanks." The caretaker merely nods and conceals a smile. Fatima remembers how odd she thought it when the club's coaches first told her that Ahmet had exceptional talent. She only understood snippets of the language back then, and the fact that Ahmet could skate when he could barely walk was a divine mystery to her. Many years have passed since then, and she still hasn't gotten used to the cold in Beartown, but she has learned to love the town for what it is. And she will never find anything in her life more unfathomable than the fact that the boy she gave birth to in a place that has never seen snow was born to play a sport on ice. In one of the smaller houses in the center of town, Peter Anderson, general manager of Beartown Ice Hockey, gets out of the shower, red-eyed and breathless. He's hardly slept, and the water hasn't managed to rinse his nerves away. He's been sick twice. He hears Kira bustle past the bathroom out in the hall on her way to wake the children, and he knows exactly what she's going to say. For heaven's sake, Peter, you're over 40 years old. When the GM is more nervous about a junior game than the players, maybe it's time to take a tranquilizer, have a drink, and just calm down a bit. The Anderson family has lived here for more than a decade now, since they moved back home from Canada, but he still hasn't managed to get his wife to understand what hockey means in Beartown. Seriously? You don't think all you grown men are getting a bit too excited? Kira has been asking all season. The juniors are 17 years old, practically still children. He kept quiet at first, but late one night he told her the truth. I know it's only a game, Kira. I know. But we're a town in the middle of the forest. We've got no tourism, no mine, no high-tech industry. We've got darkness, cold, and unemployment. If we can make this town excited again about anything at all, that has to be a good thing. I know you're not from around here, love, and this isn't your town, but look around. The jobs are going, the council's cutting back, the people who live here are tough, we've got the bear in us, but we've taken blow after blow for a long time now. This town needs to win at something. We need to feel just once that we're best. I know it's a game, but that's not all it is. Not always. Kira kissed his forehead hard when he said that, and held him tight, whispering softly in his ear, You're an idiot. Which, of course, he knows. He leaves the bathroom and knocks on his 15-year-old daughter's door until he hears her guitar answer. She loves her guitar, not sports. Some days that makes him feel sad, but on plenty more days, he's happy for her. Maya is still lying in bed and plays louder when the knocking starts and she hears her parents outside the door. A mom with 2 university degrees who can quote the entire criminal code, but who could never say what icing or offside meant even if she was on trial. A dad who, in return, could explain every hockey strategy in great detail, but can't watch a television show with more than 3 characters without exclaiming every 5 minutes, What's happening now? Who's that? What do you mean, be quiet? Now I missed what they said. Can we rewind? Maya can't help both laughing and sighing when she thinks of that. You never want to get away from home as much as you do when you're 15 years old. It's like her mom usually says when the cold and darkness have worn away at her patience and she's had 3 or 4 glasses of wine. You can't live in this town, Maya. You can only survive it. Neither of them has any idea just how true that is. Chapter 4. All the way from locker room to boardroom, the boys and men of Beartown Ice Hockey Club are brought together by a single motto: high ceilings and thick walls. Hard words are as much a part of the game as hard checks, but the building is solid and spacious enough to keep any fights that take place inside from spilling outside. That applies both on the ice and off it, because everyone needs to realize that the good of the club comes before anything else. It's early enough in the morning for the rest of the rink to be more or less empty, apart from the caretaker, the cleaner, and one solitary member of the boys' team who's skating up and down the ice. But from one of the offices on the upper floor, the loud voices of men in smart jackets echo out into the hallways. On the wall is a team photograph from about 20 years ago, from the year when Beartown Ice Hockey's A-team was second best in the country. Some of the men in the room were there then, others weren't, but they've all made up their minds that they're going back. This is no longer going to be a town languishing forgotten in the lower leagues. They're going back to the elite again, to challenge the very biggest teams. The club's president is sitting at his desk. He's the sweatiest man in the whole town, constantly worried, like a child who's stolen something, and he's sweating more than ever today. His shirt is littered with crumbs as he munches a sandwich so messily that you can't help wondering if he's actually misunderstood the whole concept of eating. He does that when he's nervous. This is his office, but he has less power than any of the other men there. Seen from the outside, a club's hierarchy is simple. The board appoints a president, who is in charge of the day-to-day running of the club, and the president in turn appoints a general manager, who in turn recruits A-team players and employs coaches. The coaches pick the teams, and no one pokes their oar into anyone else's job. But behind closed doors, it's very different, and the club's president always has reason to sweat. The men around him are board members and sponsors. One of them is a local councilor, and collectively they represent the largest investors and biggest employers in the whole district. And of course, they're all here, unofficially. That's how they describe it, when the men with all the influence and money just happen to gather to drink coffee together in the same place so early in the morning that not even the local reporters have woken up yet. Beartown Ice Hockey's coffee machine is in even greater need of a serious cleaning than the club's president, so no one is here on account of the contents of their cups. Each man in the room has his own agenda, his own ambitions for a successful club. But they have one important thing in common. They agree on who ought to be fired. Peter was born and raised in Beartown, and he has been a lot of different men here. A kid in skating classes, a promising junior, the youngest player on the A-team, the team captain who almost made them the best in the country, the big star who went professional in the NHL, and finally, the hero who returned home to become GM. And at this precise moment, he is a man who is swaying sleepily back and forth in the hall of his small house, hitting his head on the hat rack roughly every third time, and muttering, "For God's sake, has anyone seen the keys to the Volvo?" He hunts through all the pockets of his jacket for the fourth time. His 12-year-old son comes down the hall and skips nimbly around him without having to take his eyes off his cell phone. "Have you seen the keys to the Volvo, Leo?" "Ask Mom." "Where's Mom, then?" "Ask Maya." Leo disappears into the bathroom. Peter takes a deep breath. "Darling?" No answer. He looks at his phone. He's already received 4 texts from the club's president telling him he needs to get to the office. In an average week, Peter spends 70 to 80 hours at the rink, but even so, barely ever has time to watch his own son's training sessions. He's got a set of golf clubs in the car that he uses maybe twice each summer if he's lucky. His work as GM takes up all his time. He negotiates contracts with players, talks to agents on the phone, sits in a dark video room studying potential recruits. But this is only a small club, so when he's done with his own work, he helps the caretaker change fluorescent light bulbs and sharpen skates, reserves buses for away matches, orders equipment, and acts as a travel agent and building manager, spending as many hours maintaining the rink as he does building the team. That takes the rest of each day. Hockey is never satisfied being part of your life. It wants to be all of it. When Peter accepted the post, he spent a whole night talking on the phone to Soon, the man who has been coach of Beartown's A-team since Peter was a boy. It was Soon who taught Peter to skate, who offered him a place to stay when the boy's own home was full of alcohol and bruises. He became far more of a mentor and father figure than a coach. And there have been times in Peter's life when the old man has been the only person he felt he could really trust. "You need to be the linchpin now," Soon explained to the new GM. "Everyone's got their own axe to grind here. The sponsors, the politicians, the supporters, the coaches and players and parents all trying to drag the club in their direction. You have to pull them all together." When Kira woke up the following morning, Peter explained the job to her in even simpler terms. "Everyone in Beartown has this burning passion for hockey. My job is to make sure no one catches on fire." Kira kissed him on the forehead and told him he was an idiot. "Darling, have you seen the keys to the Volvo?" Peter yells to the house in general. No answer. The men in the office go through what has to be done, coldly and dispassionately, as if they were talking about replacing a piece of furniture. In the old team photograph, Peter Anderson is standing in the middle. He was team captain then, GM now. It's the perfect success story. The men in the room know the importance of building up that sort of mythology for the media as well as the fans. Next to Peter in the photograph stands Soon, the A-team coach, who persuaded Peter to move home from Canada with his family after his career as a professional player came to an end. The pair of them rebuilt the youth team with the ambition of one day having the best junior team in the country. Everyone laughed back then, but no one's laughing now. Tomorrow, those juniors are playing a semifinal game. And next year, Kevin Erdahl and a few of the others will be moving up to the A-team. The sponsors will pile millions into the club, and their challenge to get back to the elite will begin in earnest. And that wouldn't have happened without Peter, who has always been Soon's best pupil. One of the sponsors looks at his watch irritably. Shouldn't he be here by now? The president's phone slips between his sweaty fingers. I'm sure he's on his way. He's probably dropping the kids off at school. The sponsor gives him a condescending smile. Has his lawyer wife got a more important meeting than him, as usual? Is this a job or a hobby for Peter? One of the board members clears his throat and says, partly in jest and partly not, "We need a GM with steel-toed boots, not slippers." The sponsor smiles and suggests, "Maybe we should employ his wife instead. A GM with sharp stilettos would work pretty well, wouldn't it?" The men in the room laugh. It echoes all the way to the high ceilings. Peter heads for the kitchen in search of his wife, but finds his daughter's best friend, Anna, instead. She's making a smoothie. Or at least he thinks she is, because the whole countertop is covered with an evil pink sludge that's oozing steadily toward the edge, preparing to attack, conquer, and annex the parquet floor. Anna takes her headphones off. "Good morning. Your blender's super complicated." Peter takes a deep breath. "Hello, Anna. You're here early?" "No, I slept over," she replies breezily. "Again? That makes 4 nights in a row now?" "I haven't been keeping count." "No, so I see. Thanks. But don't you think it might be time to go home one evening and, I don't know, get some fresh clothes from your own closet or something?" "Don't have to worry about that. I've got pretty much all my clothes here anyway." Peter massages the back of his neck and really does try to look as delighted at this as Anna does. "That's just great. But won't your dad be missing you?" "No worries. We talk a lot on the phone and stuff." "Yes, of course. But I suppose you'll have to go home one day and sleep in your own bed? Maybe?" Anna forces rather too many unidentifiable frozen berries and pieces of fruit into the blender and stares at him in surprise. "Okay, but that's going to be seriously complicated now that all my clothes are here, isn't it?" Peter stands motionless for a long while, just looking at her. Then she switches on the blender without putting the lid on first. Peter turns and goes out into the hall and yells with rapidly increasing desperation, "Darling!" Maya is still lying on her bed, slowly picking at the strings of the guitar and letting the notes bounce off the walls and ceiling until they dissolve into nothingness. Tiny, desolate cries for company. She hears Anna on the rampage in the kitchen. She hears her frustrated parents push past each other in the hall, her dad barely awake and vaguely surprised, as if every morning he wakes up somewhere he's never been before, and her mom with the body language of a remote-controlled lawnmower whose obstacle sensor has broken. Her name is Kira, but she's never heard anyone in Beartown say that. In the end, she just gave up and let them call her Kia. People are so sparing with their words here that they don't even seem to want to waste consonants. Back at the start, Kira used to entertain herself by saying, "You mean Pete?" whenever anyone in town asked after her husband. But they all used to look at her so seriously and repeat, "No, Peter." Like everything else, irony freezes here. So now Kira merely amuses herself by noting that her children have names that demonstrate an exemplary economy with consonants. Leo and Maya, to stop anyone's head exploding at the council registry office. She moves through the little house with practiced movements, getting dressed and drinking coffee simultaneously, as she progresses ever onward through the bathroom, hall, and kitchen. She picks up a sweater from her daughter's bedroom floor in passing and folds it in one fluid motion without for a moment interrupting her exhortations that it's time to put the guitar down and get up. "Go and have a shower. You smell like you and Anna set the room on fire and tried to put it out with Red Bull. Dad's driving you to school in 20 minutes. Maya rolls out from under the comforter, reluctant but wise from experience. Her mom isn't the sort you argue with. Her mom is a lawyer, and she never quite stops being one. "Dad said you were driving us to school." "Dad has been misinformed. And will you please ask Anna to clean the kitchen when she's finished making her smoothie? I love her dearly. She's your best friend. I don't care if she sleeps here more often than she sleeps at home. But if she's going to make smoothies in our kitchen, she's going to have to learn to put the lid on the blender. And you need to teach her at least the most basic functions of a damn dishcloth, okay?" Maya leans the guitar against the wall and heads toward the bathroom. And when her back is turned, she rolls her eyes so far that an X-ray would have confused her pupils with kidneys. "And don't you roll your eyes at me. I can see you doing it, even if I can't see you doing it," her mom snarls. "Speculation and hearsay," her daughter mutters. "I've told you, people only say that on television," her mom retorts. Her daughter responds by closing the bathroom door with unnecessary force. Peter is yelling, "Darling," from somewhere in the house. Kira picks up yet another sweater from the floor and hears Anna exclaim, "Oh hell," just before she redecorates the kitchen ceiling with smoothie. "I could have done something else with my life, you know," Kira says quietly to no one at all as she slips the keys to the Volvo into her jacket pocket. The men in the office are still laughing at the joke about stilettos when the sound of a tentative throat clearing reaches the desk from the door. The club's manager beckons the cleaner in without looking at her. The cleaner apologizes to them all, but most of the men ignore her, even if one of them helpfully lifts his feet when the woman reaches to empty the waste paper bin. The cleaner thanks him, but no one notices. It doesn't bother her. Fatima's greatest talent is not disturbing anyone. She waits until she's in the hallway before clutching her back and emitting a short groan of pain. She doesn't want anyone to see and tell Amat. Her beloved boy always worries too much. Sweat is stinging Amat's eyes as he glides to a halt by the boards down on the rink. His stick is resting on the ice. The moisture in his gloves makes his fingers slip a bit. His breath catches in his throat as lactic acid fills his thighs. The stands are empty, but he keeps glancing up at them every now and then. His mom always says they must be grateful, the pair of them, and he understands her. No one is more grateful than her. Toward this country, this town, these people, and this club. Toward the council, their neighbors, her employer. Grateful, grateful, grateful. That's the role of mothers. But the role of children is to dream. So her son dreams that his mother will one day be able to walk into a room without having to apologize. He blinks the sweat from his eyes, adjusts his helmet, and pushes his skates into the ice. One more time. One more time. One more time. Peter has now missed 4 calls from the club's president and glances anxiously at the time as Kira enters the kitchen. With a smile, she looks at the sticky disaster on the countertop and floor and knows that Peter must be screaming hysterically inside. They have different ideas about cleanliness. Kira doesn't like clothes on the floor, but Peter really loathes anything sticky and messy. When they first met, his entire apartment looked like he'd been burgled, apart from the kitchen and bathroom, which looked like operating rooms. Kira's apartment was the exact opposite. It would be safe to say they weren't an obvious match. "There you are, I'm late for my meeting at the rink. Have you seen the keys to the Volvo?" he splutters. He's tried to put on a jacket and tie, with mixed results, as usual. Kira's outfit is impeccable, as if the fabric were in thrall to her body. She's drinking coffee and pulling her coat on in the same fluid, one-handed gesture. "Yep." He stands there red-faced, his hair on end, his socks smeared with smoothie, and asks, "Do you feel like telling me where they are?" "They're in my pocket." "What? Why?" Kira kisses his forehead. "That's a very good question, sweetie. I suppose I thought they'd come in handy if I was going to drive the Volvo to work, seeing as it might be thought a little inappropriate if my client's lawyer turned up in a hot-wired car." Peter scratches at his hair with both hands. "But what the... You can take the other car, can't you?" "No, because you're taking the other car to the garage, after you've dropped the kids off at school. We talked about it." "We haven't talked about it." Instinctively, Peter wipes the bottom of her coffee cup with a piece of paper towel. She smiles. "Darling, it's written on the calendar on the fridge." "But you can't just put things on there without talking to me." She carefully raises one of her eyebrows. "We did talk. We're talking now. We do nothing but talk. Listening, on the other hand." "Please, Kira, I've got a meeting. If I'm late..." "Absolutely, darling. Absolutely. If I get to work late, an innocent person might end up in prison. Sorry, I interrupted you. Tell me more about what happens if you're late." He breathes through his nose, as calmly as he can. "It's the biggest game of the year, tomorrow, darling." "I know, darling. And tomorrow, I'll pretend that it's important. But until then, you'll have to make do with the rest of the town thinking it is." She's hard to impress. That's simultaneously what he finds most attractive and most irritating about her. He tries to find a stronger argument, but Kira just lets out a theatrical sigh, puts the keys to the Volvo on the table, and clenches her fist in front of her husband. Okay, rock, paper, scissors then. Peter shakes his head and tries to stop himself from laughing. What are you, 8 years old? Kira raises an eyebrow again. What are you, a coward? Peter's smile vanishes in an instant as he fixes his eyes on her and clenches his own fist. Kira counts to 3 out loud. Peter does paper. Kira very blatantly waits half a second longer and then quickly forms her fingers into scissors. Peter yells at her, but by then she's already snatched up the keys and is heading for the door. But you cheated! Don't be a sore loser, darling. Bye, kids. Be nice to Dad. Or at least reasonably nice. Peter stands where he is in the kitchen, shouting, Don't you dare leave! Cheat! He turns to look at the calendar on the fridge. There's not even anything on here about taking the car. The front door closes behind Kira. The Volvo starts up outside. Anna is standing in the kitchen, grinning, with a thick, smoothie mustache on her upper lip. Have you ever got the better of her at anything, Peter? Peter massages his scalp. Would you mind fetching my son and daughter and telling them to put their clothes on and get in the car? Anna nods eagerly. Sure, I just need to clean up in here first. Peter shakes his head imploringly and takes out a fresh roll of paper towels. No, Anna, please don't. I can't help thinking that would only make things worse. Once the laughter in the office has subsided, one of the sponsors looks grimly at the club's president, taps his knuckles on his desk, and asks, So, is there going to be any problem with Peter? The president mops his brow, shakes his head. Peter does what's best for the club. Always, you know that. The sponsor stands up, buttons his jacket, and empties his cup. Well then, I've got another meeting to go to, but I trust you'll explain things to him. Remind him where the money for his wages comes from. We all know how he feels about Soon, but we can't allow any leaks to the media about internal conflict here. The club's president doesn't have to answer. No one knows more about the thickness of the walls than Peter. He'll put the club first. Even today, when he's going to be ordered to eject Soon from it. Chapter 5. Why does anyone care about hockey? Perhaps that depends on who you are, and where. No one really knows how old Soon is. He's the sort of man who seems to have been 70 for at least 20 years, and not even he can remember exactly how many of those he's been the A-team coach. Age has made him shorter, stress and diet have made him wider. Nowadays, he has the proportions of a snowman. He's at work earlier than usual today, but is standing hidden at the edge of the forest outside the rink when the group of men emerge from the door. He waits until they get in their cars and drive off. Not because he's embarrassed, but because he doesn't want them to feel embarrassed in front of him. He's known most of them all their lives, even coached many of them. The fact that they want to fire him and replace him with the coach of the junior team is the worst-kept secret in town. There's no need for anyone to tell Soon not to turn the matter into a public conflict. He'd never do that to the club. And he knows it's about more than just hockey now. Beartown is in a poor part of a big forest, but there are still a few rich men here. They saved the club from bankruptcy, and now they want payback. The juniors are to lead the march back to elite level. Tomorrow they're going to win their semifinal in the youth tournament, and next weekend the final. When the regional council decides the location of the new hockey-focused high school, they won't be able to ignore the town with the best junior team in the country. The team will become the heart of the town's plans for the future, and the high school will bring with it a new rink, and then a conference center and shopping mall. Hockey is becoming more than hockey. It's becoming tourism, a trademark, capital, survival. So the club is more than a club. It's a kingdom over which the strongest men in the forest are fighting for power, and there's no place for Soon there. He looks at the rink. He's given his whole life to it. He has no family, no hobbies, not even a dog. Soon he'll be unemployed. He doesn't know what he's going to live off then. Or for. Even so, he can't blame anyone, not the president, and not the junior coach, and definitely not Peter. Poor Peter probably doesn't even know about it yet. But they'll force him to carry out the firing, make him wield the axe, and explain his actions in the local paper afterward, to make sure that the club stands united and that the walls remain thick. Sooner or later, any sports team has to decide what it really wants to achieve, and Beartown is no longer content merely to play. They'll replace Soon with the coach of the junior team for one simple reason. When Soon talks to his players before matches, he gives long speeches about them playing with their hearts. When the junior team coach stands in the locker room, he says just one word: win. And the juniors win. They've done nothing else for 10 years. It's just that Soon is no longer sure that's all a hockey team should consist of: boys who never lose. The little car rolls along freshly plowed roads. Maya is leaning her head against the window like only a 15-year-old can. Farther south, spring has arrived, but Beartown only seems to have 2 seasons, and winter is such an obvious fact of life here that summer always seems to catch everyone by surprise. No one has time to get used to the 2 or 3 months of sunlight that are granted to them before it is snatched away again, and for the rest of the year it can sometimes feel as if they might as well be living underground. Anna flicks Maya's ear hard with her finger. "What the—" Maya exclaims, rubbing that whole side of her face. "I'm bored. Let's play a game," Anna pleads. Maya sighs but doesn't protest, because she loves the smoothie-slurping idiot, and because they're 15 and her mom is always telling her, "You never have the sort of friends you have when you're 15 ever again. Even if you keep them for the rest of your life, it's never the same as it was then." "Okay, how about this one? Blind and brilliant at fighting, or deaf and brilliant at—" Anna says. "Blind," Maya says without hesitation. This is Anna's favorite game. They've played it ever since they were little. There's a degree of reassurance in the fact that there are still some things they don't grow out of. "You haven't even heard the alternative," Anna protests. "I don't give a shit about the alternative. I can't live without music, but I can live without seeing your stupid face every day." "Idiot," Anna sighs. "Moron," Maya grins. "Okay, this one then. Always have boogers in your own nose, or go out with a guy who always has boogers in his nose." "Always have boogers in my nose." The fact that you picked that answer says so much about you. Anna tries to hit Maya on the thigh, but Maya swings away and punches her friend's arm hard instead. Anna screams, and they burst out laughing at each other, at themselves. In the front seat of the car, with an ability that has been finely tuned over the years to shut out the wavelength of his big sister and her best friend and sit isolated in his own thoughts, Leo turns to his dad and asks, "Are you coming to watch me train today?" "Yes, I'll try. But Mom will be there," Peter replies. "Mom's always there," Leo says. It's a statement from a 12-year-old boy, not an accusation, but it still feels like one to Peter. He's checking his watch so frequently that he has to tap it to reassure himself it hasn't stopped. "Are you stressing about something?" Anna says from the back seat in that tone that makes you want to start throwing things if you happen to be stressed. "I've just got a meeting, Anna. Thank you for asking." "Who with?" Anna asks. "The club's president. We're going to talk about the junior team's match tomorrow." God, everyone keeps going on about the junior team. You do know that it's just a stupid game, don't you? No one really cares. She's joking. She loves hockey. But Maya quickly hisses, "Don't say that to him today." "He'll go crazy," Leo agrees. "What do you mean crazy? Who'll go crazy?" Peter asks. Maya leans forward. "You don't have to drive us all the way to school, Dad. You can drop us off here." "It's not a problem," Peter insists. "Not a problem. Not for you, maybe," Maya groans. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you ashamed of me?" Anna interjects helpfully. "Yes," Leo adds. "And she doesn't want anyone to see you because then everyone in her class will come over and want to talk hockey." "And what's wrong with that? This is a hockey town," Peter says, taken aback. "Yeah, but life doesn't only have to be about stupid hockey because of that," Maya can't help retorting, and considers opening the door while the car is in motion and rolling out. The snow is still deep, and she doesn't think she'd break anything. It feels like it might be worth the risk. "Why do you say that? Why is she saying that, Leo?" her dad demands. "Can you just stop the car? Or just slow down? You don't even have to stop," Maya pleads. Anna taps Leo on the shoulder. Okay, Leo, try this one. Never play hockey again, or never play computer games again. Leo glances at his dad, emits a rather shamefaced little cough, starts to undo his seatbelt and fumbles for the door handle. Peter shakes his head in despair. Don't you dare answer that, Leo. Don't you dare. Kira is sitting in the Volvo, heading away from Beartown. She heard Peter throwing up in the bathroom this morning. If that's what hockey does to grown men in this town, what on earth must it be doing to the 17-year-old juniors who are playing in the game tomorrow? There's an old joke among the women of Beartown. I just wish my husband would look at me the way he watches hockey. It's never made Kira laugh because she understands it all too well. She knows what the men of the town say about her, knows she's a long way from the loyal GM's wife they were hoping for when they appointed Peter. They don't think of the club as an employer, but as an army. The soldiers need to fall in whenever they're summoned, their families standing proudly in the doorways, waving them off. The first time Kira met the club's president was at a golf tournament organized by the sponsors, and while they were milling about having drinks before dinner, he handed her his empty glass. So few women existed in his hockey world that when he saw one he didn't recognize, he took it for granted that she must be a waitress. When he realized his mistake, he just laughed, as if Kira ought to find the situation funny too. When she didn't, he sighed and said, You mustn't take things too seriously, eh? When he heard that she was thinking of carrying on with her career in parallel with Peter's, he exclaimed in surprise, But who's going to take care of the kids? She really did try to keep quiet. Well, maybe not really, but in hindsight, she thinks she did try, at least. Eventually, she turned to the president and pointed at his greasy, sausage-like fingers, which were clutching a prawn sandwich, then at his stomach, which was straining against the buttons of his shirt, and said, I thought maybe you could take care of them. You have got bigger breasts than me, after all. The next time a golf tournament was organized, +1 had been removed from the invitations. The men's hockey world expanded, the women's shrank, and there has never been greater proof of Kira's love for Peter than the fact that she didn't go down to the rink that day and punch someone. She learned that you have to be thick-skinned in Beartown. That helps you deal with both the cold and the insults. 10 years have passed since then, and she has come to realize that things feel a whole lot better if you have a really good stereo in the car. So she turns up the volume, plays Maya and Leo's Louder, Louder list, not because she likes the music, but because it makes her feel close to them. When children are young, you think it will pass, the guilty feeling you get in your stomach when you leave home each morning. But it never does. It just gets worse. So she has their music collections on her phone, lists of songs that have been selected because each is the sort that makes one of the children shout, louder, louder, when it comes on the radio. She plays them so loud that the bass makes the door panels vibrate, because sometimes the silence of the forest drives her mad. The early afternoon sky hovers just above the trees almost all year round in these parts, and that can be hard to get used to for someone who grew up in a big city where nature was something used primarily as a screensaver. Naturally, everyone in Beartown hates the capital, and they've developed a permanent sense of resentment at the fact that the forest contains all the natural resources, but all the money ends up somewhere else. Sometimes it feels as if the people of Beartown love the fact that the climate is so inhospitable, because not everyone can handle it. That reminds them of their own strength and resilience. The first local saying Peter taught Kira was, Bears shit in the woods, but everyone else shits on Beartown, so forest people have learned to take care of themselves. She's gotten used to a lot, living here, but there are some things she'll never understand, such as how a community where everyone fishes has precisely 0 sushi restaurants, or why people who are tough enough to live in a place with a climate wild animals can barely endure can never quite bring themselves to say what they mean. In Beartown, silence always goes hand in hand with shame. Kira recalls how Peter explained it when she asked him why everyone seemed to hate people from the big cities so much. People in the big cities don't feel enough shame. He's always been worried about what people think. Whenever they get asked out to dinner, he goes to pieces if Kira buys a bottle of wine that's too expensive. That's why he refuses to live in one of the expensive houses in the Heights, even though Kira's salary would allow them to. They carry on living in their little house in the middle of town out of sheer politeness. Peter wouldn't budge, even when Kira tried to entice him, saying, More space for your record collection. 10 years, and Kira still hasn't learned to live with the town yet, only to coexist with it. And the silence still makes her want to buy a drum and march around the streets banging it. She turns the stereo up again, drums the steering wheel, sings along so animatedly to each song that she almost drives off the road when her hair gets caught on the rearview mirror. Why does Kira care about hockey? She doesn't. She cares about a person who cares about hockey. And because she dreams of a summer, just one, when her husband can look his town in the eye without lowering his gaze. Soon's chest rises and falls below slouched shoulders as he starts to walk toward the entrance to the rink. For the first time in his life, he feels his age, his body moving with slithery movements as if someone's tried to put a tracksuit on a bag of jellyfish. But when he opens the door, a great calm still settles over him, the way it does every day. This is the only place in the world that he really understands. So he tries to remember what it's given him, rather than what they're planning to take away from him. A lifetime in the service of the sport, which is more than most people can say. He's been blessed with a few moments of magic, and has seen 2 immortal talents born. The noisy buggers in the big cities will never be able to understand that, what it feels like to nurture a truly talented player on a really small hockey team. Like seeing a cherry tree in bloom in a frozen garden. You can wait years, a whole lifetime, maybe several, and it would still be a miracle if you experienced it just once. Twice ought to have been impossible. Anywhere but here. The first time was Peter Anderson. That's more than 40 years ago now. Soon, who had only just been appointed A-team coach at the time, caught sight of him during skating classes. A scrawny little kid with hand-me-down gloves, a drunk for a father, and bruises everyone saw but nobody asked about. Hockey noticed him when no one else did, changed his life with colossal force. One day, that little kid grew up and raised a bankruptcy-threatened club that everyone had written off to the second best in the country. And then he raised himself up to the NHL, the impossible path from the forest to the stars. Before fate snatched it all away from him. It was Soon who called Peter in Canada after the funeral and told him that Beartown needed a general manager, that there was still a club and a town here that needed rescuing, and Peter needed something to rescue. That was how the Anderson family came to move home. The second time was about 10 years ago. Soon and Peter broke away from the search party in the forest because Soon realized they were looking for a hockey player, while everyone else thought they were looking for an ordinary boy. They found Kevin out on the lake at dawn, his cheeks touched by frostbite, the look of the bear in his eyes. It was Peter who carried the 7-year-old back home. Soon walked alongside in silence, inhaling deeply through his nostrils. In the depths of winter, the town smelled of cherry blossom again. When a taciturn 22-year-old A-team player that year gave up the fight against recurring injuries and a lack of talent, it was Soon who stopped him in the parking lot. He was the one who saw the makings of a brilliant coach when everyone else saw a failed player. The 22-year-old was called David, and he stood awkwardly in front of Soon and whispered, "I'm no good as a coach." But Soon gave him a whistle and said, "Anyone who thinks they're a good coach never is." David's first team was a gang of 7-year-olds, and one of the players was Kevin. David told them to win, and they won, and didn't stop. Kevin is 17 now. David is coach of the junior team, and next season they'll both be on the A-team. Together with Peter, they make up the holy trinity of the future. Hands on the ice, heart on the bench, brain in the office. And now Soon's discoveries will be his downfall. Peter is going to fire him, David will take his job, and Kevin will prove to everyone that it was the right decision. An old man saw the future, and now it's overtaken him. He opens the door to the rink, lets its sounds tumble toward him. Why does he care about hockey? Because his life will be silent without it. Why? No one's ever asked Amat that. Hockey hurts. It demands inhuman sacrifices, physically and mentally and emotionally. It breaks feet and tears ligaments and forces him to get out of bed before dawn. It eats all his time, swallows all his energy. So why? Because when he was little, he once heard that there are no former hockey players. and he knows exactly what that means. That was back in skating class, when Amit was 5 years old. The A-team coach came down onto the ice to talk to the children. Soon was a fat old man even then, but he looked Amit right in the eye when he said, "Some of you were born with talent, some weren't. Some of you are lucky and got everything for free. Some of you got nothing. But remember, when you're out on the ice, you're all equals. And there's one thing you need to know. Desire always beats luck." It's easy for a child to fall in love with something if they're told that they can be best at it, as long as they want it enough. And no one wanted it more than Amit. Hockey became a way into society for him and his mother. He's planning to turn it into more than that. He's planning to make it the way out as well. Every part of his body hurts. Every cell is pleading with him to lie down and rest. But he swings around, blinks the sweat away, clutches his stick more tightly, and drives his skates across the ice. As fast as he can, as hard as he can. Again, again, again. Everything reaches an age when it no longer surprises us. That applies even to hockey. Most days you'd think there aren't any original ideas left, that everything has already been thought, said, and written by a whole range of coaches, each one more confident than the last. The other sort of day is more rare. The unusual occasions when the ice still manages to reveal things that are beyond description. Things that surprise. The caretaker is heading toward the stands to put some new screws in an old railing. He sees Soon open the main door and is surprised because Soon is never here this early. "You're up bright and early today," the caretaker chuckles. "You have to work hardest just before the final whistle." Soon smiles wearily. The caretaker nods sadly. As already noted, Soon's dismissal is the worst-kept secret in town. The old man is on his way up through the stands, heading for his office, when he stops. The caretaker raises an eyebrow. Soon nods toward the boy out on the ice. He squints. His eyes aren't what they were. "Who's that?" "Amit, one of the 15-year-olds on the boys' team." "What's he doing here so early in the morning?" "He's here every morning." The boy has put his gloves, hat, and jacket down as markers between the lines. He skates as fast as he can until he reaches them, then changes direction without appearing to lose any speed at all, then stops abruptly and explodes. The puck never leaves his stick. Back and forth, 5 times, 10 times, without any loss of intensity. Then the shots, the puck in exactly the same place in the net at the end of each approach. Again. Again. "Every morning? Is he being punished by someone for something, then?" Soon mutters. The caretaker chuckles. "He just loves hockey. You remember how that feels, old man?" Soon doesn't answer, grunts as he looks at his watch, and heads up through the stands. He's almost reached the top row when he stops again. He tries to take another step, but his heart won't let him. He's seen Amit in skating class. He sees all these boys there, but it wasn't as obvious then. Hockey is a sport that rewards repetition. The same exercises, the same movements, until a player's responses become instinctive, branded into his marrow. The puck doesn't just glide, it bounces as well, so acceleration is more important than maximum speed, hand-eye coordination more important than strength. The ice judges you by your ability to change direction and thought quicker than anyone else. That's what separates the best players from the rest. There are vanishingly few of them, those days when the game can still surprise us. When it does happen, it comes without warning. We just have to trust that we'll recognize it. So when the echo of the skates cutting into the ice bounds up the banks of seating, Soon stops and pauses for a moment before casting one final glance over his shoulder again. He sees the 15-year-old turn, holding his stick lightly in his hand, then set off again at blistering speed. And Soon will remember this as one of the true blessings in his life. Seeing the impossible happen in Beartown for a 3rd time. The caretaker looks up from the screws in the railing and sees the old coach sink into one of the seats on the top row. At first, he seems to be seriously ill. Then the caretaker realizes that it's because he's never seen the old man laugh before. Soon is breathing through his nose with tears in his eyes, and the whole rink smells of cherry blossom. Why does anyone care about hockey? Because it tells stories. Chapter 6. Amit leaves the rink with every scrap of fabric on his body transparent with sweat. From the top row of the stands, Soon watches him go. The boy is lucky. He didn't notice the A-team coach sitting there. If he had, his nerves would have sent him diving head first onto the ice. Soon remains seated after Amit's gone. He's been old for a long time, but is really feeling it today. There are two things that are particularly good at reminding us how old we are: children and sports. In hockey, you're an experienced player at 25, a veteran at 30, and pensioned off at 35. Soon is twice that. And with age, he has become shorter and broader. He's got more face to wash and less hair to comb, and finds himself getting annoyed by narrow chairs and poor-quality zippers. But when the door closes behind Amit, the old man can still smell cherry blossom in his nostrils. 15 years old. Bloody hell, what a future. Soon is ashamed of the fact that he's only just noticed him. The boy has clearly developed in an explosive fashion recently, while everyone else has had their eyes on the junior team, but a few years ago Soon would never have missed a talent like that. He can't blame it all on his old eyes. He's got an old heart as well. He knows he won't be here long enough to get the chance to coach the boy, but he hopes no one ruins his talent by cutting him down, or by letting him grow too quickly. But he knows there's no point wishing for anything like that, because when all the others realize how good this boy is, they'll want to start squeezing results out of him immediately. The club needs that. The town demands that. Soon has had this argument with the board time and time again over the years, and he always loses. It would take days to recount the long version of why Soon is being fired from Beartown Ice Hockey Club. But the short version is only 2 words long: Kevin Erdahl. The sponsors, the board, and the club's president have all demanded that Soon let the 17-year-old wunderkind play in the A-team, and Soon has refused. In his world, it takes more than hormones to turn boys into men. Senior hockey requires maturity just as much as it does talent, and he's seen more players crushed by opportunities proffered too early than too late. But no one's listening anymore. The people of Beartown are proud of being bad losers. Soon knows that he himself bears much of the blame for that. He's the one who imprinted the words "club comes first" into every player and coach since his first day here. The good of the club must always come first, never anyone's ego. They're using that against him now. He could have saved his job by letting Kevin play in the A-team, and he wishes he was certain he's done the right thing. But he genuinely doesn't know any longer. Maybe the board and the sponsors are right. Maybe he's just a stubborn old goat who's lost his grip. David is at home, lying on his kitchen floor. He's 32 years old, and his red hair is so unruly it looks like it's trying to escape from his head. He got teased about it when he was little. The other kids pretended to burn themselves on him in class. That was where he learned to fight. He didn't have any friends, which is why he was able to devote all his time to hockey. He never bothered to acquire any other interests, which is how he's managed to become the best. Sweat is dripping on the floor as he frantically performs push-ups under the kitchen table. His computer is on top of it. He's been watching videos of old matches and training sessions all night. Being junior team coach for Beartown Ice Hockey makes him a simple man to understand and an impossible man to live with. When his girlfriend gets annoyed with him, she usually tells him he's the sort of man who could take offense in an empty room. That could be true. His face looks like he's walking into a headwind. He's always been told that he's too serious. That's why hockey suits him so well. No one on a hockey team thinks it's possible to take hockey too seriously. The match tomorrow is the most important in David's life, as well as the juniors. A more philosophically inclined coach might tell them that those could be their last 60 minutes on the ice as children, because most of them will be turning 18 this year. Then they'll be grown men and seniors. But David isn't philosophical, so he'll just say his usual single word to them: win. He doesn't have the best players in the country, far from it. But they're the most disciplined, and have received the best tactical training. They've been playing together all their lives. And they've got Kevin. They rarely play beautifully. David believes in detailed strategy and a solid defense, but above all, he believes in results. Even when the board and parents keep going on about letting the players lose and trying to play more enjoyable hockey, David doesn't even know what enjoyable hockey is. He only knows one sort of hockey that isn't enjoyable, the one where the opposing team scores more points. He's never let anyone else influence him. He's never given a place on the team to the son of a marketing manager at one of the big sponsors like he's been told to. He's uncompromising. He knows that's not going to make him any friends, but he doesn't care. Do you want to be liked? It's easy. Just get yourself to the top of the podium. So David does whatever it takes to get up there. That's why he doesn't see his team the same way everyone else does. Because even if Kevin is the best player, he isn't always the most important. The computer on the kitchen table is showing a game from earlier in the season when an opposing player sets off after Kevin with the obvious intention of tackling him from behind. But the next moment is himself lying flat on the ice. Another Beartown player, number 16, is standing over him, already missing his gloves and helmet. A torrent of punches rains down on the opposing player. Kevin might be the star, but Benjamin Ovich is the heart of the team. Because Benji is like David. He's prepared to do whatever it takes. So ever since he was small, the coach has drummed one single idea into him. Don't pay any attention to what people say, Benji. They'll like us well enough when we start winning. He's 17 years old, and his mom wakes him early by saying his full name. She's the only person who uses it. Benjamin. Everyone else calls him Benji. He stays in bed, in the smallest room in the last row house at the far end of Beartown, just before the start of the Hollows, until she comes in for the third or fourth time. When words from her homeland creep into her exhortations, he gets up, because that's when it gets serious. His mom and Benji's 3 older sisters only slip into the old language when they want to express great anger or eternal love. And this country simply doesn't have sufficiently flexible grammar to express which good-for-nothing part of the laziest, useless donkey Benji might be, or how they love him as deeply as 10,000 wells full of gold. His mom can get both elements into the same sentence. It's a remarkable language in that sense. She watches him as he cycles off. She hates having to force him out of bed before the sun has risen, but she knows that if she goes to work without driving her son out of the house, he wouldn't leave it at all. She's a single mother with 3 daughters, but it's this 17-year-old boy who worries her more than anything. A boy who cares too little about the future and frets too much about the past. Nothing could depress a mother more. Her little Benjamin, the fighter with whom it's far too easy for the girls of Beartown to fall in love. The boy with the most handsome face, the saddest eyes, and the wildest heart they've ever seen. His mom knows, because she married a man who looked just the same. And nothing but trouble lies ahead for men like that. David is making coffee in his kitchen. He always brews an extra pot each morning and fills a thermos. The coffee at the rink is so bad you ought to be able to charge someone for assault just for offering it to you. His computer is playing a match from last year in which Kevin is being pursued by a furious defender until Benji appears at full speed out of nowhere and hits the defender on the back of his neck with his stick, sending him flying headfirst into the opposing team's bench. Half the team storms onto the ice to get revenge on Benji, who is standing there waiting for them without his helmet, fists clenched. It takes the referees 10 minutes to get the fight under control. In the meantime, Kevin has gone to sit down quietly on his own bench, unharmed and untroubled. Some people try to make excuses for Benji's temperament by blaming his tough childhood, the fact that his dad died when he was young. David never does that. He loves Benji's temperament. Other people call him a problem child, but all the characteristics that make him a problem off the ice are what make him so special on it. If you send him into a brawl, it doesn't matter if serpents, trolls, and all the monsters of hell are in the way. Benji always comes out with the puck. If anyone gets anywhere near Kevin, he'll fight through concrete to place himself in the way, and that sort of thing can't be taught. Everyone knows how good Kevin is. Every youth team coach on each of the top clubs in the country has tried to recruit him. And that also means that every team they play contains at least one psycho who wants to hurt him. So David doesn't accept it when people say that Benji ends up fighting in every other match. He's not fighting. He's protecting the most important investment the town has ever seen. But David has stopped using that particular word in front of his girlfriend, investment, because, as she put it, is that really any way to talk about a 17-year-old? David has learned not to try to explain it. Either you understand that aspect of hockey, or you don't. On the road that links the row houses to the rest of the town, Benji stops his bicycle at the point where his mother can no longer see him and lights a joint. He lets the smoke fill him, feels the sweet calmness rise and fall. His long, thick hair stiffens in the wind, but the cold has never bothered him. He cycles everywhere, no matter what time of year it is. At practice, David often commends him on his calf muscles and sense of balance in front of the other players. Benji never replies because he suspects that saying, "That's what you get if you ride a bike through deep snow every day when you're high as a kite," isn't the answer the coach wants to hear. On his way to his best friend's house, he passes through the whole of Beartown, the factory that's still the largest employer in the town, but which has effectivized its personnel 3 years in a row now, a fancy way of saying people have been laid off. The big supermarket that has closed down its smaller competitors, a street full of stores in varying states of disrepair, and an industrial area that is just getting quieter and quieter. The sports store, which has one section for hunting and fishing, and another for hockey, but very little else worth mentioning. A little farther out is the pub, the Bearskin, frequented by the sort of men who make it such an excellent destination for any curious tourist eager to find out what it's like to get beaten up by the locals. Toward the forest, off to the west, is a garage, and farther in among the trees, the kennels that Benji's eldest sister runs. She raises 2 types of dogs, hunting dogs and guard dogs. No one around here wants dogs for pets anymore. There's not much to love about this place, apart from hockey. But on the other hand, Benji hasn't loved very much else in his life. He inhales the smoke. The other guys keep warning him he'll get kicked off the team if David finds out he smokes weed, but Benji just laughs, secure in the knowledge that would never happen. Not because Benji is too good to be thrown off the team, definitely not, but because Kevin is too good. Kevin is the jewel, Benji the insurance policy. Soon looks up at the roof of the rink one last time, at the flags and jerseys hanging there, memories of men soon no one will be old enough to remember. Alongside them hangs a shabby banner bearing what used to be the club's motto: culture, values, community. Soon helped hang it there, but he's no longer sure what it means. Sometimes he's not sure if he knew back then either. Culture is an odd word to use about hockey. Everyone says it, but no one can explain what it means. All organizations like to boast that they're building a culture, but when it comes down to it, everyone really only cares about one sort: the culture of winning. Soon is well aware that the same thing applies the world over, but perhaps it's more noticeable in a small community. We love winners, even though they're very rarely particularly likable people. They're almost always obsessive and selfish and inconsiderate. That doesn't matter. We forgive them. We like them while they're winning. The old man stands up and makes his way toward his office, with his back creaking and heart hardened. The door closes behind him. His personal belongings are already packed in a small box that's tucked under the desk. He won't make a scene when he gets fired, won't speak to the press. He's just going to disappear. That's how he was brought up, and that's how he's brought others up. The team comes first. No one really knows how the pair of them became best friends, but everyone has long since given up any attempt to separate them. Benji rings the doorbell of the house that's more than half the size of the entire block where he lives. Kevin's mom opens the door with her ever-friendly yet constantly stressed smile, clutching her phone to her ear, while behind her, Kevin's dad walks past, talking loudly into his. The walls of the front hall are decorated with family photos, but those framed pictures are the only place Benji has ever seen all 3 members of the Erdahl family side by side. In real life, one of them always seems to be in the kitchen, the other in the study, and Kevin in the garden. Bang, 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 bang. A door closing, an apology directed at a phone. Yes, sorry, it's my son. The hockey player. Yes, that's right. No one raises their voice in this house, and no one ever lowers it, either. All communication has had its emotions amputated. Kevin is simultaneously the most and least spoiled kid Benji has ever met. The fridge is full of prepared meals made in exact accordance with the nutrition plan provided by the team, delivered every 3 days by a catering company. The kitchen in the Erdahl family's house costs 3 times more than the whole of Benji's mom's row house, but no one ever prepares a meal in it. Kevin's room has everything a 17-year-old could dream of, including the fact that no adult except the cleaner has set foot inside it since he was 3. No one in Beartown has ever spent more on their son's sports career. No one has given more to the team in sponsorship than his dad's company. Yet Benji can count the number of times he's seen Kevin's parents in the crowd of spectators on the fingers of one hand and still have 2 fingers left. Benji asked his friend about it once. Kevin replied, "My parents aren't interested in hockey." When Benji asked what they were interested in, Kevin replied, "Success." They were 10 years old at the time. When Kevin is top of the class in history tests, which he almost always is, and goes home and says he got 49 out of 50 questions right, his dad merely asks in an expressionless voice, "What did you get wrong?" Perfection isn't a goal in the Erdahl family, it's the norm. Their home is white and precise, an advertisement for right angles. When he's sure no one's looking, Benji silently nudges the shoe rack 1 inch out of line and touches a couple of the photos on the wall so that they're hanging ever so slightly crooked. And as he walks across the rug in the living room, he lets his big toe fleetingly mess up some of the fringe. When he reaches the terrace door, he sees Kevin's mom's reflection in the glass. She's going around mechanically putting everything back to how it was without missing a beat of her telephone conversation. Benji goes out into the garden, grabs a chair, and goes to sit near Kevin, then closes his eyes and listens to the banging. Kevin pauses, his collar black with sweat. "Are you nervous?" he asks. Benji doesn't open his eyes. "Do you remember the first time you came out into the forest with me, Kev? You'd never been hunting before and held your rifle like you were scared it was going to bite you." Kevin sighs so deeply that half of the air probably escapes from another bodily opening. "Aren't you ever going to take anything in life seriously?" Benji's broad grin reveals an almost imperceptible difference in the color of his teeth. "If you send him into a skirmish, he'll come out with the puck, even at the cost of one of his own teeth or someone else's." "You almost managed to shoot me in the balls. I take that very seriously." "So you're really not nervous about the game?" "Kev, you and a gun anywhere close to my testicles make me nervous. Hockey doesn't make me nervous." They're interrupted by Kevin's parents calling goodbye. His dad in the same tone he would use to say goodbye to a waiter in a restaurant. His mom with a cautious little "sweetheart" at the end. As if she really is trying, but can't quite manage to make it sound like anything more than a line she's learned for a play. The front door closes, 2 cars start up out in the drive. Benji fishes another joint from the inside pocket of his jacket and lights up. "Are you nervous, Kev?" No. Benji laughs. His friend has never been able to lie to him. "Really?" "Okay, what the fuck, Benji? I'm shitting myself here. Is that what you want to hear?" Benji looks like he's fallen asleep. "How much have you smoked already today?" Kevin chuckles. "Nowhere near enough," Benji mumbles, and curls up on the chair as if he were thinking of hibernating for winter. "You know you've got to be at school in an hour." "All the more reason. If David finds out, you'll get kicked off the tee." "No, I won't." Leaning on his stick, Kevin says nothing and just looks at him. Of all the things in the world you can be envious of your best friend for, this is what Kevin would most like to have. The ability that Benji has always had to not give a shit about anything, and to get away with it. Kevin shakes his head and laughs in resignation. "No, you won't." Benji falls asleep. Kevin turns toward the goal, and his eyes turn black. Bang, 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 bang. Again, again, again. At home in his kitchen, David does his last push-ups. Then he showers, gets dressed, packs his case, and grabs his car keys to drive to the rink and start work. But the very last thing the 32-year-old coach does before leaving the house is put his coffee down on the little table beside the door and run into the bathroom. There he locks the door and turns the taps on in both sink and bathtub so that his girlfriend won't hear him throwing up. Chapter 7. It's only a game. Everyone who plays it gets told that from time to time. A lot of people try to tell themselves that it's true. But it's complete nonsense. No one in this town would have been the same if that game hadn't existed. Kevin always goes to the bathroom just before he and Benji go to school. He doesn't like using the bathrooms at school, not because they're disgusting, but because they make him feel stressed. They make him feel anxious in a way he's never quite been able to identify. He can only relax enough at home, surrounded by overpriced tiles and a sink that's as exclusive as it is impractical, carefully selected by an interior designer who invoiced for many more hours than the workmen. This house is the only place in the world he has ever learned to be alone. Everywhere else, in the rink or at school or even on the way to and from them, he is part of a group, always in the middle, with the team gravitating toward him in order of their ability on the ice. the best players closest to him. At home, Kevin learned to be alone at such a young age that it became natural, but now he can't bear being alone anywhere else. Benji is waiting outside the house, as always. A boy with less control of his impulses than Kevin would have hugged him. Instead, he just nods and mutters, "Let's go." Maya walks away from her dad's car so fast that Anna has to jog to keep up with her. Anna holds out a plastic cup. "Do you want some? I'm on the green smoothie diet now." Maya slows down and shakes her head. "Why do you keep doing those diets? Why do you hate your taste buds so much? What have they ever done to you?" "Shut up, this is really good. Try it." Warily, Maya puts her lips to the edge of the cup. She takes half a sip before spitting it out. "It's got lumps." Anna nods happily. "Peanut butter." Disgusted, Maya picks at her tongue with her fingers as if it were covered with invisible hairs. "You need help, Anna. Serious help." Beartown used to have more schools because there used to be more children. Now there are just 2 buildings left. One for primary and middle school pupils, and one for high school. They all have lunch in the same cafeteria. The town is no bigger than that anymore. Amit runs to catch up with Lifa and Zacharias in the parking lot. The 3 boys have been in the same class all the way through school and have been best friends since preschool. Not because they are particularly similar, but because they shared the fact that they weren't like everyone else. In places like Beartown, the most popular children become leaders at a young age. Teams are invisibly chosen as early as the playground. Amit, Lifa, and Zacharias were the sort of children who got passed over. They've stuck together ever since. Lifa is less talkative than a tree, Zacharias louder than a radio, and Amit just appreciates the company. They make a good team. "Such a clean headshot. He tried to chicken out and hide. What the hell, are you even listening, Amit?" Zacharias, wearing the same black jeans and black hoodie and black cap that he seems to have been wearing since they were 10 years old, interrupts his speech about his evidently extremely impressive performance against a heavily armed sniper in a virtual universe last night, and shoves Amit in the shoulder. "What? Did you even hear what I was saying?" Amit yawns. Yeah, headshot. Amazing. I'm just hungry." "Did you go training this morning?" Zacharias asks. "Yeah." "You're not right in the head getting up that early." Amit grins. "So when did you get to bed last night?" Zacharias shrugs and massages his thumbs. 4 o'clock? Okay, 5, maybe." Amit nods. "You spend as much time gaming as I do training, Zach. We'll see who turns professional first." Zacharias is about to answer when his head is knocked forward hard by the slap of an open palm. Zacharias, Amit, and Lifa know it's Bobo before they even turn around. Zacharias' cap lands on the ground to the sound of laughter from the juniors who have suddenly surrounded them. Zacharias, Amit, and Lifa are 15 years old. The juniors are only 2 years older, but they're so much more developed physically that there could easily have been 10 years between them. Bobo is the biggest of them, as wide as a barn door, and ugly enough to make rats move house. He shoves Zacharias hard with his shoulder as he walks past, and Zacharias stumbles and falls to his knees. Bobo laughs with feigned surprise, and the juniors surrounding him join in. "Nice beard, Zach. You look more like your mother every day," Bobo smirks. And before the juniors' laughter dies away, he goes on. "Have you got any hair on your balls yet? Or do you still cry in the shower when you realize it's just fluff from your underpants?" Fuck, Zach. Seriously, though, there's something I've been wondering. The first time you, Amma, and Lifa slept together, how did you work out which of you guys was going to lose his virginity first? The juniors head off toward the school. They'll have forgotten the exchange within 30 seconds, but it takes a long while for their laughter to die away for the boys behind them. Amit sees the silent hatred in Zacharias' eyes as he helps him up. It grows stronger each morning. Amit worries that one day it's going to explode. All kinds of things, big and small, can make you love being part of a team. When Kevin was at primary school, he went with his dad to the Christmas market in Head. His dad had a meeting, so Kevin went around on his own, looking at the displays and stalls. He got lost and was 5 minutes late getting back to the car, and his dad had already left. Kevin had to walk all the way back to Beartown on his own in the dark. The snowdrifts by the sides of the road reached his thighs, and it took him half the night to get home. He staggered, wet and exhausted, into the silent house. His parents were already asleep. His dad wanted to teach him the importance of being punctual. 6 months later, the hockey team was playing in a tournament in another town. The rink was the biggest the boys had seen, and on the way to the bus, Kevin got lost. The older brothers of 3 of the players in a team Kevin had humiliated a couple of hours earlier found him, dragged him into a washroom, and beat him up. Kevin will never forget the look of astonishment on their faces when another primary school kid showed up and took on all 3 of them in a storm of kicks and punches. Benji and Kevin were both covered with blood and bruises when they arrived at the bus more than 45 minutes late. David was standing there waiting. He had told the rest of the team to leave without him. He'd catch the train with Benji and Kevin when they showed up. But every player on the team had refused to get on the bus. They weren't old enough to know their multiplication tables, but they knew that a team didn't mean anything if you couldn't depend on each other. That's both a big and a small thing, knowing that there are people who will never abandon you. Kevin and Benji are alone when they enter the school, but exert a magnetic pull as they move along the corridor. Bobo and the other juniors flock around them instantly, and within 10 paces they have become a group of 12 people. Kevin and Benji don't think it odd, the way you don't if something's been going on your whole life. It's impossible to say what it is that catches Kevin's attention, because the day before a game there's usually nothing on the planet that can distract him, but as he passes a row of lockers, his eyes meet hers. He stumbles into Benji. Benji swears at him. Kevin doesn't hear. Maya has just put her bag in her locker, and when she turns around and Kevin's eyes meet hers, she closes the locker door so quickly she nips her hand. It's over in a moment. The corridor fills with bodies, and Kevin disappears in the crowd. But the friends you have when you're 15 years old obviously aren't going to miss a thing like that. So, are you interested in hockey all of a sudden now? Anna teases. Embarrassed, Maya rubs her hand. Shut up, what the... Then her face breaks into a brief smile. Just because you don't like peanut butter doesn't necessarily mean you can't like peanuts. Anna laughs so hard she ends up spraying the inside of her locker with smoothie. Okay, fine. But if you do talk to Kevin, the least you can do is introduce me to Benji, yeah? He's, I could eat him all up. Like butter. Maya's brow furrows with disgust. Then she pulls the key from her locker and starts to walk off. Anna watches her and throws her arms out. What? So you're allowed to say things like that, but not me? You know he doesn't come up with those jokes himself, don't you? He's not smart enough. He nicks them from the internet, Zacharias mutters, humiliated as he shakes the snow from his clothes. Leafa picks up his cap and brushes the snow off it. Amit holds his hand out in an attempt to calm his friend down. I know you hate Bobo, but next year we'll be juniors. It'll be better then. Zacharias doesn't reply. Leafa flashes him a look, somewhere between anger and resignation. Leafa stopped playing hockey when they were younger. He kept being told he had to be able to handle the banter in the locker room, which turned out to be a very useful argument because when Leafa gave up, everyone could blame that. It was his problem, not hockey's. If Zacharias' parents hadn't loved the game as much as they did, he wouldn't have carried on playing either. And if Amit hadn't been so good, even he might not have been able to summon up the enthusiasm to keep playing. It'll be better when we're juniors, Amit repeats. Zacharias says nothing. He knows very well that he won't get a place on the junior team, and that this is his last year playing hockey. Amit is the only person who hasn't yet realized that he's about to leave his best friend behind. The silence doesn't bother Amit, who opens the door and turns a corner in the corridor, after which he can only hear a muffled rumble in his ears. She gives him tunnel vision. Hi, Maya, he exclaims, a little too loudly. She turns around fleetingly, notes his presence, but nothing more than that. When you're 15 years old, no look can hurt you more. Hi, Amit, she replies distractedly, and is gone before she even gets to the end of his name. Amit stands there, trying not to look at Zacharias and Leafa, knowing they won't be making much effort not to laugh. Hi, Maya, Zacharias mimics, as Leafa giggles. Fuck off, Zach, Amit mutters. Sorry, but you've been doing this since primary school, and I was nice to you for the first 8 years you were in love with her, so now I think I've earned the right to make fun of you. Amit walks toward his locker, his heart sinking in his chest like a lead weight. He loves that girl more than he loves skating. Chapter 8. It's only a game. It only resolves tiny, insignificant things, such as who gets validation, who gets listened to. It allocates power and draws boundaries and turns some people into stars and others into spectators. That's all. David enters the rink and goes straight to his office, the smallest one at the end of the corridor. He closes the door, switches his computer on, and studies videos of tomorrow's opponents. They're a brilliant team, an imposing machine, and player for player, only Kevin really matches up against them. It's going to take an immense effort for the team to stand any chance at all. But David knows that they do at least have a chance, and that every single one of his players will work themselves to death out there on the ice if need be. That isn't what's making him feel sick. It's what he's missing from the team. Speed. For several years, the junior team's first line has consisted of Kevin, Benji, and a third player called William Litt. Kevin is a genius, and Benji a fighter, but William is slow. He's big and strong, and not bad at passing, so David has managed to find tactical solutions to hide his shortcomings when they've been playing less impressive teams. But the team they're about to face is good enough to shut Kevin down unless there's someone else who's quick enough to create space for him. David rubs his temples, looks at his reflection in the computer screen, his red hair and exhausted eyes. He gets up and goes out to the bathroom, and throws up again. In a larger office, 2 doors away, Soon is sitting at his computer. He's watching the same clips as David, over and over again. Once upon a time, the 2 men always looked at events out on the ice the same way, thought the same about everything. But as the years passed, David grew older and more ambitious, while Soon became old and stubborn. When David claims that fights ought to be permitted out on the ice because there'd be fewer injuries if the guys knew they'd get beaten up for bad play, Soon retorts, "That's like saying there'd be fewer road accidents if you banned car insurance because people would take better care of their cars." When David wants to increase the load on the juniors, Soon talks about quality over quantity. If David says up, Soon yells down. When some of the other sporting associations recently proposed that Little League games should no longer keep a tally of goals and points and not have league tables until the age of 12, Soon thought it sounded sensible, while David denounced it as communism. David thinks Soon should let him do his job. Soon thinks David has misunderstood what his job actually is. The 2 men are stuck in their own trenches, buried too deep even to see each other anymore. Soon leans back, rubs his eyes, and hears his chair creak under his weight as he lets out a sigh. He feels like explaining to David just how lonely the job of A-team coach can be, how numbingly heavy the responsibility gets, how you need to be ready to see the bigger picture, adapt, change. But David's young, not ready to listen and understand. Soon closes his eyes and swears at himself, because isn't he just the same? One of the hardest things about getting old is admitting mistakes that it's too late to put right. The worst thing about having power over other people's lives is that you sometimes get things wrong. Soon has always refused to move young players to older age groups. The old man believes in the principle that players should develop alongside their peers, that being given opportunities too early stifles talent. But as he sits alone in his office watching these videos, he has to admit that he sees the same thing as David right now, something that hardly anyone else understands. Without a bit of pace, the junior team is going to die a death tomorrow. So even Soon finds himself wondering, what are principles worth if you don't win? Beartown is just small enough for everyone to recognize almost everyone else, but just big enough to be full of people that no one really notices. Robbie Holtz is a few years past 40. His beard has started to turn gray. He scratches it and pulls the collar of his old camouflage jacket tighter around his neck. When the wind blows off the lake at this time of year, it feels like your face is being torn by ghosts. He's walking along the other side of the street, pretending to have important things to do, convincing himself that no one who sees him will realize that he's waiting for the pub, the Bearskin, to open. He can see the roof of the rink from here. Like everyone else, the junior team's game tomorrow is all he's talked about every waking hour since they won the quarterfinal. It's just that he no longer has many people to talk to anymore. Not since the factory got rid of him, along with 9 other guys. There's a good chance no one was interested in what he was saying before either, but that's only dawned on him recently. He looks at the time. Another hour before the Bearskin opens. He pretends it's no big deal. Keeps his hands in his pockets when he goes into the supermarket so no one will see them shaking. He fills his basket with things he doesn't need and can't afford, and puts the low-strength beer, the only sort the supermarket is allowed to sell, in last to make it look like an impulse buy. This? Oh, it might be useful to have a few beers at home, just in case. He asks if he can use the bathroom in the little hardware store. Downs the beers. Goes out and chats to the sales assistant and buys a few very specific screws that he makes very clear he needs for an item of furniture that doesn't exist. He goes back out onto the street, sees the roof of the rink again. Once upon a time, he, Robbie Holtz, was king there. Once upon a time, he showed more promise than Kevin Erdahl does now. Once upon a time, he was better than Peter Anderson. Peter turns the car around in the parking lot, pulls out onto the road, drums his fingers on the wheel. Now that the children have gone, he becomes aware of his pulse again. It's only a junior team game. Only a game. A game. He keeps repeating the mantra, but his nerves are eating him up. His lungs seem to be drawing in oxygen through his eye sockets. Hockey is a simple sport. When your desire to win is stronger than your fear of losing, you have a chance. No one wins when they're frightened. He hopes the juniors are too young to feel fear tomorrow, too naive to understand how much is at stake. Because a hockey crowd knows no nuances, only heaven or hell. Seen from the stands, you're either a genius or utterly worthless, never anything in between. An offside is never a matter for doubt. Every check is either perfectly clean or deserves a lifetime ban. When Peter was 20 and team captain and arrived back in Beartown after almost winning the final of the top league in the country, he was met by his dad's voice from the kitchen. Almost? For Christ's sake, you can't almost get on a boat. You're either on the boat or in the water. And when all the other buggers are in the water as well, no one gives a shit that you were the last one to end up there. When Peter got his contract with the NHL and was about to move to Canada, his dad told him in no uncertain terms not to think he was anything special. It's possible that the old man meant it more gently than it came out, that he intended to say that humility and hard work would take the boy just as far over there as they had here. It's possible that drink made his words sharper. It's possible that Peter didn't mean to slam the door quite as hard as he did. It doesn't matter now. A young man left Beartown in silence, and when he came home again, it was too late for words. You can't look a gravestone in the eye and ask its forgiveness. Peter remembers walking alone down all the small streets where he grew up and realizing that people he had known his whole life looked at him differently now. He remembers how they would suddenly stop talking when he walked in the room. He was relieved when that passed, when they stopped seeing him as a star and started to see him as general manager. Then, as the club went on tumbling down through the divisions and people told the GM what they really thought, he discovered that that part of him wished they still saw him as a star. Because a hockey crowd knows no nuances, only heaven or hell. So why does he carry on? Because he's never considered any alternatives. It's hard for a lot of people to remember the reasons why they started to love the thing they love. But it's easy for Peter. The greatest reason for his love of hockey, from the very first moment he stood on a pair of skates, was the silence. Everything outside the rink, the cold and the darkness, and the fact that his mom was ill and his dad would be drunk again when he got home, it all went quiet inside his head when he stepped onto the ice. He was 4 years old that first time, but hockey told him straight away that it was going to demand complete devotion from him. He loved it for that, and still does. A man who is the same age as Peter, but looks 15 years older, sees Peter's car pass through the town. He pulls his camouflage jacket more tightly around him and scratches his beard. When they were 17 years old, there was only one person in the whole of Beartown who thought Peter was more talented than Robbie when it came to hockey. Talent is like letting two balloons up into the air. The most interesting thing isn't watching which one climbs fastest, but which one has the longest string, that old bastard Soon used to say. He was right, of course. The board and the sponsors forced him to move Robbie up to the A-team, even though the coach insisted that the boy wasn't ready mentally. Robbie kept getting hammered with hard checks, got injured, got scared, and spent the rest of the season hitting the puck into the boards rather than risk a fight. The first time the crowd booed him, he went home and cried. The second time, he went home and got drunk. When he turned 18, he was worse than he had been when he was 17, while Peter was better than anything this town had ever seen. When Peter was offered the chance to move to the A-team, he was ready. Robbie started to doubt himself every time he stepped out onto the ice, while nothing scared Peter. He went off to the NHL the same year Robbie started work at the factory. There are no almosts in hockey. One player achieved his dreams, while the other now finds himself stamping his feet in the snow until the pub door finally opens. A short flight of stairs leads down to the bar, 5 steps. From down there, you can't see the roof of the rink. Soon hears David leave his office. He waits until the bathroom door opens and closes, Then the old man writes 4 words on a yellow Post-it note and stands up. He goes into David's office and sticks it onto the screen of his computer. Soon isn't a religious man, but at that moment he prays to all the powers he can think of that he's not making a mistake. That those 4 words aren't going to wreck another young boy's life. For a moment, he thinks about waiting until David comes back, then looking him in the eye and telling him the truth as he sees it. I hope you never stop arguing, David. I hope you never stop telling us to go to hell. That's how you've made it to the top. But he goes back to his own office instead and closes the door. Sports creates complicated men, proud enough to refuse to admit their mistakes, but humble enough always to put their team first. When David gets back from the washroom, he reads the 4 words on a Post-it note stuck to his computer monitor. Amit. Boys team. Fast. It's only a game. It can only change people's lives. Chapter 9. All adults have days when we feel completely drained. When we no longer know quite what we spend so much time fighting for. When reality and everyday worries overwhelm us and we wonder how much longer we're going to be able to carry on. The wonderful thing is that we can all live through far more days like that without breaking than we think. The terrible thing is that we never know exactly how many. When the members of her family are asleep, Kira still goes around the house and counts them. Her own mother always did that with her children, Kira and her 5 siblings, counting them every night. Her mother said she didn't understand how anyone could have children and not do that, how anyone could live without being terrified of losing them at any moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Kira would hear her whisper through the house, and each child would lie there with his or her eyes closed and feel that they had been seen and acknowledged. It's one of her most treasured childhood memories. Kira is driving from Little Beartown to the larger town beyond the forest. Her commute to work takes longer than most people could bear, but it feels surprisingly quick to Kira, since she has the sense of having crossed the entire universe when she gets out of the car. Even though the larger town is many times smaller than the city where she was born, it's a different world from the one among the trees. A larger world with colleagues to be spurred on by, friends to discuss culture and politics with, opponents to analyze and fight against. She is often told that it's odd that a woman who doesn't understand hockey ended up marrying a hockey player, but that's not entirely fair. She finds the game perfectly logical. It's just the intensity of the training she doesn't understand. The adrenaline, the hunger, teetering on the brink of fear, throwing yourself off the edge of the abyss and either floating or being swallowed up. Kira understands all that. She experiences it in the courtroom, in negotiations. Law is a different sort of game with a different set of rules, but you're either a competitive person or you aren't. Like they say in Beartown, some people have the bear in them. Perhaps that's why Kira, who up to the age of 19 had never lived anywhere with fewer than 1 million inhabitants, has been able to make a home for herself among the forest dwellers in spite of everything. She understands their love of the fight. She shares it. She knows that one of the funny things about fighting for success, and God knows Kira fought her way through her legal training alongside kids from rich families who never had to do the washing up in the family restaurant in the evenings, is that you never really stop fighting. You never stop being scared of falling from the top. Because when you close your eyes, you can still feel the pain from each and every step of the way up. Peter already has a pain in his stomach when he steps into the president's office. It's messy, littered with old photographs and cups. There are some expensive bottles of drink on a table in one corner, golf clubs, and a half-open wardrobe containing a spare suit and clean shirts. They're going to be needed. The president is sitting at his desk eating a sandwich the way a German shepherd would try to eat a balloon filled with mayonnaise. Peter tries to stop himself from wiping down both the desk and the president with napkins, and at least manages to stop before he gets to the president. "Can you close the door?" the president mutters as he chews. Peter takes a deep breath and feels his guts tie themselves in knots. He knows that everyone in the town thinks he's naive, that he doesn't understand where this is going, but he's really just good at hoping. He closes the door and gives up on that. "We're going to appoint David as coach of the A-team," the president says, like a training video in how not to be diplomatic. Peter nods bitterly. The president brushes some crumbs from his tie. "Everyone knows how close you and Soon are," he adds by way of an apology. Peter doesn't respond. The president wipes his fingers on his pants. Don't look like that, for God's sake, as if I just stole the presents from under your Christmas tree. We need to put the good of the club first, Peter. Peter looks down at the floor. He's a team player. That's how he would describe himself. And the starting point for that is always understanding your own role and its limitations. He's going to have to tell himself that plenty of times today, force his brain to control his heart. It was Soon who persuaded him to become GM, and it was Soon's door that was always open to him when things got tough. With all due respect, you know I don't agree about that. I don't think David's ready, he said quietly. He doesn't make eye contact with the president and looks around the walls of the office instead, as if he were looking for something. The only time he avoids eye contact is when something feels extremely unpleasant. Kira says he starts shooting imaginary clay pigeons as soon as he finds himself in any sort of conflict. He can't even point out that he's been given the wrong change in the supermarket without breaking into a cold sweat and wanting to curl up into a ball. The wall behind the president is decorated with pictures and pennants, and one of them, ancient and faded, reads culture, values, community. Peter feels like asking the president what he thinks that means, now that they're about to fire the man who built up everything surrounding them. But he stays quiet. The president throws up his hands. We're aware that David pushes hard, but he gets results. And the sponsors have made a significant investment. For God's sake, Peter, they saved us from bankruptcy. And we've got a chance to build something big now using the products of the junior team. Peter looks him in the eye for the first time and replies through gritted teeth. We're not supposed to develop products. We don't manufacture anything at all. We nurture human beings. Those guys are flesh and blood, not business plans and investment targets. The youth program isn't some factory, regardless of what some of our sponsors seem to think. He bites his lip hard and stops himself. The president scratches his stubble. They both look tired. Peter looks down at the floor again. Soon thinks David is pushing the juniors too hard. I'm concerned about what might happen if he's right, he mutters. The president smiles and shrugs his shoulders. Do you know what happens to coal if you apply enough pressure to it, Peter? It turns into diamonds. The Anderson family never plays Monopoly. Not because the parents don't want to, but because the children refuse. The last time they tried, Kira ended up holding the board over the open fire, threatening to burn it unless Peter confessed that he had been cheating. Their parents are so competitive that Maya and Leo simply refuse to play. Leo loves hockey because he loves being part of a team, but he would probably have been just as happy being in charge of the equipment as he is being a center. Maya chose the guitar. You can't compete at playing the guitar. Maya's last sporting memory is of the time she lost a game of table tennis when she was 6 because another girl ran into her and knocked her over, and how the youth group leader who was supposed to hand out the medals had to lock himself in a cleaning cupboard so Kira wouldn't find him. Maya had to console her mother all the way home. After that, she announced that she wanted to learn to play a musical instrument. Nothing has made Kira more proud or more envious than when she heard her daughter plug in an amplifier for the first time and play David Bowie in the garage with her dad on drums. She hated and loved Peter because he had the sensitivity to learn, so that he could be close to Maya. The 4 members of the family are so improbably different, and even if Kira never stops reminding them that Peter actually confessed to cheating at Monopoly, she nonetheless thinks about that Monopoly board every now and then and feels ashamed. Not a second has passed since she had children without her feeling like a bad mother. For everything. For not understanding, for being impatient, for not knowing everything, not making better packed lunches, for still wanting more out of life than just being a mother. She hears other women in Beartown sigh behind her back. Yes, but she has a full-time job, you know. Can you imagine? No matter how much you try to let words like that run off you, a few of them stick. She's ashamed to admit it to herself, but getting to work feels like a liberation. She knows she's good at her job, and she never feels that way about being a parent. Even on the best days, the tiny, shimmering moments when they're on holiday and Peter and the children are fooling about on a beach and everyone is happy and laughing, Kira always feels like a fake. As if she doesn't deserve it. As if she just wants to be able to show a photoshopped family photograph to the rest of the world. Her work may be demanding and tough, but it's straightforward and logical. And being a parent is never like that. If she does everything right at work, things usually go as planned. But it doesn't matter if she does absolutely everything in the universe correctly as a mother. The very worst can still happen. The weight on Peter's chest feels too heavy for him to be able to get up from his chair. The president tries to look authoritative. The board wants you to tell soon the news and deal with the interviews with the press. It's important that we demonstrate that we're all united regarding this decision. Peter rubs his eyebrows with his knuckles. When? Right after the juniors' final. Peter looks up in surprise. Don't you mean after the semifinal? Tomorrow? The president shakes his head calmly. No, if they lose the semifinal, David won't be getting the job. The board will select someone else instead, in which case we'll need another couple of weeks. Peter's world wobbles on its axis. Are you kidding? You're seriously contemplating firing soon and then bringing in someone from outside? The president opens a small bag of chips, eats a handful, and wipes the salt on his jacket. Come on, Peter, don't be naive. If the juniors win the final, we'll get an incredible amount of publicity. The sponsors, the council, everyone's going to want to join in. But the board isn't interested in almost. Just look at us. Look at the club. The president throws up his hands a bit too quickly, but carries on talking through the ensuing shower of crumbs. Don't be a hypocrite, Peter. You haven't devoted all those hours to this team for almost. You didn't become GM for almost. No one really cares if the guys put up a good fight. They'll only remember the final result. David is completely inexperienced as an A-team coach, but we can overlook that if he wins. But if he doesn't, well, you know the rules. Either you win, or you're an also-ran. For a long time, they just look at each other, the club president and its GM. They say nothing more, but they both know. If Peter doesn't fall into line behind the board and the sponsors, he too can be replaced. Club first. Always. He leaves the president's office, closes the door behind him, and stands forlornly in the hallway with his forehead against the wall. One harsh lesson that Peter had to learn very quickly when he became GM was that everyone was always unhappy with him. That was hard to accept for someone who has always wanted to keep people happy. It was Soon who told him not to let it bother him, and that his talent for compromise would get him a long way. Then he was able to listen and make difficult decisions with his head rather than his heart. Perhaps Soon didn't have his own dismissal in mind when he said that. Perhaps he changed his mind when he got older. Perhaps Peter himself has changed. He doesn't know. But he does know the rules. Everyone knows the rules. You're either a particular type of club, or you're one of all the rest. Not that any of this feels the slightest bit better as a result. All he knows is that he keeps disappointing people. Always. On one corner of the desk in Kira's office, there's an increasingly cramped collection of family photographs. One is of her and Peter taken the day they moved to Canada, when he'd only just gotten his NHL contract. She happens to notice it just as she's putting her briefcase down and smiles. God, they were so young then. She had only just qualified as a lawyer and was pregnant, and he was going to be a superstar. How easy everything was back then, for a few magical weeks. She stops smiling when she remembers how quickly the smiles in that picture had faded. Peter broke his foot in preseason training, and when he returned, he had to fight his way up through the farm team league, only to break his foot a second time when he was finally allowed to play again, after 4 NHL games. It took him 2 years to work his way back after that. 6 minutes into his 5th game, he fell and didn't get back up. She screamed out loud, despite swearing while she was growing up that she would never make a fool of herself or any man. She sat through 9 operations. She doesn't know how many hours of rehab, physiotherapists and specialists. All that talent, all that sweat, all leading up to nothing but tears and bitterness, and a man whose heart wanted so much more than his body could handle. She remembers when the doctor told her Peter would never be able to play at elite level again, because no one dared tell Peter directly. They had a young son at the time, and a daughter on the way. Kira had already decided that she would be called Maya. For several months, they had a dad who was present without being present. There are no former hockey players, because they never quite reach the same temperature as the rest of us. It's like trying to rehabilitate returning soldiers. They drift about aimlessly when they don't have anyone to fight with or for. The whole of Peter's life had been divided into times and schedules and bus trips and locker rooms, meals and training sessions, and even regulated times for sleep. One of the toughest concepts to teach someone like that is everyday life. There were days when Kira thought about giving up and asking for a divorce. But she remembered one of the stupid slogans written on scraps of paper all over Peter's room when he was growing up. "The only time I'm not moving forward is when I'm taking aim." Peter is alone in the hallway. The door to Soon's office is closed. It's the first time in 20 years that Peter has seen it like that, and he's never been more grateful. He thinks about the words on the wall of the president's office: culture, values, community. He remembers something Soon told him during preseason training a lifetime ago. Culture is as much about what we encourage as what we permit. For Soon, the coach, that applied to making them run through the forest until they threw up, but for Soon, the man, it also applied to life. Peter gets some coffee and drinks it, even though it tastes like something has crawled into the cup and died there, then stops in front of the team photograph from their silver medal season, the club's greatest triumph. There are copies of the picture all around the building. Robbie Holtz is standing next to him in the middle row. They haven't so much as spoken to each other since Peter came back to Beartown, and hardly a day goes by without Peter wondering what life would have been like if they had changed places. If Robbie had been the more talented one, if he had gone to Canada. If Peter had stayed here and worked in the factory. How different life would have been then. He remembers one morning in Canada when Kira pulled him out of bed before the children woke up, forced him to sit and look at them as they slept. "They're your team now," she whispered, over and over again, until tears from his eyes started to run down her cheeks. That year they built a new life, stayed in Canada, and fought their way through every battle that came their way. Kira got a job in a law firm. Peter worked part-time selling insurance. They made it work. They settled. And then, just as Kira started to make plans for the future, came the nights when they realized something was wrong. All through their childhood, boys are told that all they need to do is their best, that it will be enough as long as they give their all. Peter looks himself in the eye in the photograph. He's so incredibly young. He met Kira for the first time the evening they lost that last game down in the capital. The fact that they'd made it as far as that was a miracle, but that wasn't good enough for Peter. For him, it was more than a game. It was a chance for a small town to show the big city that not everything can be bought. The papers in the capital had patronizingly decided to label the game the Call of the Wild, and Peter had looked each of his teammates in the eye and roared, "They may have the money, but hockey belongs to us." They gave it everything they had. It wasn't enough. That evening, the team went out to celebrate winning silver. Peter sat on his own all night in a little family-run restaurant next to the hotel. Kira was behind the bar. Peter broke down in tears in front of her, not for his own sake, but because he wouldn't be able to look his town in the eye again. Because he'd let them all down. It was a pretty weird first date, but he's able to smile about it in hindsight. "What was it?" she said to him. "Have you ever considered not feeling so sorry for yourself?" That made him laugh, and he didn't stop for several days. He's fallen for her every day since then. And once, a long time afterward, when Kira had been drinking and was a bit too loud, the way she gets after too much wine, she held his ears so tightly that he genuinely thought they were going to come off, and when he lowered his head to hers, she whispered, "You adorable, stupid idiot. Don't you realize that's when I fell in love with you? You were a lost little kid from the backwoods. But I knew that someone who was second best in the country but was still crying because he was worried about disappointing the people he loved, that person was going to turn out to be a good man. He'd be a good father. He'd protect his children. He'd never let anything happen to his family." Kira remembers every inch of the descent into darkness. The greatest terror of every parent, waking up and listening out for small breaths. And every night you feel so foolish when you hear them, as usual, for worrying about nothing. How did I become someone like this, you think? You promise yourself that you'll relax, because of course you know that nothing's going to happen. But the following night you still lie there wide awake, staring up at the ceiling and shaking your head until you tell yourself, "Just tonight then." And you creep out of bed and put your palms to your children's little chests to feel them rising and falling. And then one night one of them falls and doesn't rise again as strongly. And then you fall. All the hours in the waiting room at the hospital, all the nights on the floor beside the boy's bed, that morning when the doctor told Peter because no one dared tell Kira. They simply fell. If they hadn't had Maya, would they have been able to go on living? How does anyone do that? Kira was so pleased when they moved away. She could never imagine that she would feel so happy to move back. But they could start again there, she and Peter and Maya. And then Leo came along. They were happy, or at least as happy as a family can be when it's burdened by a grief too large to be absorbed by time. But Kira still doesn't know how to deal with it. Peter puts his hand on the glass of the frame. Kira never stopped making his pulse throb in his throat. He still loves her the way you do when you're a teenager, when your heart swells in your chest and makes you feel like you can't breathe. But she had been wrong. He couldn't protect his family. And not a single day goes by without him wondering what he could have done differently. Could he have made a deal with God? If he had sacrificed all his talent, given up all his success, his own life, what would God have given him in exchange? Could he have changed places in the coffin with his firstborn son? At night, Kira still goes around the house, counting their children. 1, 2, 3. 2 in their beds, 1 in heaven. Chapter 10. Say what you like about Beartown. It can take your breath away. When the sun rises above the lake, when the mornings are so cold that the oxygen itself is crisp, when the trees seem to bow respectfully over the ice in order to let as much light as possible reach the children playing on it, then you can't help wondering how anyone could choose to live in places where all you can see are concrete and buildings. 4-year-olds play outdoors on their own here, and there are still people who have never locked their front doors. After Canada, Maya's parents were overprotective to a degree that might have appeared a bit unusual, even in a big city, so in Beartown it seemed almost psychotic. There's something very peculiar about growing up in the shadow of a dead older brother. Children in that situation become either terrified of everything or nothing at all. Maya fell into the second group. She parts from Anna in the hallway with their secret handshake. They were in their first year at school when Anna came up with it, but Maya was the one who realized that the only way to keep it secret was to do it so quickly that no one had time to see the different elements. Fist up, fist down, palm, palm, butterfly, bent finger, pistols, jazz hands, mini rocket, explosion, ass to ass, out bitches. Anna came up with the descriptions. Maya still laughs every time they bang their backsides together at the end, and Anna turns her back on her, throwing her hands up in the air and yelling, "And Anna is out, bitches!" and walks away. But she doesn't do it as loudly anymore, not when they're at school, not when other people can see her. She pulls her arms in, lowers her voice, tries to fit in. Throughout their childhood, Maya loved her best friend because she wasn't like any other girl she had met. But life as a teenager seems to have acted like sandpaper on Anna. She's getting smoother and smoother, smaller and smaller. Sometimes Maya misses her. Kira looks at the time, pulls some papers from her briefcase, and hurries off to a meeting, then straight on to another one. She's running late as usual as she hurries back to her office, already behind schedule. There's a label she used to love, but which she loathes when it's pronounced in a Beartown accent. Career woman. Peter's friends call her that, some in admiration and some with distaste, but no one calls Peter a career man. It strikes a nerve because Kira recognizes the insinuation. You have a job so you can provide for your family, whereas a career is selfish. You have one of those for your own sake. So now she's dangling somewhere between two worlds and feels just as guilty when she's in the office as she does when she's at home. Everything has become a compromise. When she was young, she used to dream about criminal trials and dramatic courtroom showdowns. But the reality now is agreements, contracts, settlements, meetings, and emails. You're overqualified for this, her boss told her when she got the job, as if she had any choice. Her qualifications and skills could have given her a 6-figure salary in plenty of places around the world, but this is the only major law firm within commuting distance of Beartown. Their clients are forestry companies and council-run partnerships. The work is often monotonous, rarely stimulating, yet always stressful. Sometimes she thinks to their time in Canada and what all the hockey coaches there kept banging on about. They wanted the right kind of guy for their team. Not just someone who could play, but someone who fit into the locker room, who didn't cause problems, who did his job. Someone who played hard and kept quiet. She wonders what it would take for a woman to be the right kind of guy. Her train of thought is interrupted by a colleague, Kira's best work friend and the antidote to the sickness of boredom. I've never been so hungover. My mouth tastes like an ashtray. You didn't see me lick one last night, did you? I wasn't with you last night, Kira says with a smile. Weren't you? Are you sure? After work drinks. You were, weren't you? It was after work drinks, wasn't it? Her colleague mutters, dropping onto a chair. She's over 6 feet tall and carries every inch with pride. Instead of trying to shrink when faced with insecure men in the office, she shows up in blood-red shoes with heels as sharp as army knives and the height of Cuban cigars. She's a comic book artist's fantasy. No one dominates a room the way she does. Or a party. What are you doing? She asks. Work. What are you doing? Kira counters. Her colleague waves one hand and holds the other over her eyes as if trying to pretend it's a chilled towel. I'll do some work in a minute. I need to get this finished before lunch, Kira sighs, bending over her papers. Her colleague leans forward and scans the documents. It would have taken a normal person a month to grasp all that. You're too good for this firm. You know that, don't you? She always says she envies Kira's brain. In return, Kira is envious of her colleague's middle finger, which gets regular use. Kira smiles wearily. What is it you usually say? Stop whining, shut up, and send the invoice, her colleague says with a grin. Stop whining, shut up, and send the invoice, Kira repeats. The two women lean across the table and high-five each other. A teacher is standing in a classroom, trying to get a group of 17-year-old boys to be quiet. Jeanette is having one of those mornings when she asks herself why she puts herself through this, not just teaching, but Beartown itself. She raises her voice, but the boys at the back aren't even ignoring her on purpose. She's quite convinced that they genuinely haven't noticed she's there. There are other pupils in the class who want more than this, but they're invisible, inaudible. They just lower their heads and close their eyes tightly and hope that the hockey season will soon be over. One of the plainest truths about both towns and individuals is that they usually don't turn into what we tell them to be, but what they are told they are. The teacher has always been told she's too young for this, too attractive, that they won't respect her. Those boys have been told that they're bears, winners, immortal. Hockey wants them that way, needs them that way. Their coach teaches them to go hard into close combat on the ice. No one stops to think about how to switch that attitude off when they leave the locker room. It's easier to pin the blame on her. She's too young, too attractive, too easily offended, too difficult to respect. In a final attempt to get control of the situation, the teacher turns to the team captain. He's sitting in a corner tapping at his phone. She says his name. He doesn't react. Kevin, she repeats. He raises an eyebrow. Yes, how can I help you, my lovely? The juniors around him laugh as if on command. Are you actually following what I'm teaching you here? It's going to be on the exam, she says. I already know it, Kevin replies. It irritates her intensely that he doesn't say this provocatively or aggressively. His voice is as neutral as a weather forecaster's. Really? You already know it? She snorts. I've read the book. You're just telling us the same things it says there. My phone could do your job. The juniors roar with laughter so loudly that the windows rattle. And then, of course, Bobo sees his chance, the biggest and most predictable boy in the school, always ready to kick someone who's already down. Just calm down, sweet cheeks, he yells. What did you call me? She snaps, then realizes that's exactly the response he wants. It's a compliment. I love sweets. Howls of laughter wash over her. Sit down! Just calm down now, sweet cheeks. I said you should be proud. Proud? Yes, in a couple of weeks' time you'll be able to go around telling everyone you meet that you once taught the legendary junior team who brought the gold back to Beartown. A large part of the class roars its approval, hands banging radiators, feet stamping the floor. She knows it's too late even to try to raise her voice now. She's already lost. Bobo stands up on his desk like a cheerleader and sings, We are the Bears! We are the Bears! We are the Bears! The Bears from Beartown! The other juniors leap up onto their desks and join in. By the time the teacher leaves the classroom, they're all standing bare-chested, chanting, The Bears from Beartown! All apart from Kevin, who just sits there quietly looking at his phone, as calm as if he were alone in a dimly lit room. In Kira's office, her colleague runs her tongue back and forth across her teeth in disgust. Seriously, it feels like I've eaten someone's toupee. You don't think I could have ended up sleeping with that guy in accounting, do you? I was planning to sleep with the other one, whatever his job is. The one with the tight buns and scruffy hair. Kira laughs. Her colleague is single to the extreme, whereas Kira is fanatically monogamous. The lone she-wolf and the mother hen, doomed to envy each other. Her colleague lowers her voice to ask, "Okay, who would you pick from the office, if you had to pick one?" "Not this again." I know, you're married. But if your husband was dead?" "Hello?" Christ, it's hardly that sensitive. Okay, if he was sick, or in a coma. Better? Who would you sleep with if your husband was in a coma? "No one," Kira hisses. "If the survival of the human race depended on it, the guy with the buns and the hair, right? Not the badger, surely." Remind me, which one's the badger? Her colleague does what Kira has to admit is a fairly impressive impression of a man who has recently been appointed to management and happens to bear a striking resemblance to a badger. Kira laughs so hard she almost knocks her coffee over. "Don't be mean to him. He's a nice guy." "So are pigs, but we don't let them inside the house." Her colleague hates the badger, not as an individual, but for what he represents. He got a position in management even though everyone knows it should have gone to Kira. It's a subject Kira tries to avoid discussing, seeing as she can't bring herself to tell her friend the truth. Kira was offered the job, but turned it down. It would have meant too much work in the evenings, too much traveling. She couldn't do that to her family. And now she's sitting here, not daring to tell her colleague because she doesn't want to see the disappointment in her eyes. That Kira was offered the chance, but didn't take it. Her colleague bites off a broken nail and spits it out into the wastepaper basket. "Have you seen the way he looks at women? The badger? Those beady little eyes. I bet you 1,000 kroner he's the sort who'd want you to shove a pen up." "I'm trying to work," Kira interrupts. Her colleague looks genuinely baffled. "What? It's an objective observation. I have extensive experience on the subject of markers, but fine. Sit on your high horse and pretend you're morally untouchable just because your husband's in a coma." "You're still drunk, aren't you?" Kira says, laughing. Does he like that sort of thing? Peter? Pens? "No!" Her colleague apologizes at once, sounding upset. "Sorry, is that a sensitive subject? Have you argued about it?" Kira hustles her out of her office. She hasn't got time for any more laughter today. She's got a schedule to stick to, or at least try to. Then one of the bosses comes along and asks if she's got time to take a quick look at a contract, which swallows an hour. A client rings with an urgent problem, which takes another hour. Leo rings and says his training session has been brought forward half an hour because the junior team needs more time on the ice, so she'll have to get home earlier this afternoon. Maya calls and asks her mom to buy new strings for her guitar on the way home. Peter sends a text saying he'll be late home tonight. Her boss comes in again and asks if Kira has time for a quick meeting. She doesn't. She goes anyway. Trying to be the right kind of guy. Even if it's impossible to be the right kind of mom at the same time. Maya can still remember the first time she met Anna. They held hands before they saw each other's faces. Maya was 6 years old and was out skating on the lake on her own, something her parents would never have allowed, but they were at work and the babysitter had dozed off in an armchair. So Maya grabbed her skates and sneaked out. Perhaps she was looking for danger. Perhaps she simply trusted that an adult hand would catch her before anything went wrong. Perhaps she was just like most children, born to seek out adventure. Dusk fell sooner than she was expecting. She didn't see the change in the color of the ice, and when it gave way beneath her, the water paralyzed her before she even had time to feel frightened. She didn't stand a chance. 6 years old, with no crampons or studs, and her arms so cold that she could barely cling on to the edge. She was already dead. Say what you like about Beartown, but it can take your breath away. In a single second. She saw Anna's hand long before she saw Anna. How one 6-year-old girl managed to pull out another girl the same age, weighed down by a soaking wet snowsuit, Maya will never understand. But that's what Anna was like. You can't keep two girls apart after a thing like that. Anna, a child of nature who went hunting and fishing but didn't quite understand people, ended up best friends with Maya, who was the exact opposite. The first time Maya was over at Anna's and heard her parents arguing, she understood that Anna was on thin ice in ways all her own. Anna has spent more nights at Maya's than at home ever since. They came up with their secret handshake to remind each other that it was always sisters before misters, which Anna used to repeat like a mantra before she even knew what the words meant. She took every chance she got to nag Maya about fishing or hunting or climbing trees. It used to drive Maya crazy, seeing as she would much rather be at home playing her guitar, preferably next to a radiator. But God, she loved Anna. Anna was a tornado, a jagged, 100-sided peg in a community where everyone was supposed to fit into round holes. When they were 10 years old, she taught Maya to shoot a hunting rifle. Maya remembers that Anna's dad always hid the key to his gun cabinet in a box on top of a cupboard at the back of the cellar that stank of mold. Apart from keys and a couple of bottles of vodka, the box was also full of porn magazines. Maya stared at them in shock. Anna noticed and simply shrugged her shoulders. Dad doesn't understand how the internet works. They stayed in the forest until the ammunition ran out. Then Anna, who always had a knife with her, made swords for them both out of tree limbs, and they fenced among the trees until it got dark. Now Maya watches her friend walk off down the corridor, sees her pull her arms down as if she's embarrassed, without even daring to yell, "Out!" because all she dreams about these days is being as normal as possible. Maya hates being a teenager, hates sandpaper, hates round holes, misses the girl who pretended to be a knight in the forest. We become what we are told we are. Anna has always been told that she's wrong. Benji is slumped so low on his cushion in the headmaster's office that there's more of him on the floor than on the chair. They're going through the motions. The headmaster has to tell him off for being late so often this term when all he really wants to talk about is hockey, like everyone else. Any thought of expulsion or other disciplinary measures is out of the question. From time to time, Benji thinks about his eldest sister, Audrey, the one with the kennels. The further the juniors have progressed in the tournament, the more Benji has realized how similar he is to the dogs. If you make yourself useful, you get a longer leash. They hear Jeanette long before she storms through the door. "Those animals! I can't bear it anymore!" she roars before she's even entered the room. "Calm down now, sweet cheeks," Benji says with a smile, and is quite convinced that she's going to punch him. "Say that again! Say that one more time, and I swear you won't be able to play in that game!" she roars at him with her hand raised. The headmaster lets out an anxious yelp and flies up from his chair, takes her by the arm, and leads her out into the corridor. Perhaps grabbing someone's arm is the correct response, but both Benji and the teacher know that it should have been Benji's. In a classroom farther down the corridor, Bobo slips off his desk and tumbles to the floor, still bare-chested and in the middle of "The Bears from Beartown!" There are two types of 17-year-olds around him. Those who like hockey, and those who hate it. The ones who are terrified that he's hurt himself, and those who hope he has. Chapter 11. A simple truth, repeated as often as it is ignored, is that if you tell a child it can do absolutely anything, or that it can't do anything at all, you will in all likelihood be proven right. Lars has no leadership style. He just yells. Amit has had him as his coach throughout his time on the boys' team, and there are few things that worry him more than David being given the job of coaching the A-team next season, so that Lars ends up in charge of the junior team just as Amit gets there. 2 more years with this man is more than he could handle, even for the sake of hockey. Lars has no grasp of tactics or technique, he just thinks everything is warfare. His only pep talk is bellowing that they have to win the battle for the fortress, and that they mustn't get fucked up the ass. If the 15-year-olds had been clutching axes in their hands instead of hockey sticks, he would have coached them in exactly the same way. Obviously, it's much worse for the others on the team. You can get away with a lot when you're the best, and that's what Amit has become this season. Zacharias has had to suffer one of Lars's patented saliva fountains as he yells, "Are the scars from your sex change itching, Zach?" But Amit has sailed through. When he thinks about how close he came to giving up completely 12 months ago, he isn't sure if he should feel happy that he carried on, or aghast at how close he came to not doing so. He was tired, that's all he can remember. Tired of fighting, tired of everyone shouting at him, tired of dealing with so much crap and abuse, tired of the locker room, where the juniors snuck in during one training session to cut up his shoes and throw his clothes in the shower. Tired of trying to prove he was more than the things they called him, a zero from the hollow. The cleaner's son, too small, too weak. One evening after training, he went home and didn't get out of bed for 4 days. His mom very patiently left him alone. Only on the 5th morning did she open his door, ready to go to work, and say, "You might be playing with bears, but that doesn't mean you have to forget that you're a lion." When she kissed him on the forehead and put her hand on his heart, he whispered, "It's too hard, Mom. Your dad would have been so proud if he could have seen you play." "Dad probably didn't even know what hockey was," he mumbled. "That's why," she replied in a raised voice. And she was a woman who took great pride in the fact that she never raised her voice. She'd managed to clean the stands and the corridor and office, and had reached the locker room that morning when the caretaker walked past and knocked gently on the doorframe. When she looked up, he nodded toward the ice and smiled. Amit had put down his gloves, hat, and jacket between the lines. That was the morning the boy realized that the only way to become better than the Bears at their own game was to stop playing it their way. David is sitting at the top of the stands. Now 32, he's spent more of that time inside rinks than outside them. When David became a coach, soon forced him to watch every A-team game for an entire season from up here in the nosebleed seats, and now it's a habit he can't shake. Hockey looks different from up here, and the truth is that Soon and David always saw eye to eye about the questions, they just didn't agree on the answers. Soon wanted to keep all the players in their own age group as long as possible, so that they would have time to work on their weaknesses and form rounded, focused teams without any shortcomings. David thought that attitude only led to the creation of teams where no one was exceptional. Soon believed that a player who was allowed to play with older players would only play to his strengths, and David agreed. He just couldn't see the problem with that. He didn't want a whole troop of players who were all pretty good at exactly the same things. He wanted specialists. Soon was like Beartown, a firm adherent of the old faith that no tree should grow too tall, naively convinced that hard work was enough. That's why the club has collapsed at the same rate that unemployment in the town has rocketed. Good workers aren't enough on their own. Someone needs to have big ideas as well. Collectives only work if they're built around stars. There are plenty of men in this club who think that everything in hockey should be the way it's always been. Whenever he hears that, David feels like rolling himself up in a carpet and screaming until his vocal cords give out. As if hockey has ever been constant. When it was invented, you weren't even allowed to pass the puck forward, and 2 generations ago, everyone played without a helmet. Hockey is like every other living organism. It has to adapt and evolve, or else it will die. David can no longer remember how many years he has been arguing about this with Soon, but on the evenings when he gets home in his very blackest mood, his girlfriend usually teases him, asking if he's fallen out with Daddy again. It was quite funny to start with. Soon was more than just a coach when David himself became one. He was a role model. The end of a hockey player's career is an endless series of doors closing with you on the wrong side, and David couldn't have lived without a team, without feeling he was part of something. When injury forced him off the ice at the age of 22, Soon was the only person who understood that. Soon taught David to be a coach at the same time as he was teaching Peter to be GM. In a lot of ways, they're each other's opposite. David could get into an argument with a door, and Peter was so averse to conflict that he couldn't even kill time. Soon hoped they'd complement each other, but they've developed a mutual loathing instead. For years, David's deepest shame was the fact that he could never get over the jealousy he felt whenever Soon and Peter would go into Peter's office without inviting him along. His love of the camaraderie of the sport was grounded in a fear of exclusion. So eventually he did what all ambitious pupils do to their teachers. He rebelled. He was 22 when he began coaching this group of 7-year-old boys, Kevin, Benji, and Bobo among them. He has been coaching them for 10 years now, melding them into one of the best junior teams in the whole country, and he has finally realized that he can no longer stay loyal to Soon. The players are more important. The club is bigger than that. David knows what people in the town are going to say when he gets Soon's job. He knows a lot of them aren't going to be happy, but they're going to like the results. Lars blows his whistle to signal the end of the practice so close to Zacharias' ear that the boy trips over his own stick. Lars grins unkindly. "And worst in training today was, as usual, little Miss Zach. So you get the honor of collecting the pucks and cones." Lars leaves the ice with the rest of the boys' team trailing behind him. A few of them laugh at Zacharias and he tries to give them the finger, but it's surprisingly hard to do that when you're wearing hockey gloves. Amit has already started circling the ice to gather the pucks. Their friendship has always been like that. As long as Zacharias is left on the ice, Amit doesn't leave. Once Lars is out of sight, Zacharias gets angrily to his feet and mimics the coach's exaggeratedly forward-leaning style of skating as he scratches himself hard between the buttocks. "Collect the pucks! Defend the fortress! Don't get fucked up the ass! No ass fucking on my ice! Hold on, what's this? In my ass? Is it a fuck? Is it a little fuck? There's a little fuck in my ass, Amit! I order you to get it out at once!" He tries to reverse into Amit, who slips nimbly out of the way, laughing, leaving Zach to back straight into the open team bench and land in a heap. "Do you want to stay and watch the juniors practice?" Amit wonders, even though he knows Zach would never do that of his own accord. "Stop saying juniors when you mean watch Kevin. I know he's your idol, Amit, but I have actually got a life. Carpe diem. Laughter and love." Amit sighs. "Fine, forget it." "Is that Kevin Erdahl in your ass, Amit?" Zacharias cries. Amit taps his stick restlessly on the ice. "Do you want to do something this weekend, then?" He really does try to make the question sound nonchalant, as if he hadn't actually been thinking about it all day. Zacharias gets up from the bench with the body language of a baby elephant that's been shot with a tranquilizer dart. "I've got 2 new games, but you'll have to bring your own handset, seeing as you broke my other one last time." Amit looks offended by his friend's recollection of events, given that he had broken the handset with his forehead when Zacharias threw it at him in a fit of temper because he was losing. He clears his throat and collects the last of the pucks. "I just thought we could go out." Zacharias looks as if his friend has suggested pouring poison in each other's ears. "Go out where?" "Just out. People go out. That's what they do." "You mean Maya does?" "I mean people." Zacharias gets up on his skates and starts dancing on tiptoe and singing, "Amit and Maya sitting in a tree. Amit squirts her with his seed." Amit slaps a puck hard into the boards beside him, but can't help laughing. David is standing with Lars in the corridor outside the locker room. "It's a mistake," Lars insists. "However unlikely it might sound, I heard you the first 12 times. Go and get the juniors ready for practice," David replies coldly. Lars lumbers off. David massages his temples. Lars isn't an entirely useless assistant coach. David can put up with the shouting and swearing because that's part of locker room culture, and, dear God, some of the guys on the team do need a tyrant at practice to make sure they actually put the pads on the right parts of their body. But sometimes David can't help wondering how the junior team will function if Lars is going to take charge of it. The man knows no more about hockey than the average noisy fan in the stands, and David could go out into the street, throw a stone, and whatever he hit that had a pulse would know as much as them. Amit and Zach are laughing as they approach, but fall silent abruptly when they catch sight of David. The boys squeeze against the wall so as not to get in his way. Amit visibly starts when David holds up his hand. "Amit, isn't it?" Amit nods. We were just collecting the pucks. We were only messing about. I mean, I know Zach was imitating Lars, but it was only a..." David looks baffled. Amit gulps. "Actually, well, if you didn't see anything, then it was nothing." David smiles. "I've seen you sitting in the stands during the junior team's training sessions. You've been there more often than some of the players." Amit nods nervously. Sorry, I just want to learn." "That's good. I know you've been studying Kevin's moves. He's a good example. You ought to check out how he always looks at the defenseman's skates in any one-on-one situation. As soon as they angle their skates and shift their center of gravity, Kevin taps the puck and makes his move." Amit nods dumbly. David is looking him right in the eye, and the boy isn't used to adult men doing that. "Anyone can see that you're fast, but you need to practice your shooting. Practice waiting for the goalie to move, shoot against the flow. Can you learn that, do you think?" Amit nods. David slaps him hard on the shoulder. "Good. Learn it fast, because you're training with the juniors in a quarter of an hour. Go into the locker room and get a jersey." Amit's hand moves instinctively toward one ear, as if he needs to clean it out to make sure he hasn't misheard. David has already walked off. Zacharias waits until the coach has swung around the corner before wrapping his arms around his friend's neck. Amit is hyperventilating. Zacharias clears his throat. "Seriously, though, Amit, If you had to choose between sleeping with Maya and sleeping with Kevin, you'd pick... Shut up, Amit says, laughing. I'm just checking. Zacharias grins, then pats him on his helmet and growls. Kill them, my friend. Kill them. Amit takes a breath as deep as the lake behind the rink, then for the first time walks past the boys' team's locker room and steps across the threshold into the juniors. He is met instantly by a hurricane of booing and swearing and a chorus of, "Get out of here, you fucking maggot!" from the older players. But when David emerges from the hallway, a silence so complete settles that you could hear a jockstrap drop. David nods to Lars, and Lars reluctantly tosses a jersey at Amit. It stinks. Amit has never been happier. Standing outside in the hallway is his best friend. There are no almosts in ice hockey. Chapter 12. A long marriage is complicated. So complicated, in fact, that most people in one sometimes ask themselves, am I still married because I'm in love, or just because I can't be bothered to let anyone else get to know me this well again? Kira knows that her complaining drives Peter mad, that he sometimes feels browbeaten. Sometimes she calls him 5 times a day simply to check that he's done something he promised to do. Peter's office is perfectly organized, the desk so clean you could eat off it. The shelves are lined with LPs that he doesn't dare take home because he's worried Kira will force him either to throw them away or buy a bigger house. He orders them online and has them delivered to the rink, effectively turning the receptionist into his dealer. Some people hide the fact that they smoke from their spouse. Peter hides his online shopping. He buys the records because they calm him down. They remind him of Isak. He's never told her that. Kira can't remember exactly how old the children were when the snowstorm hit, but they hadn't been living in Beartown long enough for her to get used to the forces of nature. It was around Christmas, the children weren't at school, but there was a crisis at work, so Kira had to go off to an important meeting. Peter took Maya and Leo out tobogganing, and Kira stood by the car and watched them disappear into the swirling whiteness. It was so beautiful and so ominous at the same time. She felt so bereft once they had vanished from sight that she cried all the way to the office. When Peter got injured in Canada and Kira started work, Peter was left at home alone with Isak. One day the child had a stomachache and wouldn't stop screaming. Panic-stricken, Peter tried everything. He rocked him and took him out in the stroller and tried all the home remedies he had ever heard of, but nothing worked. Until he put a record on. Perhaps it was something about the old record player, the crackle in the speakers, the voices filling the room, but Isak fell completely silent. Then he smiled, and then he fell asleep in Peter's arms. That's the last time Peter can remember really feeling like a good father. The last time he had been able to tell himself that he actually knew what he was doing. He's never told Kira that, has never told anyone. But now he buys records in secret because he keeps hoping that feeling might come back, if only for a moment. After her meeting that morning close to Christmas, Kira called Peter. He didn't answer. The man who otherwise always answers. Then she heard on the radio that the snowstorm had hit the forest and people were being advised to stay indoors. She called 1,000 times, left shouted messages for him, no response. She threw herself in the car and drove with her foot to the floor, even though she could barely see a yard in front of the hood. She ran out into the trees where they had left her that morning and started yelling hysterically, then collapsed and dug desperately at the snow with her hands as if she might find her children there. Her ears and fingertips froze, and afterward, she didn't know how to explain what had happened inside her. Only several years later did she realize that it was a nervous breakdown. 10 minutes later, her phone rang. It was Peter and the children, carefree and untroubled, wondering where she was. "Where are you?" she yelled. "At home," they replied, their mouths full of ice cream and cinnamon buns. When Kira asked why, Peter replied uncomprehendingly, "There was a snowstorm, so we came home." He had forgotten to charge his phone. It was in a drawer in the bedroom. Kira has never told him, has never told anyone, but she's never really recovered from that snowstorm. From the feeling she had in the car that she'd lost them, too. So now she sometimes calls her husband and children several times a day just to complain to them, to reassure herself that they're still there. Peter puts a record on, but today it doesn't help. He can't stop thinking about soon. The same thoughts keep going around his head for hours as he stares at a dark computer screen and throws a small rubber ball harder and harder against the wall. When his phone rings, the interruption is so welcome that he even forgets to be annoyed at his wife for always taking it for granted that he's going to forget everything he's promised to do. "Did you drop the car off at the garage?" she asks, even though she can already hear the answer. "Yes, of course I did," Peter says, with the absolute conviction he only demonstrates when he's lying. "How did you get to the office then?" she asks. "How do you know I'm at the office?" "I can hear you bouncing that stupid ball against the wall." He sighs. "You want to work as a lawyer or something. Has anyone ever told you that?" The lawyer laughs. "I'll consider it if I can't go professional with rock, paper, scissors." "You're a cheat." "You're a liar." Peter's voice is shaking when he suddenly whispers, "I love you so much." Kira laughs so he won't hear her crying when she answers, "Same here." They both hang up. Kira is eating lunch 4 hours late in front of her computer, so she can get her work done and still have time to stop to buy new guitar strings for Maya before she rushes home to take Leo to his evening practice. Peter isn't eating at all. He doesn't want to give his body the chance to throw up again. A long marriage is complicated. The juniors' locker room is quieter than usual. The significance of tomorrow's game has started to get under their skin. William Litt, who's just turned 18 but has a beard as thick as an otter's coat and weighs as much as a small car, leans toward Kevin and whispers in a voice that suggests he's in a prison film and is asking for a knife made out of a toothbrush, "Have you got any chewing tobacco?" On one occasion last season, David happened to mention to Lars that he had read that a single portion of chewing tobacco did more damage to a person's fitness than a whole case of beer. Since then, the juniors have been able to count on being yelled at so hard by both Lars and their parents that their hairline shifts backward if anyone so much as glimpses the telltale signs of wear on the pocket of their jeans from carrying a puck-shaped can of chewing tobacco. "No," Kevin replies. Litt nods gratefully anyway, then sets off around the locker room in search of some. They play in the first line together, but no matter how much bigger and stronger Litt is, Kevin has always been the obvious leader. Benji, who could perhaps be described as having certain issues with authority figures, is lying half asleep on the floor, but reaches for a stick and pokes Kevin in the stomach with it. "What the?" Kevin snarls. "Give me some chewing tobacco," Benji asks. "Are you deaf? I just said I've run out." Benji just lies there calmly on the floor looking at Kevin, poking him in the stomach with the stick until Kevin snatches it from him, reaches for his jacket, and fishes out an almost full can of chewing tobacco. "When are you going to learn that you can't lie to me?" Benji smiles. "When are you going to start buying your own chewing tobacco?" Kevin replies. "Probably around the same time." Litt returns without any chewing tobacco. He nods cheerily at Kevin. "Are your parents coming to the game tomorrow? My mom's bought tickets for pretty much all my relatives." Kevin says nothing and starts to wrap tape around his stick. Benji sees this out of the corner of his eye and knows exactly what it means, so he turns to Litt and grins. "Sorry to disappoint you, Litt, but your family comes to your games to see Kevin play." The room bursts into mocking laughter, and Kevin is spared having to say if his parents are coming to the game. Apart from the fact that Benji never has his own tobacco, it would be hard to find a better friend. Amit is sitting in a corner, doing his very best imitation of an empty corner. As the youngest in the locker room, the maggot, he has good reason to be terrified of attracting attention. He keeps his gaze focused high to avoid eye contact, but still have time to react if anyone throws something at him. The walls of the locker room are covered with posters bearing slogans. Train hard, win easy. Team before individual. We play for the bear on the front of our jerseys, not the name on the back. A recent edition with extra large print right in the middle says, "We're bad losers, because a good loser is someone who's used to losing." Amit's concentration wanders for a moment, and a little too late he sees Bobo walking across the floor. When the junior back leans his substantial bulk over him, Amit disappears into his shadow and waits for Bobo to hit him, but instead Bobo smiles, which is much worse. "You'll have to excuse the guys here, they haven't been brought up properly, you know." Amit blinks hard, unsure how to respond. Bobo clearly enjoys this and turns solemnly to the rest of the players, who are now silent and expectant. Bobo points angrily to the pieces of tape littering the floor. "Look at this mess. Well, is this how it's supposed to look? Do you think your mothers work here or something?" The juniors grin. Bobo marches around demonstratively picking up pieces of tape until they fill his cupped hands. Then he holds them up toward the ceiling like a newborn child and proclaims, "Guys, you need to remember that Amit's mother works here." He meets the newcomer's gaze, smiles, and says, "It's Amit's mother who works here, guys." The pieces of tape hang in the air for a moment before raining down like small, sharp projectiles over the boy in the corner. Bobo's warm breath hits his ear as he commands, "Can you give your mom a call, Maggot? It really is very messy in here." The locker room empties in 10 seconds flat when Lars bellows, "Time!" Kevin hangs back till last. He passes Amit, who's on his knees gathering together the pieces of tape. "It's only teasing," Kevin tells him without a trace of sympathy. "Sure, only teasing," Amit repeats quietly. "You know that girl, Maya, don't you?" Kevin says quickly on his way out through the door, as if it had only just occurred to him. Amit looks up. He's watched every single junior training session this season. Things never just occur to Kevin. Everything he ever does is carefully considered and planned. "Yes," Amit mumbles. "Has she got a boyfriend?" The answer is slow coming. Kevin taps the end of his stick expectantly on the floor. Amit stares down at his hands for a long time before his head finally and reluctantly moves a few inches from side to side. Kevin nods with satisfaction and walks out toward the ice. Amit stays where he is, chewing the inside of his lower lip and breathing hard through his nose, before tossing the tape in the trash and adjusting his pads. The last thing he sees before he goes through the door are words written in almost faded pencil on crumpled yellowed paper. A great deal is expected of anyone who's been given a lot. He joins the juniors at the center circle. In the middle of it is an image of a large, threatening bear. The emblem of the club. Strength, size, fear. Amit is the smallest person on the ice. He always has been. Ever since he was 8 years old, everyone has always told him that he won't be able to handle the next level, that he isn't tough enough, strong enough, big enough. But now he looks around him. Tomorrow this team is playing a semifinal game. They're one of the 4 best junior teams in the whole country. And he's here. He looks at Lit and Bobo, at Lars and David, at Benji and Kevin, and thinks that he's going to show them he can play, even if it kills him. There's hardly anything that can make Peter feel as bad as hockey can. And, absurdly, there's hardly anything that can make him feel better. He keeps going over and over his situation until the air in his office seems to run out. When the frustration and nausea start to get unbearable, he gets up and goes out to sit in the stands. He usually thinks better there, so he sits there bouncing his ball up and down on the concrete for so long, he doesn't even notice the junior team start their training session down on the ice. Soon emerges from his office to get some coffee, and on the way back, he sees Peter sitting on his own in the stands. Soon knows that the GM is a grown man now, but it's hard for an old coach to stop thinking of his boys as boys. Soon has never told Peter he loves him. It can be just as hard for father figures to say that as it is for real fathers, but he knows how afraid Peter is of disappointing everyone. All men have different fears that drive them, and Peter's biggest one is that he isn't good enough. Not good enough as a dad, not good enough as a man, and not good enough as GM. He lost his parents and his firstborn child, and every morning he's terrified that he's going to lose Kira, Maya, and Leo. He couldn't bear losing his club as well. Soon sees him lift his head at last and look out across the juniors on the ice. Absent-mindedly to start with, he's so used to following this team now that he counts them without thinking about it. Soon remains standing in the shadows just so he can see Peter's face when the penny finally drops. For 10 years, Peter has helped shape this group of boys. He knows all their names, knows the names of all their parents. He ticks them off one by one in his mind to see if anyone's missing, if anyone might be injured. But they all seem to be there. In fact, there's actually one too many. He counts again. Can't make sense of it. Until he sees Amit. Shortest and slightest of them all, still in equipment that looks a bit too big, just like in his skating classes. Peter just stares. Then he starts to laugh out loud. He's been told so many times that the boy ought to stop playing, that he doesn't stand a chance, and now there he is, down on the ice. No one else has fought harder for this opportunity, and David is giving it to him today of all days. It's a small dream, nothing less. And Peter could do with a dream today. Soon nods with both joy and sadness as he sees this. He goes back to his office and closes his door. This evening he'll hold one of his last training sessions with the A-team, and when the season is over he'll go home and, deep down, we'll wish what we all wish whenever we leave something. That it's going to collapse. That nothing will work without us, that we're indispensable. But nothing will happen. The rink will remain standing. The club will live on. Amit adjusts his helmet and skates straight at an opponent, is checked and falls, but bounces up again. He gets hit and falls, but bounces up again. Peter leans back, smiling the way Kira says he only smiles when he's starting to fall asleep after a couple of grilled cheese sandwiches and half a glass of red wine. He allows himself 15 minutes in the stands before he goes back to his office, with his heart feeling much lighter. Fatima is standing in the washroom, stretching her back, slowly and carefully, so no one hears her whimpering in pain. Sometimes she quite literally rolls off the sofa bed in the morning because her muscles refuse to let her body sit up. She hides it as well as she can, always lets her son sit by the aisle on the bus so he's facing away from her when they stand up to get off and can't see the expression on her face. She discreetly lets the ends of the plastic bags and the trash cans at work hang so she doesn't have to bend down quite so far to get hold of them when she empties them. Every day she finds new ways to compensate. She apologizes as she creeps into Peter's office. If she hadn't, he would never have even heard her. Peter glances up from his papers, checks what time it is, and looks surprised. "But Fatima, what are you doing here now?" Horrified, she takes 2 steps back. "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just going to empty the trash and water the plants. I can come back when you've gone home." Peter rubs his forehead, laughs. "Hasn't anyone told you?" "Told me what?" "About Amit." Peter realizes far too late that you can't say something like that to a mother. She immediately assumes that her son has either been in a terrible accident or has been arrested. There's nothing neutral when you say, "Have you heard about your child?" to a parent. Peter has to take her gently by the shoulders and lead her through the hallway out into the stands. It takes her 30 seconds to realize what she's looking at. Then she claps her hands to her face and weeps. A boy training with the junior team, a head shorter than all the others. Her boy. Her back has never been straighter. She could run 1,000 miles. Chapter 13. The juniors are taking it easy. They've been told to play at 75%. No one wants any injuries before the game. Amit doesn't have that luxury. He throws himself into every situation, presses his skates down as hard as if he were trying to cut through to the concrete. He gets nothing for it. The juniors hack and trip him, force him into the boards, bring their sticks down on his wrists, and seek out every little weakness in every piece of equipment in order to hurt him. He gets cross-checked from behind, falls on all fours, sees lit skates swerve, and doesn't have time to shut his eyes before the shower of ice hits his cheeks. He doesn't hear a word from David. After 3/4 of an hour, Amit is so sweaty and exhausted and furious that it takes an epic exertion of will not to shriek, "Why am I here? Why did you bring me here if you're not going to let me play?" He hears them laughing behind his back. He knows that saying anything would only make them laugh even louder. "I said as much. He's too weak," Lars snorts as Amit picks himself up off the ice for the 1,000th time. David looks at the time. "Let's do some one-on-one. Amit against Bobo," he declares. "Are you kidding? Amit's done 2 training sessions in a row. He's on his last legs." "Line them up," David replies bluntly. Lars shrugs and blows his whistle. David stays by the boards. He knows his views on hockey aren't entirely uncontroversial. He knows he has to keep on winning for the club to continue to let him play his way. But it's also the only thing he cares about. And there are no winners without losers. No stars are born without others in the collective being sacrificed. David's one-on-one training is simple. A line of cones is laid out on the ice from one end all the way to the other, forming a sort of corridor between them and the boards. One defenseman and one forward meet. If the puck leaves the corridor, the defenseman wins, so the exercise forces the forward to find a way to get past in a very confined space. Lars is setting the line up 7 or 8 yards from the boards, but David tells him to make it even narrower. Lars looks surprised, but does as he says, but then David gestures to him to make it even narrower. A couple of the juniors squirm uncomfortably but say nothing. In the end, it's so narrow that it's only a couple of yards wide, so narrow that Amit doesn't stand a chance of using his speed against Bobo. There's nowhere for him to escape. He has to meet him, body to body. Amit, some 90 pounds lighter than Bobo, can see this too. His thighs are screaming with lactic acid when he sets off with the puck. The exercise naturally presupposes a certain sporting distance between attacker and defender, but Bobo gives him none. He comes straight at him and hits him with all his weight. Amit lands on the ice like a sack of flour. Loud laughter from the bench. David gives a slight gesture to indicate that they should do it again. "Stand up like a man!" Lars shouts. Amit adjusts his helmet, tries to breathe normally. Bobo approaches faster this time. Amit's vision goes black for a moment, and when he opens his eyes again over by the boards, he's not quite sure how he ended up there. He can't hear the laughter from the bench anymore, just a muffled echo in his ears. He gets to his feet and collects the puck. Bobo slams him in the chest with his stick. It's like hitting a low-hanging branch at full speed. "Get up!" Lars roars. Amit crawls to his knees. There's blood dripping from his mouth. He realizes he must have bitten his lip or tongue, or both. Bobo is leaning over him, but no longer cruelly. Almost concerned this time. A glimpse of sympathy in his eyes. Or at least humanity. "What the hell, Amit? Just lie there. Don't you get it? This is what David wants? This is why you're here?" Amit glances toward the bench. David is standing there with his arms folded, calmly waiting. Even Lars looks concerned now. And only then does Amit realize what Bobo means. The only thing that matters to David is winning. And only teams with self-confidence win big games. So what do the day before the biggest game ever? You let them bulldoze something weaker. Amit isn't here as a player. He's here as a sacrifice. "Just stay lying down," Bobo tells him. Amit disobeys him. "Again," he whispers, his thighs trembling. When Bobo doesn't reply, Amit hits the ice with his stick and roars, "Again!" He shouldn't have done that. The whole bench hears him. He hasn't given Bobo a choice. The back's eyes darken. "Okay, whatever you want, stupid idiot." Amit sets off. Bobo waits toward the center, forcing him out toward the boards. And as Amit skates, Bobo ignores the puck altogether and goes straight for his body. Amit's head hits the boards. He collapses onto the ice, and it takes him 10 seconds before he can even get to his knees. "Again?" Bobo growls through gritted teeth. Amit doesn't answer. He leaves a small trail of blood behind him as he goes over to the far blue line, collects the puck, and straightens up. He sees Bobo's body tense as he circles threateningly across the bear in the center circle and into the corridor of cones to put an end to this, once and for all. Like a man, Amit thinks to himself. Like a man. He shouldn't have the energy to take off the way he does. He ought to refuse to skate straight at Bobo after the beating he's taken. But at a certain point in a person's life, you either sink or swim, and nothing really matters anymore. What else could they do to him now beyond this? Fuck them. Bobo heads toward him at full speed, but at the very last instant, Amit doesn't stand up like a man. He folds himself double. When he sees Bobo's skates change angle, he slips the puck between them and nimbly spins his body out of and away from the check. In 1 stride, he's past Bobo. In 2, he's caught up with the puck. In 3, he's inside the offensive zone. He hears Bobo crash into the boards behind him, but now he only has eyes for the goalie. He pulls the puck off to the right, left, right, and waits for the goalie to move sideways. Waits, and when he finally sees the goalie's skates tilt a 1/4 of an inch, he shoots mid-skate into the opposite corner, against the flow. A lion among bears. Bobo sets off in blind fury, all the way from the other side of the rink. He's one of the worst skaters on the team, but when he reaches Amit with his stick raised, he still has enough speed and weight advantage to put the boy in the hospital. Bobo doesn't hear the sound of skates approaching rapidly from off to one side behind him, so the pain in his jaw when the shoulder hits it is jarring. Amit slumps in exhaustion some distance away, untouched. Bobo lies on his back on the ice, blinking up at the lights as Benji's face leans over him. "That's enough, Bobo," he says. Bobo nods stiffly. Benji helps him up and then ruefully rubs his own shoulder. The sound of a puck hitting the net can be the most wonderful sound in the world when you're 15. When you're 32, as well. "Write him up for tomorrow," David says as he leaves the bench. When the juniors head off to the locker room, Amit is still lying on the ice. Lars's voice reaches him through a milky haze. "Gather up the pucks and cones. I usually tell the guys that there's a fuck embargo the night before a game, but there's no chance of you getting a fuck, so just lay off the wanking, because you're playing tomorrow." It takes the boy an hour to half crawl, half stagger to the locker room. It's empty. The heating has been switched off. His shoes have been shredded, and his clothes are lying soaking wet on the floor of the shower. It's the best day of his life. Chapter 14. It's Saturday, and everything is going to happen today. All the very best, and all the very worst. The time is 5:45 in the morning, when Maya is hunting through the kitchen cupboards in search of painkillers. She goes back to bed feeling feverish and full of snot, and curls up next to Anna. She's almost asleep when Anna kicks her and mutters sleepily, "Play for me." "Be quiet." "Play for me." Maya grunts. "All right, I've got a question for you. Always hear me play the guitar every time you ask me to, or have me not kill you with it?" Anna sulks in silence for a long time. Then she gently touches Maya's thigh with her permanently ice-cold toes. "Please." So Maya gives up and starts playing, because Anna loves falling asleep to the sound of the guitar, and because Maya loves her. The last thing Maya thinks before she too falls asleep with her headache and cough is that it feels like she ought to spend the day in bed. The yard lies in thick darkness as Peter parks the little car outside the garage, beside the last building before the town stops and the forest takes over to the west. He slept for 3 anxious hours and woke up feeling overwhelmed. Hogg, his childhood friend, is standing in a poorly lit workshop bent over the engine of a Ford so old that it looks like it needs magic rather than a wrench. He's always been known as Hogg, because he played like a wild boar. He's the same height as Peter, but looks twice as wide. His stomach may have softened a little since their hockey years, but his arms and shoulders still look hard enough to have been beaten out of steel. He's wearing a t-shirt even though the garage door is open, and shakes Peter's hand, unconcerned about the fact that Peter doesn't have anything with which to wipe off the sticky mixture of oil and dirt left on his skin. Hogg is well aware that the sticky mess will drive his friend mad. "Thought Kia said you were going to drop it off yesterday," he says, grinning at the car. "I was," Peter admits, doing his best not to think about the mess on his fingers. Hogg lets out a dry laugh, hands him a rag, and scratches his beard, which is so thick and unkempt it started to look like a shaggy ski mask. "Annoyed?" "Let's just say she wasn't exactly over the moon," Peter confesses. "Do you want coffee?" "You got any fresh?" Hogg chuckles. "Fresh coffee. Have you gone all soft now? There's some instant in a kettle in the corner." "I think I'll leave it." Hogg pats his hand intentionally as he walks past, and Peter wipes it with an irritated smile. Friends for 40 years, still the same joke. Hogg grabs a flashlight and heads out into the yard, and Peter stands next to him shivering, full of the sense of inadequacy that only afflicts a man of a certain generation when he watches another man from the same generation repair his wife's car. Hogg straightens up and spares Peter any technical jargon. "Piece of crap. Bobo can do it when he wakes up. You can come pick it up at 9. He goes back into the garage and absent-mindedly picks up one of the Ford's heavy tires, making it look about as challenging as it is for Peter to put paper in the recycling bin. Bobo has unfortunately inherited both his father's raw strength and indifferent skating abilities. Hogg was a terrifying defensive player in his day, but soon always used to sigh, "That lad even manages to trip over the blue lines." "Maybe you could let Bobo have a bit of a rest today? Big game this afternoon," Peter says. Hogg raises an eyebrow without looking up, and wipes his hand across his face to get rid of the sweat, leaving glossy streaks of oil in his beard. "It'll take 2 hours to fix your car. If you're picking it up at 9, Bobo won't have to start until 7. That's a rest." Peter opens his mouth but says nothing. The game of hockey is a game of hockey, but tomorrow this family will have to get up and earn a living again. Bobo is a solid back, but nowhere near a professional standard. There are 2 younger kids in the family, and the global economy waits for no man. Bears shit in the woods, and everyone shits on Beartown. Hog offers him a lift home, but he's happy to walk. Needs to calm his nerves. He walks past the factory, which provides work for fewer and fewer people. He passes the big supermarket, which has put all the smaller stores out of business. He turns onto the road leading to the center of town, and then onto the main shopping street. The street gets shorter and shorter every year. Ramona has survived long enough to get her pension, but one of the good things about owning your own pub is that no one can force you to stop working. The bearskin has been hers since it stopped being her mother's, and before that it belonged to her grandfather. It still looks much the same, but grandfather used to smoke indoors, and now Ramona smokes outside. 3 before breakfast, she lights the last of them on the dying stub of the second. The boys who play billiards and drink beer on a tab here every evening affectionately call her the Marlboro Mom. She has no children of her own. Holger couldn't have any, and perhaps never needed them either. The only family he wanted, apart from Ramona, was his sporting family, he used to say. Someone once asked him if there was any sport he didn't like, and he replied, "Politics. They should stop showing that on TV." If the house had been on fire, he'd have rescued Ramona first of all, but she'd have had to be clutching their Beartown ice hockey season tickets when he did so. It was theirs, that ridiculous sport. All his loudest laughter and warmest embraces had been left behind in the stands. She was the one who smoked, he was the one who got cancer. "I'm suffering from an ironic illness," he declared breezily. Ramona refuses to let anyone say that he died. She says he left her, because that's how she sees it. Like a betrayal. She's been left standing in the snow like a bare tree trunk without any bark, unprotected now that he's no longer here. She has learned how to make the days pass. You just do. When the shift at the factory gets out in the afternoon, the bearskin fills with young men she calls the boys, and whom the police and the hockey club call far worse things. They're capable of a lot of crap, but they love Ramona the way Holger loved her. Maybe she's a bit too protective of them. She knows that. Beartown nurtures tough people, and the way life has turned out hasn't made her boys any softer. But they're all she has left of him. As close to her memories as she can bear to go. Death does strange, incomprehensible things to loving souls. She still lives in the apartment above the pub. Some of the boys who drive forklifts over in the supermarket warehouse buy food for her there now that the little store across the road is closed down. So the old woman no longer goes any farther than the ashtray outside the door. 11 years have passed since Holger left her, and at every A-team game, even when the rink is sold out, there are always 2 empty seats in the stands. Peter sees her from a long way off. She waits for him to get closer. "Are you looking for something, sir?" Ramona asks. She's gotten older, but she's like her pub. Always the same. The people who don't like the fact that the bearskin offers a refuge to the town's thugs each evening talk about her as an unpleasant, sociopathic old woman who's losing her marbles. But even if Peter hardly ever sees her these days, it still feels like coming home after a long journey each time he does. "Don't know yet," he smiles. Nervous about the game? He doesn't have to answer. She stubs her 3rd cigarette out under her shoe, tucks the butt inside the packet, and says, "Whiskey?" He looks up at the sky. Soon the town will wake up, and even the sun seems to be planning an early appearance. Everyone will wake up to the dream that a junior team game can change everything. Can it make the council turn its gaze toward the forest again? Set up a hockey academy, maybe even build a shopping center? Make it so people giving directions say, "Stay on the road, past head," instead of, "If you get to Beartown, you've gone too far"? Peter has spent so long convincing other people of all that, he no longer knows if he believes it himself. "A cup of coffee would be good," he says. She lets out a hoarse chuckle and maneuvers herself down the steps into the pub. That's always the way with sons of fathers who liked whiskey a little too much. You either drink it all the time or not at all. There's no in-between in some families. Peter went to the Bearskin more times before he turned 18 than he's been since. He usually had to carry his dad home. Sometimes he had to help him beat up a debt collector from Head while he was at it. The bar looks the same now as it did back then. Smells a bit less of smoke, and considering what else a basement bar can smell of instead, that isn't altogether a good thing. It's empty now, of course. Peter never comes here in the evening. It isn't a healthy environment for the GM of an underperforming A-team. The old men in the bar have always had a lot to say, but the younger men sometimes go further than harsh words these days. There's a constant thread of violence hidden just beneath the surface of a certain type of person in this town that Peter never noticed when he was growing up, but which struck him all the more plainly after he came home from Canada. Neither hockey nor school nor the economy ever managed to find a way out for these people, and they emanate a silent fury. They're known as the Pack now, even if no one ever hears them say that themselves. The team's official supporters club has always been called Ursus Arctos, and technically the men who hang out at the Bearskin belong to nothing but that, along with the pensioners, preschool teachers, and parents of young families in the seats in the stands. The Pack has no membership cards or t-shirts. The town is small enough for big secrets, but Peter knows that even when they are at their strongest, there are never more than 30 or 40 of them. Yet that's enough to require extra police at A-team games in order to guarantee security. Players who have been recruited from other towns and are thought not to have performed well enough on the ice in comparison to their paycheck have occasionally shown up in Peter's office out of the blue, wanting to tear up their contracts and move. Reporters from the local paper ask questions one day and are inexplicably uninterested the following morning. The Pack has scared their opponents away from coming to Beartown, but sadly the same thing applies to sponsors. The 20-something men at the Bearskin have become the most conservative people in town. They don't want a modern Beartown, because they know that a modern Beartown won't want them. Ramona pushes the cup of coffee across the bar, then knocks on the wood. Is there something you need to talk about? Peter scratches his head. The Marlborough Mom was always Beartown's preeminent psychologist, even if her standard prescription was usually, pull yourself together, there's others have got it worse. I've just got a lot on my mind, that's all. He looks at the walls, covered with game jerseys and pictures of players, pennants, and scarves. When did you last see a game, Ramona? I haven't seen one since Holger left me. You know that, son. Peter turns the cup between his fingers, reaches for his wallet. When Ramona waves her hand dismissively, he puts the money down on the bar anyway. If you don't want it for the coffee, you can always put it in the kitty. She nods appreciatively and takes the notes. The kitty is a box she keeps in her bedroom. She uses it to help when one of the boys loses his job and can't pay the bills. The person who needs it right now is someone from your old line. Robert Holtz has lost his job at the factory. He's spending too much time here. Oh shit, Peter says, because he doesn't know what else to say. He had meant to call Robbie from Canada. He had meant to call him when he moved home. Good intentions don't count. 20 years is too long for him to know how to start the conversation now. Should he apologize? What for? How? His eyes roam across the walls again. Hockey, he says. Do you ever think about what a strange sport it is, Ramona? The rules, the rink. Who on earth would come up with something like that? Someone who needed to give drunk men with rifles a less dangerous hobby? The aged landlady suggests. I just mean, damn. This might sound a bit crazy, but sometimes you can't help wondering if we don't take all this a bit too seriously. If we aren't putting too much pressure on the juniors. They're not really much more than kids. Ramona pours herself a glass of whiskey. Breakfast is, after all, the most important meal of the day. That depends what we want from the kids. And what the kids want from hockey. Peter clutches his cup tighter. And what do we want, Ramona? What can the sport give us? We devote our whole lives to it, and what can we hope to get, at best? A few moments? A few victories? A few seconds when we feel bigger than we really are? A few isolated opportunities to imagine that we're immortal? And it's a lie. It really isn't important. Silence settles between them, untouched. Only when Peter pushes his empty cup back across the bar and stands up to leave does the old widow drain her glass and grunt. The only thing the sport gives us are moments. But what the hell is life, Peter, apart from moments? The best psychologist in town. Kira gathers together Leo's pads and folds his laundry and packs his bag and puts it in the hall. He's 12. He ought to do his own packing. She knows that. But she also knows that she's the one who has to drive him to practice and will have to come straight back to pick up half his things if he packs for himself. When she's done, she sits down at the computer for half an hour. When Leo was at primary school, his teacher once told them during a parent consultation what he had said when he was asked what his parents did. "My dad works with hockey. My mom writes emails." She puts the coffee on, ticks a number of things off her lists and on her calendar, takes several deep breaths, and feels the heaviness in her chest. "Panic attacks," the psychologist said 6 months ago, and Kira never went back after that. She felt ashamed, as if life wasn't happy enough, as if she wasn't content. How could she possibly explain that to her family? Panic attacks? What did that even mean? A lawyer, wife of the GM, hockey mom, and God knows she loves being all three of those. But sometimes she stops the car in the forest going one way or the other and sits in the darkness, crying. She remembers her own mother on those occasions, the way she would wipe the tears from her children's cheeks and whisper, "No one ever said life was going to be easy." Being a parent makes you feel like a blanket that's always too small. No matter how hard you try to cover everyone, there's always someone who's freezing. She wakes Leo at 8. His breakfast is already on the table. She'll be driving him to practice in half an hour. Then she'll come home and pick up Anna and Maya so that the three of them can do a voluntary shift in the cafeteria during the juniors' game. Afterward, Leo will need driving to a friend's and Maya to one of hers, presumably. Then Kira hopes Peter will get back from the office in time for them to have a glass of wine together, maybe some heated-up lasagna from the freezer, before he falls asleep from exhaustion and she sits up till midnight answering emails in an inbox that never empties. Tomorrow is Sunday, and there will be hockey clothes to wash and bags to be packed and teenagers to be woken. Then back to work on Monday, and work, quite honestly, has been shit recently. Since she turned down the offer of promotion, the demands on her have, ironically enough, gotten worse. She knows she's only allowed to arrive last each morning and leave first in the afternoon because she's the best at what she does. But it's been a long time since she felt she was the best she could be. She doesn't have time. She's not up to it. When the kids were little, she saw so many other parents lose control in the stands at the rink, and she couldn't understand them. But now she does. The children's hobbies aren't only the children's hobbies. The parents put just as many hours into them, year after year, sacrificing so much, paying out such huge amounts of money, that their significance eats its way even into adult brains. They start to symbolize other things, compensating for or reinforcing the parents' own failures. Kira knows it sounds silly. She knows it's just a silly game and a silly sport. But deep down, she's nervous too, as well as feeling nervous on behalf of Peter and the juniors and the club and the town today. Deep down, she could also do with winning at something. She goes past Maya's room, picks up some clothes from the floor, and when her daughter whimpers in her sleep, she puts her hand on her forehead. It's hot. In a couple of hours, Kira will be surprised by the fact that her daughter voluntarily and almost eagerly insists on going with them to the rink, regardless. She usually plays the martyr as hard as she can if she finds so much as a split end in order to have an excuse not to have to go to hockey. In hindsight, Kira will wish 1,000 times over that she had forced her daughter to stay at home. Chapter 15. There are plenty of things that hurt people without people ever really knowing why. Anxiety can act as internal gravity, shrinking the soul. Benji has always been good at falling asleep and bad at actually sleeping. He wakes up early on the day of the game, but not from nerves. That's never bothered him. He cycles away from home before his mom wakes up, leaves his bike at the edge of the forest, and walks the last few miles to Adri's kennels. He sits in the yard patting the dogs until his other two sisters, Katya and Gabby, also show up. They kiss their little brother on the top of his head. Then their elder sister comes out and slaps him hard on the back of the neck with her open hand and asks if it's true that he called his teacher Sweet Cheeks. He never lies to Audrey. She slaps him on the back of the neck again, then kisses him just as hard and whispers that she loves him and that she'll never let anything bad happen to him, but that she'll kill him if she hears he's spoken to a teacher like that again. The four of them eat breakfast surrounded by dogs, without saying anything much. They do this once a year, a quiet act of remembrance, always early in the morning so their mother doesn't find out about it. She's never forgiven her husband. Benji was too little when it happened to harbor any hatred, and his three sisters are somewhere in between. Everyone has their own struggle. When Benji gets to his feet, he doesn't ask any of them to go with him, and they don't ask where he's going. They just kiss his hair one after the other, tell him he's an idiot, and that they adore him. He walks back through the snow to his bicycle, then goes off to the cemetery, where he crouches down with his back against Alan Ovich's headstone, smoking joints until the pain is soft enough to let his tears start to fall. The boy's fingertips trace the worn lettering of the name on the stone. On this day, 15 years ago, early one March morning, Alan got out his hunting rifle before his family woke up. Then he took everything that hurt him and went straight out into the forest. It doesn't matter how many times you explain it to a child. No one loses a parent that way without knowing that all the other grown-ups are lying when they say, "It wasn't your fault." People feel pain, and it shrinks their souls. The minutes are creeping toward lunchtime. Kevin is standing in the garden dribbling a puck with soft, controlled movements and complicated patterns between 40 glass bottles placed around the ice. To anyone else, it would have looked like it was happening incredibly fast, but to him, each movement of his wrist feels leisurely. Time moves slower for him than other people. He doesn't know why. When he was little, he used to get beaten up by the older kids because he was too good, until Benji showed up out of nowhere at training one day. They slept at each other's houses every day for several months, read Benji's sister's old superhero comics by flashlight under the covers, and both their lives suddenly made sense. Their own superpowers united them. "Sweetheart?" Kevin's mom calls from the terrace door, pointing at her watch. As Kevin approaches, she carefully reaches out her hand and brushes some snow from his shoulder, lets her hand rest there for longer than usual, more gently than he's used to. She bites her lower lip. "Are you nervous?" Kevin shakes his head. She nods proudly. "We need to go. Your dad managed to get us on an earlier flight to Madrid. We'll drop you off at the rink." "You'll have time to watch the first period, though?" He can see in her eyes that she's going to pieces, but she'd never admit it. "We're in a hurry, sweetheart. Your dad's got an important meeting with a client." "It's a round of golf," Kevin snaps. That's as close as he ever gets to answering back. His mother doesn't reply. Kevin knows it's pointless to carry on. The main hobby of this household isn't hockey, it's avoiding any talk about feelings. If you raise your voice, you lose. All you get is a curt, "There's no point talking to you if you're just going to shout," followed by a door closing somewhere in the house. He starts to walk toward the hall. His mother hesitates, reaches her hand out to his shoulder again, but stops herself and touches him tenderly on the neck instead. She runs a large company and is very popular among her staff precisely because she's so approachable and sympathetic. It's as if it's easier when the people involved have different job descriptions. For years, she used to go to bed dreaming of all the things she was going to do when she got older and had more time, and now she sometimes wakes up in despair in the middle of the night because she can no longer remember what those things were. She wanted to give Kevin everything she herself never had as a child, and she always thought she'd have time left over for all the other stuff. Talking and listening. The years have passed too quickly, and somewhere between her work and Kevin's hockey practice, he grew up. She never managed to learn how to communicate with her child, and now that she has to tilt her head back to look him in the eye, it's even harder. "We'll come to the final," she promises, the way only a mother can when she inhabits a world where it would be inconceivable for a final to take place without her son being part of it. The cafeteria is still empty, even if the rink is beginning to fill with people. Kira is making coffee and getting hot dog rolls out of the freezer. Maya is gazing out of the window. "Who are you looking for?" Anna teases. Maya gives her a hard stare, and Anna cups her hands in front of her mouth and imitates a crackly cockpit announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you not to open any snacks during this flight because we have someone suffering from a peanut allergy on board." Maya kicks her in the shin. Anna jumps out of the way and goes on in the same voice. "We may let you lick the salt from the Kira sees everything, hears everything, and understands almost everything, but says nothing. It's impossible to let your daughter grow up. The only problem is that you're not given a choice. Kira was 15 once upon a time, and unfortunately still remembers exactly the sort of thing that used to fill her head back then. "I'm just going to get the milk from the car," she interrupts when she suspects that Anna is about to say something that neither mother nor daughter are ready to hear spoken out loud in each other's company. Kevin's father is already sitting in the car, and he tells Kevin to sit in the front and starts to quiz him about his English test on Monday. His father's life is all about the quest for perfection, his whole life a chessboard where he isn't happy unless he's 2 moves ahead of everyone else. Success is never a coincidence. Luck can give you money, but never success, he often says. His ruthlessness in business frightens people, but Kevin has never seen him raise his hand to anyone, or even his voice. He can actually be quite charming when he wants, without ever needing to reveal anything about himself. He never loses control, never gets excited, because you just don't if you're always living in the future. Today there's a hockey game, but on Monday there's an English test. 2 moves ahead. My job is to be your father, not your friend, his dad explained when Kevin mentioned once too often the fact that Benji's mother sees almost all of their games. He didn't need to get angry for Kevin to understand his point. Benji's mother doesn't sponsor the team to the tune of several million kroner every year. She doesn't make sure that the lights in the rink stay on. So she probably has rather more time to watch games. Benji has taken the road by the lake so he can smoke without anyone seeing, which ought to stop Lit's mother from organizing another petition the way she did when they were at preschool and Lit saw Benji eating sweets even though it wasn't a Saturday. She's very keen on justice and equality, Lit's mother, so long as they're based on her precise interpretation of those words. Almost all the parents are like that. Benji has always thought that this town must be a terrible place to be a grown-up. He buries the butt of his joint in the snow, then stands among the trees with his eyes closed, and contemplates turning around and walking back the way he came, away from all this. Then maybe steal a car and leave Beartown in the rearview mirror. He wonders if that would make him happier. The parking lot in front of the rink is full of people. Kevin's dad stops the car a short distance away. We haven't got time to stop and talk today, he says, nodding toward the other sponsors and parents in the parking lot, who are as impressed by the Erdahl family's money as their kids are by the way Kevin plays hockey. When you grow up in a family that never talks about feelings, you learn to hear the nuances in words like that. There's no need for him to apologize to Kevin for not driving him all the way to the door, because he just did. They pat each other briefly on the shoulder, and Kevin gets out. You can tell us all about it tomorrow, his dad says. There are dads who ask, did you win? But Kevin's asks, how many did you win by? Kevin always hears him making notes. A whole section of the basement of the house consists of neatly stacked boxes packed with thick notepads full of careful statistics from every game Kevin has ever played, all the way back to Little League. There are probably people who think it's wrong to ask your son, how many goals did you score, instead of, did you score any goals? But both Kevin's father and Kevin himself would have replied the same way. How many goals do their son score? Kevin doesn't ask his father if they'll have time to watch the first period. He just shuts the door and hoists his bag onto his shoulder, as if this were just an ordinary Saturday. But as the car pulls away, he turns and watches it until it's gone. There are more parents than players around him in the parking lot. This isn't just an ordinary Saturday for them. Kevin's mom turns around for some reason and looks through the back window. She usually doesn't do that. Like her husband, she places great value on not being sentimental and teaching Kevin to be independent. They've watched spoiled children in the Heights grow up to become triumphs of mediocrity, feeble, whining creatures who are going to need their hands held all their lives, and they're not going to let that happen to Kevin. Even when it hurts, even when Kevin had to walk all the way back from Head in the dark when he was in primary school, because his dad wanted to teach him the consequences of being late. Even when his mother had to pretend to be asleep when the boy got home. Even when she wept silently into her pillow. What feels comfortable for the parents isn't what's best for the child. She's convinced of that. And Kevin has grown strong because they've allowed him to. But Kevin's mother will always remember what she sees through the rear window that Saturday, and how her son looks as he stands in the parking lot. On the biggest day of his life, he is the loneliest boy on earth. Amit tries to make it look like he's only walking past the cafeteria by chance, and succeeds pretty much as well as if he'd tried to claim he'd eaten his best friend's ice cream by mistake. Kira is heading in the opposite direction, but greets him cheerily and says far too loudly, "Hi, Amit. Are you looking for Maya?" Kira gestures brightly toward the cafeteria and disappears down the stairs, but turns back and calls, "Good luck today." Then she tenses her muscles and growls dramatically, the way she's heard teenagers do out in the town when they wish each other luck. "Knock 'em dead." Amit smiles bashfully. In the cafeteria, Anna and Maya's voices grow louder in heated debate, and Kira hurries down the stairs before one of the girls says something about boys that her mother would have to scrub away from her brain with soap, water, and copious amounts of Riesling. Benji is suddenly standing next to Kevin without Kevin having heard him arrive, his hand on his friend's shoulder, and not a word about the fact that Kevin's eyes look shiny. In return, Kevin says nothing about anniversaries and cemeteries. They've never needed to. They just look each other in the eye and say the only thing they always say before a game. What's the second coolest thing in the world, Kev? When Kevin doesn't respond at once, Benji elbows him in the stomach. What's the second coolest thing in the world, hotshot? Fucking, Kevin says, smiling. But first, you have to go into that rink and do the coolest thing in the world, Benji cries, swinging his bag so carelessly that Kevin has to duck. As they head off toward the locker room, Kevin raises his eyebrows and asks, So, Benjamin, have you been to the bathroom? When they were little, during one of their very first matches together, Benji wet himself on the team bench. Not because he couldn't get to the bathroom, but because one of the players on the opposing team had been trying to check Kevin all through the game, and Benji refused to leave the bench and risk missing a changeover and leaving Kevin unprotected. Benji bursts out laughing, as does Kevin. Then they pick up their sticks and set off to go and do the coolest thing in the world. Have you heard any of their new tracks, though? They're completely insane. It's like you get high just from listening, Anna squawks. What is it you don't get? I don't like techno, Maya cries. This isn't techno, it's house, Anna snaps, insulted. Whatever, I like music where they can play at least one instrument and with lyrics that contain more than 5 words. God, when are you going to listen to music that isn't a suicide soundtrack? Anna wonders, letting her hair fall over her face and imitating Maya's music taste with drawn-out air guitar strumming and groaned lyrics. I'm so sad, wanna die, because my music sucks. Maya laughs loudly and counters with one fist gyrating in the air and the other on an invisible laptop. Okay, this is your taste in music. Oomph, oomph, oomph. Drugs! Yeah! Oomph, 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 oomph. Beside them, Amit clears his throat. By now they're bouncing around the cafeteria so uncontrollably that Anna knocks over a whole stack of boxes of gummy bears. Maya stops, howling with laughter. Are you okay? Amit asks. We just have very, very different taste in music, Maya grins. Okay, I was just passing. I might be playing today, Amit says. Maya nods. I heard. Congratulations. Well, I'll probably be on the bench most of the time, but I'm on the team. But if you're not doing anything afterward, later, this evening, or if you are doing something, then I thought maybe I'd ask if you like, with me. Anna slips on 2 packets of candies and very nearly brings down the entire soda fountain. Maya is laughing so hard she's almost sick. Sorry, Amit, what did you say? Amit is about to reply, but isn't quick enough. Suddenly, Kevin is standing next to him, not bothering to pretend that he just happened to be passing by. He's here because of Maya. She stops laughing when she sees him. Hi, he says. Hi, she says. Your name is Maya, isn't it? She nods warily, looks him up and down. Yes. What's your name? It takes Kevin a few seconds to realize that she's joking. Everyone in Beartown knows his name. He laughs. Ephraim von Shitmagnet, at your service. He bows theatrically, even though he hardly ever makes jokes. And she laughs. Amit stands alongside, hating the fact that it's the best sound he knows. And it's not for him. Kevin looks at Maya in fascination. We're having a team party at my place tonight to celebrate our victory. My parents are away. Maya raises a skeptical eyebrow. You seem very sure you're going to win. Kevin looks like he doesn't understand. I always win. Really? You do you? Ephraim the Shitmagnet? Maya laughs. Von Shitmagnet, please, Kevin grins. Maya laughs. Anna crawls to her feet and adjusts her hair awkwardly. Will Benji be there at the party? Maya kicks her on the shin. Kevin nods cheerily at Maya. There, you see? Bring your friend. It'll be cool. Then he turns toward Amit for the first time and exclaims, You'll come too, won't you? You're part of the team now. Amit tries to look self-assured. Kevin's 2 years older, and that's crushingly obvious as they're standing next to each other. Can I bring a friend too? He asks quietly. Sorry, Ahmed. This is just for the team, yeah? Kevin replies, slapping him on the back. My name's Ahmed says, but Kevin has already walked off. Maya and Anna go back into the cafeteria, still laughing. Ahmed is left alone in the corridor. If he gets a single chance to make a decisive move in the match this evening, there's nothing he wouldn't give to make the most of it. Chapter 16. Pride in a team can come from a variety of causes. Pride in a place, or a community, or just a single person. We devote ourselves to sports because they remind us of how small we are, just as much as they make us bigger. Kira leaves the girls in the cafeteria, laughing in spite of herself. If Peter had heard the things she herself had said to her friends when she was 15, he'd have needed a defibrillator. They were so surprised by each other to start with. She told him he was the only prudish hockey player, and he covered his ears when she joked around with other bar staff. She was so used to being the only girl where she worked. It is the same in law firms as it had been in the restaurant, but testosterone has never been a problem for her. Peter was the one who needed a paper bag to breathe into, and one A-team player, sans front teeth, once told Kira gleefully at one of the few team dinners the wives were still invited to that he had rubbed his knob on every fucking glass in here, in the hope that the GM's wife would be disgusted. She responded by explaining the female equivalent to him in great detail, until the toothless wonder didn't dare look at her again for the rest of the evening. Peter was ashamed at the time. Still is. The last embarrassed Neanderthal. All these years, and they can still surprise each other. That's not such a bad thing. She walks toward the parking lot through the rink, but stops by the ice and just stares at it. No matter how much she tries, she will never be anything more than Peter's other half in this town. She assumes that all adults occasionally wonder about another life, one they could be living instead of the one they've got. How often they do so probably depends on how happy they are. Her mother always used to say her daughter was an incurable romantic, as well as hopelessly competitive, both at the same time. Kira presumes that's true, based on the fact that she and Peter have gone bowling 3 times and are still married. The 3rd time, they ended up Googling emergency marriage counselor at 1:30 in the morning. God, how much he annoys her sometimes. But God, how she loves him. It wasn't a love that developed gradually. It hit her like an affliction. It's an ongoing condition. All she wishes is that each day were 48 hours long. But she's not greedy. She'd be happy with 36. She just wants to be able to have a drink and catch up with a TV show. Is that really too much to ask? She just wants sufficient time to make a big enough blanket. She thinks about that other life far too often, the one someone else is living. She was so happy for Peter when he got his professional contract, but she was happy for herself when he stopped playing, when there was space for her. Will she ever be able to admit that to him? The brief period when he was neither a player nor GM, when he sold insurance and simply tried to be happy, is the best time she can remember. How can you tell the person you love something like that? When Isak died, everyone did everything for them. When their lungs collapsed, they needed a fabricated form of love that could help them breathe. So Kira made the hardest decision she has ever made. She realized she was going to have to give hockey back to Peter. There's a thin line between living and surviving, but there's one positive side effect of being both romantic and very competitive. You never give up. Kira gets the milk from the car, then stands there just laughing to herself, and realizes that she's learned to laugh that way more and more often. Then she takes out a green scarf emblazoned with the words, Beartown Ice Hockey, and ties it around her neck. On her way back into the rink, she greets and hugs other people wearing the same color, and for a few moments, everything else seems unimportant. You don't need to understand every aspect of the ice to love it, and you don't have to love the town to feel proud of it. Peter is wandering around the rink like an exorcised ghost. His entire day so far has been a sequence of moments similar to walking into a room and instantly forgetting why you were there. In the hallway outside his office, he absent-mindedly walks into Tails, which is no mean feat, seeing as there's a lot of tails not to notice. He's 6.5 feet tall, and a good deal sturdier around the waist than when they played in the final of the Swedish championship together. He was always the sort of guy who compensated for a lack of self-confidence by trying to attract as much attention as possible. He talks as loudly as a child with headphones on, and when they were teenagers, he always turned up at parties in a suit when everyone else was wearing jeans, because he had read in a magazine that girls liked that. Toward the end of their time in high school, one of the club's sponsors died, and the whole team was told to wear suits for the funeral. When he heard that, he showed up in a tailcoat. And that was how he got his nickname. These days, he owns a chain of large supermarkets, one here and one in Head, and a couple more in places Peter has never really bothered to make a mental note of when tales has been going on about them. He's managed to get thrown out of every hunting club in the area because he can't even keep quiet in the forest. When they played together, he would gesticulate with his long arms every time a call went against him, veering between laughter, tears, despair, and rage so quickly that Soon used to say it was like trying to coach a mime who can't shut up. Tails was a mediocre player, but he loved the competitive aspect of the game. When his hockey career came to an end, that attitude made him a far from mediocre salesman. Now he gets a new car every year and wears a Rolex the size of a blood pressure monitor. Trophies from a different sport. "What a day, eh?" The bulky grocer grins, gazing down at him. They are standing next to the old team photograph in which they're standing side by side. "And now you're GM and I'm the main sponsor." Tails smirks in a way that stops Peter from pointing out that he's actually a long way from being the main sponsor. "Yes, what a day," Peter agrees. "We look out for each other, don't we? The Bears from Beartown," Tails roars. And before Peter has time to respond, he goes on. "I bumped into Kevin Erdahl yesterday. I asked him if he was nervous, and you know what he said? No. So I asked him what his tactics were for the game, and you know what he said? To win. Then he looked me right in the eye and said, 'That's why you sponsor the team, isn't it? To get a return on your investment.' 17 years old. Did we talk that way when we were 17? Peter doesn't answer. He's not sure he can remember ever being as young as 17. He goes over to the coffee machine. It's gone wrong again and rattles and hisses before reluctantly emitting a dribble the color of old chewing tobacco and the consistency of glue. Peter drinks it anyway. Tails scratches himself under one of his chins and lowers his voice. "We've met up with the counselors, some of us sponsors and board members, all off the record, of course." Peter is looking for cream and is trying to make it clear that he doesn't want to hear this. Tails takes no notice. "When the juniors win the final, they're going to pick Beartown as the site of the hockey academy. It would look terrible if they didn't, in PR terms, of course. And we've had a bit of a discussion about renovating the rink." Also off the record, I assume, Peter grunts, seeing as he knows that off the record in the political language of the local council means backs being scratched with one hand while the other stuffs money into a pocket. Tails slaps him on the back and nods toward his office. "Who knows, Peter? Maybe we'll even be able to afford to get you an espresso machine." "Great," Peter mutters. "I don't suppose you've got anything stronger in there?" Tails says loudly, looking toward Peter's office. "Nervous about the game, then?" Peter smiles. "Did Da Vinci get a discount on Brown when he painted the Mona Lisa?" Peter laughs and nods toward the office next to his. "The president's bound to have a bottle or two." Tails brightens up. Peter calls after him. "You are going to keep your shirt on today, aren't you, Tails? Not like the quarterfinal? The parents weren't happy." "Promise," Tails lies, then adds quickly without turning around, as if it hadn't been his intention all along. "Let's have a little glass together before the game, eh? I mean, I guess you could have water. Or soda, if that's what you drink. I've invited a few of the other sponsors along as well. I thought we could have a little chat. You know, off the record." He returns with both a bottle and the president, whose forehead is already as shiny as freshly polished ice, with dark patches under his armpits. Only then does Peter realize that he's walked into an ambush. Fatima has never been in the rink when there are so many people in it. She usually sees Ahmet's games with the boys' team, but those are only watched by the parents of the players and whatever younger siblings have been dragged along. Today, grown men are standing in the parking lot begging to buy tickets at 4 times their face value. Ahmet bought 2 well in advance. She had wondered why he didn't want to go with Zacharias like he usually does, but Ahmet had said he wanted to show her the boys he would one day be playing with. That was only a week or so ago, and back then it would have seemed utterly fantastical that such a day would come so soon. She clutches the tickets tightly in her hand and tries not to get in anyone's way in the throng, but evidently fails to be invisible because someone suddenly grabs her and says, "You, are you going to help with this or what?" Fatima turns around. Magan Lit is waving her arms at her, then points to a glass bottle that someone's dropped on the floor and has broken. "Can you get a dustpan and brush? Surely you can see that someone might step on it here. A child." The woman who dropped the bottle, Fatima recognizes her as the mother of another player on the team, is showing no sign of picking the glass up herself. She's already started to walk off to her place in the stands. Are you listening or what? Maganlit exclaims, taking hold of Fatima's arm. Fatima nods and puts the tickets in her pocket. She goes to bend down by the glass. She is stopped by another hand on her shoulder. Fatima? Kira says warmly, before turning to Maganlit with noticeably less warmth. What's the problem? I don't have a problem. She works here, doesn't she? Magan snarls. Not today, Kira says. What do you mean, not today? So what's she doing here, then? Fatima straightens her back and takes such a tiny step forward that it's unnoticed by everyone but her. Then she looks Magan in the eye and replies, I'm not she. I am actually standing here. I'm here for the same reason as you, to watch my son play. Kira has never seen anyone more proud, and has never seen Magan so speechless. When the crowd has carried Mother Lit away, Kira picks the glass up from the floor. Fatima asks quietly, Sorry, Kira, but I'm not used to... I wonder, would you mind if I sat next to you today? Kira bites her lip, takes a firm grasp of Fatima's hand. Oh, Fatima, I should be asking if I can sit next to you. Soon is sitting at the top of the stands. The sponsors who've passed him on the stairs have pretended they haven't seen him, so he knows precisely what they're on their way to talk about in the office. Oddly enough, he no longer feels angry or sad. He just feels tired of the politics and money and everything about the club that no longer has anything to do with hockey. He's just tired. So maybe they're right after all. He doesn't fit in anymore. He looks out across the ice and takes several deep breaths through his nose. A few of the players on the opposing team, ready early the way you are when you're terrified, set out to warm up. No matter how times change, nerves remain the same. Soon finds that comforting, that this is still only a sport, regardless of what the men in the offices are trying to turn it into. A puck, 2 goals, hearts full of passion. Some people say hockey is like religion, but that's wrong. Hockey is like faith. Religion is something between you and other people. It's full of interpretations and theories and opinions. But faith, that's just between you and God. It's what you feel in your chest when the referee glides out to the center circle between 2 players, when you hear the sticks strike each other and see the black disc fall between them. Then it's just between you and hockey. Because cherry trees always smell of cherry trees, whereas money smells of nothing. David is standing in the players' tunnel, watching the sponsors go up the steps toward the offices. He knows what they say about him, how they talk about his successes, but he also knows how quickly they'd turn against him next year if the A-team doesn't reach the same heights. And dear God, does anyone in this town have any idea how utterly improbable this junior team is? There are no Cinderella stories in hockey anymore. The big clubs strip the smaller ones of talent before the players have even reached their teens. And even in Beartown, where, miraculously, all the guys have stayed put, there's only one player of truly elite caliber. The rest ought to be outplayed in 100 games out of 100. But despite that, here they are. This team is like a swarm of hornets. People keep asking what David's tactical secret is. He can't tell them because they wouldn't understand. The tactical secret is love. He became Kevin's coach when he was a frightened little 7-year-old who would have been flattened by the older kids outside the rink if he hadn't had Benji there to protect him. Even then, Benji was the most courageous little bastard David had ever seen, and Kevin the most talented. David taught them to skate backward as well as forward. He taught them that passes are just as important as shots. He made Benji play for entire practices without his stick, and forced Kevin to play for weeks with a stick that was curved wrong. But he also taught them that they only had each other, that the only person you can really trust in this world is the guy next to you on the ice, that the only people who will refuse to get on a bus before you come back to it are a team. It was David who taught the boys how to tape their sticks and sharpen their skates, but he also taught them how to knot a tie and shave. Well, their chins, anyway. They taught themselves the rest. He starts to laugh every time he remembers how Bobo, the wayward, hyperactive little fatty, once turned around in the locker room when he was 13 and asked Benji if they were supposed to shave their backsides at the same time as they shaved their testicles. Do girls think it's important that they match? When David himself was a junior, that was part of the younger players' initiation, forcibly shaving their pubic hair off. It used to be regarded as humiliating. He doesn't know what the modern equivalent would be, but he suspects that today's teenagers would only be scared by the prospect of being taped to a chair and having to let their pubes grow out again. Hockey changes all the time because the people playing it do. When David was a junior, the coach used to demand total silence in the locker room, but David's team has always been full of laughter. He's always known that humor could bring people together, so when the guys were young and nervous, he always used to tell jokes just before a game. Their favorite when they were small was, "How do you sink a submarine from head? You swim down and knock on the door. How do you sink it a second time? You swim down and knock on the door, because then they open it and say, 'Oh no, we're not falling for that again.'" When the guys grew older, their favorite was, "How do you know you're at a wedding in head? Because everyone's sitting on the same side of the church." Then they got old enough to tell their own jokes, and David used to leave the locker room more and more, because sometimes the absence of the coach can also unite a team. He looks at the time, counting the minutes until the start of the game. The sponsors in the stands will never understand his tactics, because they can never understand what the guys on the team are ready to sacrifice for each other. While the sponsors have been shouting at David to let the team loose offensively, David has patiently allocated very clear roles to his players, drilling them on where to pass the puck, on precise positioning, how to direct the play, angles, evaluation, and how to eliminate risk. He's taught them how to disarm any advantage their opponents may have in terms of technique or speed, how to bring them down to their own level, how to frustrate and irritate, because that's when they win, because they have something no one else has. Kevin. If he gets the chance, he can score 2 goals, and as long as he has Benji beside him, he'll always get at least 1 chance. "Ignore the stands. Ignore what people say," David keeps repeating. His tactics demand subordination, humility, and trust. 10 years of training and hard work. And if Beartown loses in every stat except the one indicating the number of goals scored, David will tell each and every one of the players in the locker room that they've done their job. And they trust him. They love him. When they were 7 years old, when everyone else just laughed, he told them he would take them all the way here. And he's kept his promise. Before he turns to go back to the locker room, he sees Sun sitting alone at the top of the stands. Their eyes meet for a moment. No matter how much they have argued, David knows that the stubborn old bastard is the only person in this club who actually still understands the love underpinning what they do. Chapter 17. Some people say that everything in hockey is black and white. They're crazy. Fatima and Kira are sitting in their seats when Kira suddenly excuses herself and stands up, makes her way to the steps, and stops a middle-aged man who Fatima knows is in middle management at the factory. Kira grabs at his red scarf irritably. "Creaster, for heaven's sake, take that off!" The man, who is obviously not used to being scolded, and certainly not by a woman, stares at her. "Are you serious?" "Are you serious?" Kira exclaims, loud enough to make the other people on the steps turn toward them. The man looks around with uncertainty flaring on his cheeks. Everyone is looking at him. He doesn't know who it is, but behind him someone mutters, "For God's sake, Creaster, she's right." And then other voices soon join in. Creaster slowly removes his scarf and puts it in his pocket. His wife leans toward Kira apologetically and whispers, "I tried to tell him, but you know what men are like. Sometimes they just don't understand hockey." Kira laughs and goes and sits down next to Fatima again. "A red scarf? He must be mad. Sorry, what were we talking about?" Nothing is black and white in Beartown. It's red or green, and red is Head's color. Amit's fingertips trace the seams of his matched jersey. Dark green with silver numbers and the brown bear on the chest. The colors of Beartown: forest, ice, earth. He's wearing number 81. He was number 9 on the boys' team, but that's Kevin's number here. The locker room around him is chaotic. Benji, number 16, is of course lying in a corner, asleep as usual, but all the other juniors are sitting huddled up on their benches, forced back by parents who are getting louder and more excitable with their advice the closer the start of the game gets. That tendency exists in all sports. Parents always think their own expertise increases automatically as their child gets better at something, as if the reverse weren't actually the case. The noise level is unbearable, and loudest of all is Magan Lit, a privilege you can grant yourself when your son plays in the first line. Benji's mom has never set foot inside the locker room, and Kevin's mom hardly ever comes to the rink, so Magan has ruled the roost here for years. She came and untied little William's skates after every game until he was 13, and she and her husband sacrificed their second car and holidays abroad so they could afford to move into the house next to the Erdahl families, and their sons could become best friends. Her frustration at the fact that William hasn't yet managed to force his way in between Kevin and Benji has started to slip into downright aggression. When David walks in, the locker room explodes in a torrent of accusations, questions, and demands from all the adults in there. He walks straight through them as though they didn't exist, followed by Lars, who starts shepherding them toward the door. Magan Lit is so insulted that she bats his hand away. "We're here to support the team." "That's what we have the stands for," David replies without looking at her. She loses control at that. "And as for you, David, what sort of leadership are you showing, making changes to the team before this of all games?" David raises his eyebrows uncomprehendingly at her. William Lit looks like he wants to die. "What's he doing here?" Magan demands, pointing straight at Amit. Amit looks like he shares William's wish. David keeps his voice quiet on purpose, forcing all the other adults to shut up. "I don't justify my choice of team to anyone." The vein on Magan's forehead is throbbing like a church bell. "You'll justify it to me, I'll have you know. These boys have played for you for 10 years, and for their biggest game ever, you pick someone from the boys' team?" She gestures expansively toward all the other adults in the room, and manages to get them to nod and grunt in agreement before fixing her eyes on David and demanding, "Do you have any idea how important this game is for us? For all of us? Do you know what we've had to sacrifice for this sport?" Amit is squirming, and looks like he'd like to run off down the hall, leave the rink, and never come back. That's not helped when David's face turns red so quickly that even Magan reverses straight into the wall. "You want to talk to me about sacrifices?" David hisses, walking right up to her without giving her the slightest chance to reply. "Look at him," he says, pointing at Amit, and before Magan has time to react, he's grabbed her by the arm and dragged her halfway across the floor until she's standing right in front of the boy. "Look at him! Are you seriously standing here saying that your son deserves this more than he does? Are you saying they trod the same path to get here? Are you telling me your family has worked harder than he has? Look at him!" Magan Lit's arm is shaking when he lets go of it. David simply gives Amit a quick pat on the shoulder, his thumb nudges the boy's neck, and he looks him in the eye. Not a word. Just that. Then the coach crosses the room, puts his hand on William Lit's cheek, and whispers, "We play for ourselves, William. No one else. You and I, we play for ourselves. Because we got ourselves here. No one else did." William nods and wipes his eyes. Bobo's feet are drumming the floor relentlessly. He's finding it impossible to sit still. When Lars throws out all the parents, including Magan, the silence is so intense that it's suffocating. And Bobo can't keep quiet at situations like that. He's never been able to. He isn't Kevin or Benji. He's always had to fight his way to the center of attention, to the middle of the locker room. As long as he can remember, he's been terrified of corners, of being forgotten, left unacknowledged. He can see all his best friends' heads hanging on their chests now, and he would desperately love to stand up and give an inspirational speech, the sort you see in films, but he doesn't have the words for it, nor the voice. He just wants to kill the silence. So he stands up, clears his throat, and says, "Hey guys, what did one lesbian vampire say to the other lesbian vampire?" The juniors look up at him in surprise. Bobo grins. "See you in a month." Some of the teams start to laugh, which is all the encouragement Bobo needs to carry on. "Do you know what the usual cause of death is for lesbians?" A few more are laughing now. "Hairballs!" Bobo cries before launching into his big finale. "And do you know why lesbians get so many colds? Lack of vitamin D!" The whole locker room is laughing now. With him and at him, he doesn't care which, as long as they laugh. In a moment of pride, he turns to David, whose expression hasn't changed, and bursts out, "Have you got any good ones, coach?" The locker room falls silent again. David sits there motionless. Bobo's face turns first red, then white. In the end, Lars both saves and destroys him by clearing his throat, getting to his feet, and saying, "Do you know why Bobo always cries and his ears hurt after he's had sex?" Bobo squirms anxiously. Some of the guys start giggling in anticipation. Lars's face cracks into an alarmingly wide grin. "Because of the pepper spray and rape whistle." The storm of laughter from all the juniors makes the room shake. In the end, even David smiles, and he'll think back to that moment many times afterward, whether a joke is always only a joke, whether that particular one went too far, whether there are different rules inside and outside a locker room, whether it's acceptable to cross the line in order to defuse tension and get rid of nerves before a game, or if he should have stopped Lars and intervened by saying something to the guys. But he does nothing, just lets them all laugh. He'll think about that when he gets home and looks his girlfriend in the eye. In the meantime, Amit is sitting in the corner, hearing himself laugh, because it's a release, because it makes him feel part of the team, because there's something wonderful about making the same noise as everyone around him. He'll feel ashamed of that forever. Benji wakes up to find Kevin shaking him. Being able to sleep through both Magan Lit's tactical talk and Lars's sense of humor is one of his foremost talents, and getting a chance to do so is definitely a privilege. There have always been parents who have questioned Benji's behavior, both on and off the ice, but David always says the same thing. If the other players gave me even an ounce of what Benji gives me on the ice every time, I wouldn't give a damn if they all slept on the team bench. When Bobo sits back down again, destroyed in the way that only a teenager can be by an adult in front of his best friends, another adult sits down next to him with his hand on his shoulder and his thumb against his neck. Bobo looks up. David is smiling at him. You're the least selfish player I've got on this team, you know that? Bobo presses his lips together. David leans closer to him. You're going to be playing in the third defensive pair tonight, and I know that's going to be a disappointment to you. Bobo fights back tears. Throughout his early childhood, he was the best back in this team because of his size and strength, but in the past few years, his poor skating has let him down. First, he slipped into the second defensive pair, now the third. David holds his hand gently on his neck and looks at him intently as he says, But I need you. Your team needs you. You're important. So I want you to give me everything you've got tonight at every changeover. I want every last drop of blood. And if you give me that, if you trust me, I promise I'll never let you down. By the time David stands up, Bobo's feet are drumming against the floor again. If David had asked him to go out and kill someone at that moment, he would have done so without hesitation. When the coach stands in the middle of the room, after 10 years with them, there isn't a boy in there who doesn't feel the same. He looks each of them in the eye in turn. I'm not going to say much. You know who you're up against. I know you're better than them. So I expect just one thing. I will only tolerate one thing. Don't come back to this locker room until you've given it to me. He seeks out Kevin's gaze and holds it like a vice. Win. Win, Kevin replies with dark eyes. Win, David repeats, punching his clenched fists in the air. Win! The whole locker room roars with one voice. They fly up from their benches, a stamping, banging, panting horde, ready to be led out by their team captain. David walks past and slaps each of them hard on the helmet. Then when he gets to the front and has his fingers on the door handle, he whispers so that only boy number 9 can hear. I'm proud of you, Kevin. No matter what happens this evening, if you play your best match ever or your worst, there isn't another player in the world I'd have picked over you. The door opens. Kevin doesn't walk out onto the ice. He takes it by storm. Chapter 18. Loneliness is an invisible ailment. Since Holger left her, Ramona has become like the animals in the wildlife documentaries she watches on the nature channels on the nights when the sleeping pills don't work. The ones who have been held in captivity for so long that you can remove all the barriers without them making any attempt to escape. Any living thing that is kept behind bars for long enough eventually becomes more scared of the unknown than its own captivity. At the start, she only stayed indoors because she could still hear his laughter in here, his voice, and the way he used to swear when he stubbed his toe on the low step behind the bar. A whole life together in this building, and he still couldn't figure out where that damn step was. But isolating yourself happens faster than you might think. The days blur together when you live more on the inside than outside, and the years continued to pass by on the other side of the street while she desperately tried to make everything inside the bearskin and the apartment above it carry on exactly as it was when he died. She was frightened she would forget him if she went out into the world, that she might go to the supermarket and come home to find that his laughter was no longer there. Then suddenly one morning, 11 years had passed, and everyone but her boys thinks she's lost her mind now. She became a time traveler trapped inside her own machine. People sometimes say that sorrow is mental, but longing is physical. One is a wound, the other an amputated limb, a withered petal compared to a snapped stem. Anything that grows closely enough to what it loves will eventually share the same roots. We can talk about loss, we can treat it and give it time, but biology still forces us to live according to certain rules. Plants that are split down the middle don't heal. They die. She is standing in the snow just outside the door, smoking. 3 in a row. The roof of the rink is visible from here. The roar when the Beartown juniors make it 1-0 sounds like it's going to blow every building along the main street apart, as if it's going to pick the whole forest up and dump it in the lake. Ramona tries to take a step toward the street, just one step nearer the pavement. Her whole body is shaking uncontrollably as she fumbles for the wall behind her, sweat drenching her clothes in spite of the sub-zero temperature. She goes back into the warmth, closes the door, switches the lights off, and lies down on the floor in the bar with Holger's photograph in her hands, right next to the step. People say she's gone mad, because that's what people who know nothing about loneliness call it. Ahmet is terrified, even though he hasn't played for a second. When he followed Kevin and the rest of the team out onto the ice, when the crowd stood up and the roar made his ears pop, he headed straight for the bench, absolutely convinced he was about to throw up. One day he'll look back on that moment and realize that the feeling never disappears, no matter how successful you become. Kevin scores the first goal in the opening minute of the game. That's no coincidence. In every game, he seems to get a short window before the defense realizes just how good he is, exactly how fluid his wrist action, how swiftly he can skate around them. He does that with laser-like precision. They won't make that mistake again. For the rest of the game, they shut him down by shadowing him so closely they may as well be sharing the same pair of skates. The opposition turns the game around to 2-1. They deserve it. They're astonishingly good, powerfully and methodically mounting attack after attack until Ahmet ends up surprised that they're only leading by 1 goal every time he looks up at the scoreboard. They're the strongest and most technically proficient team he's seen. He's pretty sure they could have beaten Beartown's A-team. And everyone can see it. With every line change, the players around Ahmet slump more heavily on the bench. Their sticks pound the boards less often and less aggressively, and even Lars is swearing more quietly. In the second intermission, on his way to the locker room, Ahmet hears some adults in the stands laugh forlornly. Well, a semifinal's nothing to be ashamed of. We'll just have to hope for a better team next season. He's surprised at how angry that makes him. It rouses something inside him. By the time he enters the room, he's ready to smash something. David is the only person who notices. Robbie Holtz is standing alone in the street, hating himself. He wouldn't have gone outside voluntarily today unless he'd run out of drink at home again. He looks at the roof of the rink, estimates in his head where they ought to be in the game now. It's a peculiar sort of angst, the one he lives with, knowing that you had the greatest moment in your life at the age of 17. While he was growing up, everyone kept telling him he was going to turn professional, and he believed them so intensely that when he didn't make it, he took it to mean that everyone else had let him down, as if somehow it wasn't his own fault. He wakes up in the mornings with the feeling that someone has stolen a better life from him, an unbearable phantom pain between what he should have been and what he actually became. Bitterness can be corrosive. It can rewrite your memories as if it were scrubbing a crime scene clean, until in the end you only remember what suits you of its causes. Robbie walks down the steps to the bearskin, but stops himself in surprise. The lights are off inside. Ramona is downing one last glass of whiskey and yanking on her outside clothes. Good that you came, she whispers. Why, are you going somewhere? He wonders, confused, because he knows as well as everyone else that the crazy old bag hasn't been farther than a couple of paces from the pub in over a decade. I'm going to a hockey match, she says. Robbie starts to laugh because there's no other option. And you want me to mind the bar for you? I want you to come with me. He stops laughing then. She has to promise to wipe out his tab for the last 4 months to get him to take a single step outside the door. Tails is standing up even though he's paid for a seat. No one in the row behind can be bothered to complain anymore. That fucking William Litt, Christ, there are people in witness protection programs who are easier to find on the ice than that bastard, he snarls to the other sponsors. I beg your pardon? Moggen Litt exclaims from 2 rows below. I said witness protection program, Moggen, Tails repeats, and everyone sitting between them wishes they could apply to join it. Bobo is still sitting in complete silence on the bench when the third period begins, and he can count the number of minutes he's played on one hand. He doesn't know how you can be part of a team when you're not part of the game. He's trying to control himself, but he loves this team. He loves his jersey and his number. So when he sees something he can't believe everyone else can't see as well, he grabs hold of William Litt on the bench and shouts, Their backs want you to try to cut inside them, can't you see that? They want it to be so crowded in the center that Kevin doesn't have any space. Pretend you're heading in and then dart outside just once, and I promise you. William clamps his glove over Bobo's mouth. Shut up, Bobo. Who do you think you are? You're in the third defensive pair. You don't tell the first line what to do. Go and get me my water bottle. The look in his eyes is so cold and patronizing that Bobo can hardly hear the mocking laughter from the other players. The most painful fall for anyone is tumbling down through a hierarchy. Bobo has known Lit all his life, and the way his friend is looking at him now leaves marks, and gives rise to the sort of corrosive bitterness that never leaves some men, that can wake you in the middle of the night and make you think someone has stolen the life you should have had. Bobo goes and gets the water bottle. Lit takes it without a word. Bobo is the largest player on the team, but when he sits down, he is the smallest player on the bench. Ramona stops outside the rink, stands in the snow shaking, and whispers, I'm sorry, Robert, I can't. No farther than this. Robbie is holding her hand. She's not supposed to be living this way. Holger ought to have been sitting in there. This should have been their moment. He puts his arm around her as only someone else who has been the victim of theft can. Let's go back home, Ramona. It doesn't matter. She shakes her head, fixes her eyes on him. The deal is that I wipe your tab if you go to the game, Robert. I want to know what happened immediately afterward. I'll be standing here waiting. Robbie is many things, but brave enough to argue with Ramona isn't one of them. There's a distinct moment in a player's life when they find out exactly how good they are. William Litz comes halfway through the third period. He's never been quick enough for this level, but now it also becomes clear that he doesn't have the stamina either. He can't keep up. He hasn't got the energy. Their opponents can direct him without going anywhere near him. Kevin has 2 men marking him, 4 arms across his chest the whole time. Benji is a tornado, flying across the whole of the rink, but Beartown needs more space. Lit gives all he has. It isn't enough. David has built his whole philosophy, this team's entire unbelievable season, on not trusting to fate. They never just hope for the best. They don't just dump the puck forward and go for it. They have a plan, a strategy, a purpose with each pattern, each movement. But as soon, the old bastard keeps saying, the puck doesn't just glide, it bounces as well. It's unpredictable. Lit is heading for the bench when he gets tripped. He falls to the ice and sees the puck bounce over the blade of one of their opponents and nudges it forward out of reflex. It jumps over another 3 sticks. Kevin reaches for it but is brought down by a big hit. There's no way for anyone to get around the falling bodies, but as luck would have it, Benjamin Ovich isn't a go-around person. He's a go-through person. When the puck flies into the goal, Benji isn't far behind it, and the crossbar hits him across the neck. You couldn't have gotten him to admit that it hurt, even if it had been a medieval broadsword. 2-2. Magan Lit is already down, banging on the door to the scorekeeper's cubicle to make sure that William is credited with the assist. David nods silently to himself and taps Amit's helmet. Lars's pupils widen in pure disbelief when he realizes what's going on. For God's sake, David, you can't be serious. David is as serious as a stray bullet. Lit is 1 change away from needing oxygen and 2 from needing a priest. We need pace. Lit just made an assist. He was lucky. We don't play on luck. Amit just stares at the coach. David grabs hold of his helmet. At the next face-off in our zone, I want you to take off. I don't give a shit if you've got the puck or not. I just want them to know how fast you are. He points toward their opponent's bench. Amit nods hesitantly. David doesn't break eye contact. Do you want to be something, Amit? Do you really want to show this whole town that you can be something? Now's your chance to show them. At the next defensive face-off, Benji lines up on one side of Kevin, Amit on the other. Magan Lit is now standing with both hands against the glass of the team bench, shrieking that no one pulls her son from a semifinal and goes unpunished. Lars looks at David. If we lose this game, she's going to castrate you. David leans nonchalantly against the boards. Winners have a tendency to be forgiven in this town. Out on the ice, Benji does as he's been instructed. He gets the puck and fires it out of the zone, and it glides toward the opposing team's end. Amit does as he's been instructed. He takes off. He gets hacked by one of the backs as he's only just starting to skate away, and by the time he pulls free, there's no point chasing the puck. He goes after it anyway. A gasp runs through the spectators who understand hockey. A deep sigh passes through the ones who don't. The opponent's goalie calmly skates out and plays the puck to his defense, who move it up the ice, where their forwards fire a shot at Beartown's goal. When the referee blows for another face-off back in Beartown's end, Amit is standing alone in the opposing team's zone 200 feet away. The other sponsors are muttering, "Does that one need a compass or what?" But Tails can see what David sees. What Soon saw. "Quick as a wolverine with mustard up its ass. They won't catch him," he smiles. David leans over the boards and catches Amit by the shoulder when he's on his way back. "Again." Amit nods. Kevin wins the face-off, but Benji doesn't even manage to get the puck out of the zone, but Amit sets off at full speed toward the opponent's goal anyway, and doesn't stop until he reaches the boards at the far end. He can hear booing and mocking laughter from the stands. "Are you lost? The puck isn't anywhere near you!" But he just looks at David. The Beartown goalie smothers the puck, another face-off. David makes a brief circular gesture in the air. Again. The third time Amit races across the ice, it doesn't matter where the puck is, because there's one person in the rink who sees his pace and realizes what's going on. The coach of the opposing team snatches a sheaf of papers from his assistant and roars, "Who the hell is that? Who the hell is number 81? Amit looks up at the stands. Maya is on the steps just below the cafeteria. She sees him. He's been longing for that since the first day in primary school, and now she sees him. He loses his concentration so much that he doesn't hear Bobo yelling his name until he's right next to the bench. "Amit!" Bobo is hanging over the boards and grabs him by the collar. "Fake inside, skate outside!" For half a second they look each other right in the eye, and Bobo doesn't need to say anything to prove how much he would have liked to be on the ice himself. Amit nods in acknowledgement, and they tap each other's helmets. Maya is still standing on the stairs. At the next face-off, Kevin and Benji circle the zone, stop in front of Amit, and lean toward him. "Have you got any strength left in those little chicken legs, then?" Kevin grins. "Give me the puck and you'll see," Amit replies with bloodshot eyes. Kevin wouldn't have lost that face-off even if his hands had been tied behind his back and he had a pistol held to his head. Benji shovels the puck along the boards and chases after it. Tomorrow his thighs won't even let him get out of bed, but he feels nothing now and knocks down 2 opponents with 1 hit. Amit feints inside but chips the puck off the boards instead, then blasts past the defenseman on the outside so quickly that one of the 2 players covering Kevin has to let go of number 9 and chase number 81 instead. That's all Beartown needs. A stick hits Amit's lower arm so hard that he thinks his wrist is broken, but he manages to pull the puck from the boards and skate around the net. He has 1 breath in which to look up, wait until the blade of Kevin's stick hits the ice, then release the puck at the same instant he's knocked to the ice. Kevin gets the puck 2 inches off the ice, and that's twice as much as he needs. When the red light goes on behind the net, adults tumble over each other in the stands. The sponsors send each other's cups of coffee flying across the rows of seats as they try to do high fives. 2 15-year-old girls bounce around a cafeteria in delight, and up at the back of the stands an old A-team coach who never laughs does so today. Fatima and Kira hug each other until they're lying on the floor and aren't really sure if they're celebrating or crying. Outside the rink, alone in the snow, Ramona stands and feels the sound wave hit her. "I love you," she whispers to Holger. Then she turns and walks home on her own with a smile in her chest. It is a moment shared between people and hockey, between a town whose inhabitants want to believe and a world that has spent years telling them to give up. There isn't a single atheist in the whole building. Kevin turns and heads straight for the bench, swatting away every teammate who tries to hug him, climbs over the boards, and throws himself in David's arms. "For you," the boy whispers, and David holds him like he was his own son. 20 yards away, Amit crawls to his feet from the ice. He might as well be in a different rink altogether, seeing as no one is looking at him anyway. A moment after his pass, the defenseman's stick and elbow hit him in the neck with all his weight behind them. Amit's head hit the ice as if he'd been knocked into an empty swimming pool, and he didn't even see the goal. By the time he gets to his knees, every Beartown player is following Kevin toward the bench. Everyone in the stands is watching number 9, even Maya. Number 81, the number he chose because his mother was born that year, stands alone by the boards and looks at the scoreboard. It is simultaneously the best and worst moment he has experienced in this rink. He adjusts his helmet and skates toward the bench in a few lonely strides, but someone swings around behind him and taps him twice on the helmet. She'll notice you when we win the final, Benji smiles. He's already skated off and is standing by the center line before Amit has time to reply. Lit is on his way over the boards, but David stops him and calls to Amit to stay on the ice. As Kevin skates out to take the face-off at center ice, they nod briefly to each other, number 9 and number 81. Amit is one of them now. It doesn't matter how many people up in the stands actually realize that. Peter loses his bearings after the final whistle. One moment he's bellowing in an embrace, the next he's tumbling headfirst down an entire section of the stands, and gets to his feet with his ears ringing from all the people shrieking in and around them. Old people, young people, people who love this game, and people who don't even care. He has no idea how it happened, but all of a sudden he finds himself in the middle of a wild, singing embrace with a stranger, and when he looks up, he realizes that the man he's dancing with on the steps is Robbie Holtz. They stop and look at each other, then start laughing and can't stop. For this one evening, they're 17 years old again. Hockey is just a silly little game. We devote year after year after year to it without ever really hoping to get anything in return. We burn and bleed and cry, fully aware that the most the sport can give us, in the very best scenario, is incomprehensibly meager and worthless. Just a few isolated moments of transcendence. That's all. But what the hell else is life made of? Chapter 19. Adrenaline does strange things to the body. When the final signal sounds, it makes moms and dads jump over the boards, respected entrepreneurs and factory managers slide around on the ice on slippery shoes, hugging each other like overtired toddlers in diapers. When Kevin drapes himself and Benji in a huge green flag and starts skating a lap of honor, the stands are already pretty much empty. The rink has filled up with the entire community. Everywhere people are jumping, slipping, tumbling, laughing, celebrating, crying. Childhood friends, classmates, parents, siblings, relatives, neighbors. How long will the town remember this? Only forever. When you lose in hockey, it feels like having your heart scalded. When you win, you own the clouds. Beartown is a heavenly town this evening. Peter stops by the boards in one corner. He sits down alone on the ice and just laughs. All those hours in the office, all the arguments, the sleepless nights, and angst-ridden mornings, they're all worth it now, every last one of them. He's still sitting there when the rest of the town, one inhabitant at a time, leaves the ice. Robbie Holtz comes and sits down next to him. They just grin. Adrenaline does strange things, especially when it leaves you. When he was a player, Peter kept getting told how important it was to control your adrenaline, but he never understood that. For him, his complete, unquestioned focus and concentration out on the ice, his ability to live absolutely in the moment, came quite naturally. It was only when he had to watch a game from the stands for the first time that he realized how close adrenaline is to panic. What rouses the body to battle and achievement are the same instincts that instill mortal dread in the brain. During his career as a player, Peter used to think of the final signal at the end of the game as a roller coaster that's come to a halt. Some people think, good, that's over. And some think, again. His first wish after every game was always to be allowed to play another one. Now, as GM, he needs migraine pills just to be able to function normally afterward. When the last supporters, parents, and sponsors, delirious with victory, finally leave the rink over an hour later and spill out across the parking lot, chanting, "We are the Bears! We are the Bears! We are the Bears! The Bears from Beartown!" Peter, Robbie, and their memories stay behind. "Do you want to come up to the office?" Peter asks, and Robbie bursts out laughing. "Bloody hell, Peter, this is our first date. I'm not that kind of girl." Peter laughs too. "Sure, we can have some tea and look at old team photos." Robbie holds out his hand. "Say hi to your lads for me, okay? Tell them a proud old soldier was here watching them this evening." Peter squeezes his hand. "Drop around for dinner one evening. Kira would love to see you too." "Sure," Robbie lies, and they both know it. They part. We only get moments. The locker room is empty. After the adrenaline, after the singing and dancing and jumping on benches and banging on walls, after having just been packed with young and old men alike, with bare chests and beer in their hair, it's now numbingly silent. Amit is the only one left. He's going around picking up scraps of tape from the floor. Peter walks down the corridor and stops in surprise. "What are you still doing here, Amit?" The boy reddens. "Don't say anything, okay? About me doing a bit of tidying up. I just want to deal with the worst of it." Peter's throat starts to tighten with shame. He remembers when he used to see the boy collect empty cans from the stand so that Fatima could afford to buy hockey gear for him for the first time when he was 8 or 9 years old. They were too proud to accept charity, so Peter and Kira had to place fake adverts in the local paper so that every year some cheap secondhand equipment in Amit's size would just happen to show up. Kira built up a network of people all the way to head who took turns pretending to be the sellers. No, of course not, Amit. It would never even occur to me to say anything to the other players," he mumbles. Amit looks up, baffled. Then he snorts. "The players? I don't give a shit what you say to the players. Don't say anything to Mom. She gets really pissed off if I do her job." Peter wishes he could say something to the boy just then. Something about how incredibly proud he made him out on the ice that evening. But he lacks the words for that. He doesn't know how to go about it, and feels like a bad actor when he does try. Sometimes he gets so envious of David's ability to make these young guys love him that it drives him mad. They trust David, they follow him, worship him. Peter feels like a forlorn parent at the playground watching some jokey mom or dad farther away who manages to get all the kids roaring with laughter. So he says none of the things he'd like to say to Amit. Just smiles and nods and manages to say, "You must be the only teenager in the world who gets told off by his mom for cleaning too much." Amit hands him a grown man's shirt. "One of the sponsors left this. It smells of alcohol." Peter slowly shakes his head. "Look, Amit, Words fail him. All that comes out is, I think you should go out into the parking lot. You've never gone out of this rink after a match like this. I think you should. It's quite an experience, one not many people get to have. You can walk through that door as a winner." Amit doesn't really understand what that means until he actually packs his equipment away, heads out into the corridor, and pushes through the outside door. Grown-ups cheer and applaud when they see him. A few of the older girls from school shout his name, Bobo gives him a hug, Benji ruffles his hair, and everyone wants to shake his hand. Farther away, he can see Kevin being interviewed by the local paper. Then he writes autographs for a sea of children while their mothers nag him to let them take 2 photographs each, one of Kevin and the child, and one of Kevin and the mother. Amit bounces around between the hugs and pats on the back, and hears himself join in a shouted rendition of "We Are the Bears" from Beartown, so loudly that his chest stings, and he hears the others singing louder because he does, because they want to feel that they're participating in what he represents now. The rush lifts him up, his endorphins are bubbling, and afterward he will remember thinking, how can anyone possibly experience this without thinking he's a god? Kira's cleaning the cafeteria. Maya and Anna emerge from the washroom. They've changed and put on makeup and are full of laughter and expectation. I'll be staying at Anna's tonight. We're going to study, Maya smiles. Her daughter is lying, of course, and her mother is lying when she pretends not to understand that. They're balancing on that defining moment in life when they're each equally concerned about the other. The teenage years offer a brief period of equality after childhood, before the balance shifts and Maya becomes old enough to worry about her parents more than they do about her. Soon Maya won't be Kira's little girl anymore, and then Kira will become Maya's little old mom. It doesn't take a lot to be able to let go of your child. It takes everything. Peter steps into the president's office. It's full of grown men stumbling about, already very, very drunk. "That's what I've been looking for!" Tails yells, and comes staggering toward Peter, bare-chested, and grabs his shirt from Peter's hand. Peter glares at him. "I never want to hear that you've taken alcohol into the players' locker room again. They're kids, Tails." "Pah, they're not kids, Peter. Give it a rest. Let the boys celebrate." "I let the boys celebrate. I just think that grown men ought to have their limits." Tails waves his words away as if they were persistent little insects. 2 men behind him, clutching cans of beer, are engaged in a heated debate about the club's A-team players. One forward is described as so fucking thick he can't even go and buy a loaf of bread without someone to hold his hand. A goalie is soft in the head. You can tell because he married a woman everyone knows slept with half the team before him, and probably the other half afterward. Peter isn't sure if the men are sponsors or just part of Tails' group, but he's heard remarks like that 1,000 times and still hasn't gotten used to the hierarchy in these rooms. The players can talk crap about the referee, but never the coach. The coach can criticize the players, but never the GM. The GM can't criticize the president. The president can't criticize the board. The board can't criticize the sponsors. And at the very top are the men in suits in this office talking shamelessly about the players as if they were racehorses. Products. Tails tweaks Peter's ear affectionately to lighten the mood. Don't sulk now, Peter. This is your night. Do you remember 10 years ago when you said you were going to develop our youth program? When you said that one day we'd have a junior team that could hold their own against the best in the country? We laughed at you then. Everyone laughed at you. And now here we are. This is your night, Peter. You made this happen. Peter wriggles out of the headlock. Tails, drunk and happy, tries to get him in. The other sponsors start loudly comparing scars and capped teeth, trophies from their own hockey-playing days. None of them asks Peter about his. He has no scars. He never lost any teeth. Never got into any fights. He has never been a violent man. One board member, a beer-sodden director of a ventilation company in his 60s, starts bouncing about and slapping Peter on the back as he grins. Tails and I met our local counselors. They were here this evening, and off the record I can say that things look pretty damn promising for your new espresso machine. Peter sighs and excuses himself, then goes out into the hallway. When he sees David, he actually feels relieved, even though the junior coach's constantly supercilious attitude normally drives him mad, because right now he's the only sober person in the vicinity. David, he cries. David carries on without so much as glancing at him. Peter jogs after him. David, where are you going? I'm going to watch the video of the game, the coach replies mechanically. Peter laughs. Aren't you going to celebrate? I'll celebrate when we've won the final. That's why you appointed me. To win that. His arrogance is even more pronounced than usual. Peter sighs and sticks his hands forlornly in his pockets. David, come on now. I know the two of us don't always see eye to eye on everything, but this is your victory. You've earned it. David's eyes narrow, and he nods toward the office full of sponsors and says, No, Peter. Like everyone in there keeps saying, this is your night. After all, you're the star on this team, aren't you? You always have been. Peter stands rooted to the spot with a growing dark cloud in his stomach, unsure if it's made up mostly of shame or fury. His voice sounds angrier than it should be when he calls after David. I only wanted to congratulate you. David turns around with a bitter little laugh. You should congratulate soon instead. He was the one who predicted that you and I could do this. Peter clears his throat. I couldn't find him in the stands. David holds Peter's gaze until Peter looks down. David nods sadly. He was sitting in his usual place. You know that. Peter swears under his breath and turns away. David's words creep after him. I know what we're doing here, Peter. I'm not some naive little kid. I'll be getting Soon's job because the time has come, because I've earned it, and I know that makes me a bastard. But don't forget who's holding the door open for him. Don't try to kid yourself that this isn't your decision. Peter spins around, fists clenched. Be careful what you say, David. David doesn't back down. Or what? You'll hit me? Peter's chin is trembling. David stands motionless. In the end, David snorts derisively. He has a long scar across his chin and another between his chin and cheek. No, I thought not. Because you're Peter Anderson. You always let others take penalty suspensions for you. David doesn't even slam the door behind him when he goes into his office. He just closes it silently. Peter hates him for that more than anything. Because he's right. Kevin looks completely unmoved when he's being interviewed by the journalist from the local paper. Other boys his age would go to pieces with nerves, but he's calm and professional. He looks at the reporter's face, but never in the eye. He fixes his gaze on her forehead or the top of her nose. He's relaxed, but not nonchalant. He's not unpleasant, but not pleasant either, and he answers all her questions without saying anything at all. When she asks about the game, he mutters that it's all about doing a lot of skating, getting the puck in the net, creating chances. When she asks what he thinks victory in the final would mean for the town and the people here, he repeats like a machine. We're taking each game as it comes, concentrating on the hockey. When she points out that one of the opponents checked by his teammate Benjamin Ovich toward the end of the game was left concussed, Kevin claims without blinking, I didn't see that incident. He's 17 years old and already as media savvy as a politician. The crowd carries him away before the reporter has time to ask anything else. Amit finds his mother in the crowd and kisses her on the forehead. She merely whispers, "Go, go," with tears in her eyes. He laughs and hugs her and promises not to be late home. She knows he's not telling the truth, and it makes her so happy. Zacharias is standing at the far end of the parking lot, in the outermost circle of popularity, while his best friend is in the innermost circle for the first time. The adults get in their cars and drive off, leaving the youngsters to enjoy the biggest night ever, and when the stream of players and girls starts to move off toward the party that almost all of them are going to, it becomes painfully obvious who belongs and who's going to be left behind. Zacharias will never ask Amit if he forgot about him or simply didn't care. But one of them goes, and one stays behind. And nothing will ever be quite the same again. Peter bumps into Maya and Anna when he's on his way to the cafeteria. To his surprise, his daughter throws her arms around his neck, the way she used to every day when he came home back when she was 5 years old. "I'm so proud of you, Dad," she whispers. Rarely has he let go of her more reluctantly. Once the girls have rushed down the stairs laughing, the entire rink falls silent. A silence only broken by his own breathing, followed by his wife's voice. "Is it my turn now, superstar?" Kira calls. Peter's face breaks into a melancholic smile and he walks toward her. Gently they take hold of each other's hands and dance slowly, slowly, in tiny, tiny circles, until Kira takes his face in her hands and kisses him so hard that he gets embarrassed. She can still do that to him. "You don't look as happy as you should," she whispers. "Oh, I am," he ventures. "Is it to do with soon?" He hides his face against her neck. "The sponsors want to go public with the news about David taking over after the final, and they want to force Soon to hand in his notice voluntarily. They think it'll look bad in the media if he gets fired." "It's not your fault, darling. You can't save everyone. You can't carry the weight of the whole world." He doesn't answer. She tickles his hair and smiles. "Did you see your daughter? She's going to go back to Anna's to study." "Quite a lot of makeup for solving equations, eh?" Peter mutters. "The hardest thing about trusting teenagers is the fact that we used to be teenagers ourselves. I can remember when some boy and I were—" "I don't want to hear this." "Don't be ridiculous, darling. I did have a life before I met you." "No!" He sweeps her up off the floor and into his arms, and all the air goes out of her. He can still do that to her. They giggle like a couple of kids. Through the window of the cafeteria, they see Maya and Anna go off down the road with the hockey players and their school friends. The temperature is falling rapidly in the darkness, and snow is swirling around the girls' bodies. There's a storm brewing. Chapter 20. The windows of the Erdahl family house are rattling from overstrained loudspeakers. The ground floor fills with bodies at the same rate as if they were being thrown in through a hole in the ceiling. Most of the players are already hopelessly hammered, and the majority of the other guests aren't far behind. They aren't novices when it comes to parent-free houses. Everyone is drinking from disposable cups. All the pictures have been removed from the walls, fragile objects moved, the furniture covered in plastic. 2 of the juniors take turns guarding the staircase all night to stop anyone going upstairs. Say what you like about Kevin, but just like his coach, he believes in preparation and planning, and doesn't leave anything to coincidence. The cleaner is coming first thing tomorrow. She gets paid well not to say anything to his parents, and on a night like this one, he knows the neighbors will go to bed with earplugs and pretend they weren't home if anyone asks. No longer does anyone question the fact that he seems to be the only person not enjoying his own party. In the living room, teenagers are drinking and singing as they shed their clothing at an ever-increasing rate, but on the other side of the thick, heavily insulated walls, the garden is almost silent. The sweat is dripping from Kevin's face as he goes on firing shot after shot after shot at the goal. He can never wind down after a match, but at least he's not so violent if they've won. If they've lost, the terrace and little rink end up littered with broken sticks and shattered glass. As usual, Benji is sitting perfectly calm at a cast-iron table, rolling cigarettes nimbly between his fingers to get the tobacco out without breaking the paper. He fills the empty tube with weed, twists the end shut, carefully puts the filter between his teeth, removes it, and replaces it with a thinly rolled piece of cardboard. He has to do it this way because the woman who owns the tobacconists in Beartown is the sister of the school's headmaster, So he can't buy loads of cigarette papers but not an equivalent quantity of tobacco without questions being asked. Ordering online would be pointless. Benji's mother checks all the mail that arrives at the house like a sniffer dog. So even though no one has ever seen Kevin smoke, a few years ago he started to charge an admission fee of 2 cigarettes from everyone attending his parties so that Benji has something to roll his joints with. Oddly enough, Kevin finds it relaxing, watching his idiotic best friend focus so intently on his drugs. Kevin grins and says, "I'm going to sell you into child labor in Asia. Those agile fingers can stitch footballs faster than any other little kids." "Do you want me to sew a bigger net for you so you can actually hit the goal every now and then?" Benji wonders, then ducks down like a shot without even looking up to avoid the puck that Kevin fires over his head. It hits the fence behind him, making it sway for several minutes. "Don't forget to roll some for the house cleaner," Kevin reminds him. Benji hasn't forgotten. This isn't the first party they've hosted. Amit walks into the house and can't help gawking. "Okay, seriously? Just one family lives here?" Bobo and Lit laugh and push him toward the kitchen. Lit is already so drunk that he couldn't put a magnet on a fridge door. They're drinking knock shots. Amit doesn't know what's in them, but they taste of moonshine and throat lozenges, and every time you down one, you have to beat your fists on each other's chests and roar, "Knock shot!" It feels a lot more logical after 5 or 6 of them. Most of the kids are doing it. "You can fuck any girl you like here tonight. They're all hockey whores when we win," Lit slurs, gesturing toward the throng of bodies inside the house. Then just a moment later, violently grabbing hold of Amit's top and bellowing, "Unless Kevin or Benji or I want her, the first line has first pick." Amit will later remember Bobo looking as uncomfortable as him when Lit says this. It's the first time he's ever seen Bobo look uncertain about anything. As Lit lurches away, shouting, "I got an assist tonight! Who wants to fuck?" The other 2 boys are left forlornly facing each other in the kitchen. They drink more, beat each other's chests, and yell, "Knock shots!" to avoid having to talk, because they're both convinced you can tell from a man's voice if he's a virgin. Maya and Anna are among the last to arrive at the house, because Anna insisted on stopping to check her makeup a couple of dozen times during the walk over. Every month, she becomes obsessed with a different part of her body, and right now it's her cheekbones. Not long ago, it was her hairline. That time, she very solemnly asked Maya to help her find out if it was possible to have plastic surgery to make it lower. Before they go inside the house, Maya stops on the road to admire the view. From the street where the Erdahl family lives, you can see right across the lake, all the way to the forest on the other side. It's more of a wilderness there. The trees grow more densely, and even the snow seems to gather in deeper drifts. Beyond it lie open white spaces so vast that you could stand there as a child convinced you were the last person on the planet. Kids in Beartown soon learn that that's the place to go if you want to get up to no good out of sight of any adults. Maya knows that Anna came close to getting them both killed over there when they were little. When they were 12, she stole a snowmobile and drove Maya around all night. Maya has never admitted it, but she's never felt more liberated than she did then. A year later, Anna stopped Googling how to hotwire snowmobiles and started Googling diets instead. So Maya takes a moment now to mourn the girls who used to play on the other side of the lake before she goes into the party. Kevin is standing on the terrace and sees Maya walk into the hall through the big windows. He's looking right at her and doesn't notice Benji watching him, reading his reaction. As Kevin moves quickly toward the terrace door, Benji irritably packs his things in his backpack and follows him. They push their way through the living room without a word, toward different goals. Kevin stops in front of Maya and makes a real effort to stop the pounding of his heart being visible through his shirt, and she does her best not to show how happy she is, or how much she's enjoying the fact that a whole gaggle of older girls in the kitchen are looking over and hating her. "Madam," Kevin smiles theatrically and gives a deep bow. "Herr von Shitmagnet, how delightful to see you," she laughs, bowing to him in return. Kevin opens his mouth but stops himself when he sees Benji disappear through the front door. He looks almost as disappointed as the girls in the kitchen and Anna do. Out in the street, Benji pulls his backpack onto his shoulders, shields his lighter from the wind, and waits for the smoke to curl its way into his lungs. He hears Kevin call but doesn't turn around. "Come on, Benji, you freak! Don't be stupid!" "I don't party with little girls, Kev. You know that. What are they, 15? Kevin throws his arms out. "Come off it. It wasn't even me who invited them." Benji turns around and looks his best friend in the eye. It takes almost 10 seconds before Kevin starts laughing. Nice try. You can't lie to me, Kev. Stay anyway? Kevin asks with a grin. Benji calmly shakes his head. Kevin blinks sadly. What are you going to do then? Have my own party. Kevin looks at the backpack. Don't smoke so much that you start seeing little pixies with knives and shit in the forest again, okay? I don't want to have to come looking for you because you're sitting huddled up in some fucking tree shouting and crying. Benji bursts out laughing. That happened once, and it wasn't weed. Do you remember how you phoned me and screamed, I've forgotten how to blink? Don't joke about that. It was seriously fucking nasty. Kevin looks like he wants to touch him. He doesn't. And if you're going to steal a car, don't do it on this street, okay? Dad would get seriously pissed off. Benji nods, but doesn't make any promises. Then he pulls a joint from his pocket and tucks it gently behind Kevin's ear. For later, with a bit of tobacco, just the way you like it. Kevin gives him a quick hug, so fleeting that no one would notice, but still so hard that it speaks volumes. He can never sleep after games, and that's the only time he smokes. Only best friends know that sort of thing about each other. Only two boys who once lay side by side under the covers, reading comics by flashlight and realizing that the reason they always felt like outsiders was because they were superheroes. As Benji walks off into the darkness, Kevin watches him go for a long time, feeling envious. He knows the girls fall for him because he's good at hockey. Without it, he'd only be an average, mediocre 17-year-old. But not Benji. They fall for him for completely different reasons. He's got something everyone wants, something completely independent of anything he does on the ice. His eyes always let you know that he could leave you any moment if he felt like it, without so much as a backward glance. He isn't tied to anything, he just doesn't care. Kevin is terrified of loneliness, but Benji embraces it as a natural state. All through their childhood, Kevin has been scared that one day he'll wake up and discover that the other superhero is gone, that this friendship never meant anything to him. Benji's blood is different from other people's. He disappears into the forest on the road down toward the lake, and Kevin can't help thinking that Benji is the only truly free individual he knows. That's the last time they see each other in their childhood. That ends tonight. Chapter 21. Maya watches Kevin's every move when he comes back into the house. At first, he looks like a kitten that's been left out in the rain, abandoned and forgotten, even though she's never encountered anyone who's at the center of things as much as him. Then he downs 2 drinks out in the kitchen and roars, "Knock shots!" with Bobo and Amit, and jumps up and down with his arm around Lit so hard that the floor vibrates, singing, "We are the Bears!" She isn't sure when he gives her the first alcoholic drink, but the second one isn't anywhere near as repulsive. He keeps making bets with Lit about who can finish their drink first, and Kevin wins every time, and Maya smiles indulgently and says, "Honestly, you hockey guys can't even drink without turning it into a competition." Kevin looks directly at her, as if they were alone, and seems to take her comment as a challenge. "Get more shots," he tells Lit. "Yes, run, Lit, I'll time you," Maya laughs sarcastically, clapping her hands. Lit runs straight into a wall. Kevin laughs so hard that he's left gasping for breath. Maya is fascinated by the way he always seems to be living in the moment. On the ice, he doesn't seem to think about anything but hockey, and off it, he doesn't seem to think about anything at all. He lives on instinct. She wishes she could be like that. She doesn't know how much they drink. She can remember beating Lit at drinking 3 shots in a row, then standing on a chair with her arms raised in triumph as if she were holding a giant trophy. Kevin likes the fact that she's different, that her eyes never quite stop moving, that she's always watching, that she seems to know who she is. He wishes he could be like that. Anna stops drinking after the first shot. She doesn't really know why, but Benji has disappeared, and he was the reason she wanted to come. She's standing in the kitchen with Maya, but people keep getting in between them. Anna can see the way the older girls look every time Kevin laughs at something Maya says, somewhere between derision and a death threat. She feels Lit's hands on the base of her spine and moves farther and farther into the corner. No matter how hard she sandpapers herself, how small she makes herself, she's never going to fit in here. Benji walks across the ice until he reaches the middle of the lake. He stands there smoking and watches as the town goes out, one house at a time. The hard shell beneath his feet is rocking slightly. It's late in the year to be this far out alone at night, even for Beartown. He's always liked toying with the idea of falling through and disappearing into the cold darkness beneath, even when he was a child, wondering if everything painful would cause less pain down there. Perhaps surprisingly, his dad's suicide didn't make him frightened of death, but the reverse. The only thing Benji doesn't understand is why his dad felt obliged to use a rifle. The forest, the ice, the lake, the cold. This town offers thousands of ways to die a natural death. He stands out there until the smoke and sub-zero temperature have numbed him inside and out. Then he walks back to the town, heads into one of the smaller residential areas, and steals a moped. He rides off toward Head. "Why don't you like hockey players?" Kevin asks. "You're not particularly smart," Maya laughs. "What do you mean by that?" He seems genuinely interested. "You discovered the jockstrap 70 years before you invented the helmet," she says. "We know how to prioritize," he says with a big smile. They drink some more. When they have bets, he wins. He never loses. The Barn is a poor name for a bar, possibly all the more so if it is actually in a barn. But as Katya's boss usually puts it, no one has ever looked at anyone in Head and said, "You know what, you've almost got too much imagination." A band is playing on the stage in front of a handful of spectacularly uninterested men in varying stages of middle age and intoxication. Katya is standing at the bar when the bouncer comes over to her. "Does your brother own a moped?" "No." The bouncer chuckles. "In that case, I'll tell him to park it around the back." Katya, the second eldest big sister of the little brother who is bound to be the death of them all one day, merely sighs when Benji walks in. She doesn't know if he goes looking for trouble or if it seeks him out. She just knows that you never find one without the other. Lucky for him that his eldest sister isn't here, she thinks, because she'd have broken his neck by now. But Katya can't be angry, not with him. She's never been able to. "Calm down, I'm going to take the moped back," Benji promises, and tries to smile even though she can see he's in a foul mood. "I heard you won today. What are you doing here?" his sister asks. "I'm celebrating, you can see that," he replies bitterly, and she leans forward and kisses the top of his head hard. "Did you go to see Dad?" He nods. Her beloved little brother. She can see why all the girls fall for him. "Sad eyes, wild heart, nothing but trouble lies ahead for that sort," their mother says, and she knows from experience. Katya has never been to their father's grave, not once, but she thinks of him sometimes, and how it must have felt to be so unhappy and not be able to tell anyone. It's a terrible thing to have to keep a big secret from the people you love. When Benji is angry with something, he shows up at his youngest older sister, Gabby's, and plays with her children until he gets over it. When he wants to be quiet and think, he goes to see his eldest sister, Audrey, over at her kennels. But when he's feeling bruised, he comes here, to Katya. So she pats his cheek gently instead of yelling at him. "If you can watch the bar for a bit, I can sort things out in the office. Then you can come back to my place with me. The guys will sort out the moped thing," she says, nodding toward the bouncers. First thing tomorrow morning, two men you really wouldn't want to get into an argument with will return the moped to its owner, explaining to him that he must have left it in Head by mistake. When it gets taken to the garage to be repaired, the garage will do the work free of charge. That's pretty much all anyone needs to know around here. "And don't touch the damn beer," Katya orders. Benji goes around the bar and waits until his sister has gone into the office before opening a bottle of beer. The band on stage are playing covers of old rock songs, because that's what you have to play if you want to play in Head. They look the way you'd expect, overweight and undertalented and distinctly average. All but the bass player. There's nothing average about him at all. Black hair, black clothes, but he still stands out. The others are giving it their all, but he looks like he's just playing. He's standing there, squeezed into 1.5 square yards between an amp and a cigarette machine, but he's dancing in his own little kingdom. As if this barn weren't at the end of the world, but at its beginning. The bass player notices the young bartender with the messy hair in the silence between two songs. And at that moment, the rest of the room might as well have been empty. Anna comes out from the bathroom. Lit is standing right outside the door. He leans his bulky frame toward her and tries to bundle the two of them back through the doorway. If he weren't already drunk, he might have succeeded, but Anna slips nimbly out of the way and darts out into the hall as he grasps for the sink to keep himself upright. Come on, fuck it, I got an assist today. Don't I get anything for that? Anna backs away, glancing instinctively to her right and her left along the narrow hallway, like an animal in the forest evaluating escape routes. Lit holds his arms out and slurs heavily. I saw the way you looked at Benji. That's fine, but he won't be coming back here tonight. He's a pothead, right? So he won't be back on this planet tonight. So forget about him and focus on me instead. I got a fucking assist tonight, and we won! Anna slams the door in his face and runs toward the kitchen, looking for Maya. She can't see her anywhere. Benji is pouring beer at the bar. The band has stopped playing. Katya's put some country music on instead. Benji turns toward the next customer so quickly that he almost hits him in the face with a glass. The bass player smiles. Benji raises his eyebrows. Wow, a musician in my bar. What would you like? It's on the house. The bass player tilts his head. Whiskey sour? Benji's grin stretches from ear to ear. And where the hell do you think you are? Hollywood? You can have a JD and Coke. He mixes the drink as he talks and slides the glass across the bar with a practiced hand. The bassist gives it a long stare without touching it, then admits, Sorry, I don't even like whiskey. I was just trying to sound like a rocker. Whiskey sour isn't all that fucking rock and roll, Benji informs him. The bass player runs his hand through his hair. I met a bartender once who said that if you stand on that side of the bar long enough, you start to see everyone as a type of drink. Like some warped version of that spirit animal thing fortune tellers go on about. Know what I mean? Benji laughs out loud. He doesn't often do that. Well, your spirit animal isn't whiskey, I can tell you that much. The bassist nods and leans forward discreetly. I'm actually more interested in something veiled in smoke than drowned in Coke. I heard from someone that you might be able to help me with that. Benji downs the bass player's drink and nods. What did you have in mind? Amit and Bobo never actually decide to go out into the garden. It just happens. They're both bad at parties. They don't know what to do, so it's natural that they should seek out something that they do understand, something they know how to do. So they end up standing in the garden, each clutching one of Kevin's sticks and taking turns firing pucks at the goal. How do you get to be so fast? Bobo asks drunkenly. You spend a lot of time running away from people like you at school, Amit replies, half joking and half serious. Bobo laughs, half properly and half not. Amit notes that he shoots harder than you might think, when he can stand still and calmly take aim. Sorry, You know it's just a joke, don't you? You know, it's a thing. The A-team shit on us and we shit on you. Yeah, just a joke, Amit lies. Bobo shoots harder, full of guilt. You're in the first line now. You get to throw my clothes in the shower from now on, not the other way around. Amit shakes his head. You smell far too bad for me to want to touch your clothes, Bobo. Bobo's laughter echoes between the houses, genuine now. Amit smiles at him. Bobo suddenly lowers his voice. I need to get quicker before autumn, or I won't be allowed to play anymore. This is Bobo's last season before he gets too old for the junior team. In other towns, there are junior teams that go up to 21, but not in Beartown, where there aren't enough young men left in town after they graduate from high school. Some move away for school, others for work. The best players move up to the seniors, the rest get left over. But then there's the A-team, Amit says brightly, but Bobo lets out a dry snort. I'll never make the A-team. This is my last season if I don't get faster. Then there's just repairing cars with Dad for the rest of my life. Amit doesn't say anything more. He doesn't need to. Everyone who's played hockey for as much as 5 minutes as a child knows that there's no better sport. No greater rush. Amit takes a deep breath and says something he will never admit to anyone else. I was frightened today, Bobo. I was terrified the whole way through the game. I wasn't even happy when we won, just relieved. Shit, do you remember when you were little and used to play out on the lake? That was nothing but fun. You didn't even think, it was just the only thing you wanted to do. It's still the only thing I want to do. I have no idea what I'm going to do if I can't do this. Hockey's the only thing I'm any good at. But now, it just feels like work. Bobo concludes without even looking at him. Amit nods. I was scared the whole time. Does that sound sick? Bobo shakes his head. They don't say any more about it. They just fire their pucks without speaking. Bang, 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 bang. Bobo nods and grins. They're 15 and 17 years old, and in 10 years' time they'll remember this evening, when all the others were inside having a party, and they stood out here and became friends. The night is clear and full of stars. The trees are still, and they're standing behind the barn, smoking. Benji never usually gets high with strangers, because most of the time it's an intimate and solitary act for him, and he doesn't really know why tonight should be an exception. The way the bass player made his own space on the stage, maybe. Like he was in some other dimension. Benji recognized it, or longed for it. What have you done to your face? The bass player asks, pointing at the scar on his chin. Hockey, Benji replies. So you're a fighter? His accent betrays the fact that he's not from this part of the country. The question reveals that it's probably his first visit. If that's what you want to know, you shouldn't look for scars on people's faces. You should be looking for scars on their knuckles, Benji replies. The bassist takes some deep drags, blows his bangs from his eyes. Of all the sports I don't understand why anyone would play, hockey is the one I understand least. Benji snorts. Isn't the bass what people who can't play the guitar play? The bass player laughs loudly, and the sound sings between the trees and hits Benji in his head as quickly as in his chest. Very few people have that effect. Very few people are tequila and champagne at the same time. Have you always lived here in Head? Don't you get cabin fever in a town this small? The bassist smiles. His gaze alternates between shy and greedy as it roams across Benji's lips. Benji lets the smoke filter up over his cheeks. I live in Beartown. Head is big in comparison. What are you doing here? The bassist shrugs his shoulders, tries to sound nonchalant, but all the hurt inside him shines out. My cousin sings in the band. Their bass player went off to college somewhere, and they asked if I wanted to move here and play for a couple of months. They're really shit, and we get like a crate of beer in return for playing, but I was in a bad relationship. I needed to get away. It's hard to get any farther than this, Benji says. The bass player listens to the trees, feels tentative snowflakes land on his hands. His voice trembles in the darkness. It's more beautiful than I thought. Here. Benji goes on smoking with his eyes closed. He wishes he'd smoked some more. Or was drunk. Maybe then he would have dared. But now he just says, not like where you're from. The bass player inhales Benji's smoke, nods down toward the ground. We'll be playing here again next Sunday. If you want to come, it would be... I'd like to get to know someone. Here. His black clothes fall gently over his thin frame. His movements are soft and light, so free from exertion that he seems weightless. In a forest full of predators, he stands above the covering of snow like some sort of bird. His breath is cold as it reaches Benji's skin. Benji extinguishes the glow in his hand and takes 2 steps back. I need to go in before my sister sees me standing out here. Big, tough hockey player, but you're scared of your sister? The bass player smiles. Benji shrugs his shoulders lightly. You would be too. Who the hell do you think taught me to fight? See you next Sunday, then? The bass player calls. He doesn't get an answer. Maya is standing in the kitchen when she suddenly realizes that Anna is gone. She goes to look for her. The guys see her leaning against the wall to keep her balance as the alcohol tosses her around inside, like a penguin on an unsteady piece of ice. Lit leans closer to Kevin's ear and whispers, The GM's daughter, Kev! Christ, you'll never get to fuck her! Want to bet? Kevin grins. 100 kroner. Lit nods. They shake on it. Afterward, Maya will remember bizarre details, like the fact that Kevin had spilled a drink on his shirt and the stain looked like a butterfly. No one will want to hear her talk about that. The only thing they'll ask about that night is how much she'd had to drink. If she was drunk, if she held his hand, gave him signals, if she went upstairs voluntarily. Lost? He smiles when he finds her beside the stairs. By that point, she's been around the ground floor 3 times without finding the bathroom. She laughs and throws her arms out, forgets Anna. This is a completely crazy house. It's like you live in Hogwarts. Do you want to see upstairs? He asks. She'll never stop wishing that she hadn't gone with him up the stairs. Katya's car starts reluctantly on the 8th or 9th attempt. You can sleep over at the kennels with Audrey tonight. No, drive me home, Benji says sleepily. She pats him on the cheek. No, because you see, sweetie, Audrey and I love our little brother, and if you go home to Mom smelling of beer and weed one more time, we won't have a little brother anymore. He grunts and shrugs his jacket off and makes a pillow out of it against the window. She pokes him on his arm just below the sleeve of his t-shirt where the tattoo of the bear peeps out and says, That bass player was sweet. But I suppose you're going to tell me he isn't your type, the way you do about everyone? Benji replies with his eyes closed. He didn't like hockey. She laughs at that, but as her little brother falls asleep, Katya blinks away tears. Throughout his childhood, ever since the sandboxes and swings, she has seen girls look at him. As much because they dream of being able to rein him in as because they suspect it wouldn't be possible. But they never understand why. With each passing year, as Benji has grown older, Katya has wished him a different life. In a different place, another time, maybe he would have been a different boy. Milder, more secure. But not in Beartown. Here, he is burdened with too much that no one sees. And here he has hockey. The team, the guys, Kevin. They mean everything to him, so he is everything they want him to be. And that's a terrible thing, having to keep a secret from those you love. Everyone talks about what it's like. The school nurse, the poor teacher in charge of the sex education lessons, anxious parents, moralizing television programs, the entire internet. Everyone. All your life you're told exactly what happens. Even so, no one tells you it's going to be like this. Maya is lying on her back on Kevin's bed. It's her first time smoking marijuana. It feels different from how she's imagined it, as if warmth has a flavor. The smoke seems to fly straight up into her head instead of down her throat. Kevin has posters of hockey players on the walls, trophies on all the shelves, but in one corner is an old record player. She will remember that because it doesn't fit in. It's my dad's old one. I like the way it sounds, the way it crackles when you switch it on, he says, almost apologetically. He puts some music on. She doesn't remember what, just remembers the crackle. In 10 years' time, she will hear the same crackle from a record player in the corner of a bar or in a clothing boutique on the other side of the world, and will be instantly transported back to this place, this moment. She feels the weight of his body on top of hers, and she laughs. She'll remember that. They kiss each other, and she'll get these 2 questions more than any other she ever gets asked in her life. Who kissed whom? Did you kiss him back? He's the one kissing her, and yes, she kisses him back. But when he forces her jeans down, she stops him. He seems to think it's a game, so she catches his hand and holds it tight. I don't want to, not tonight. She whispers. Of course you want to, he insists. She flares up. Are you deaf or what? I said no. His grip on her wrists tightens, first almost imperceptibly, then to the point where it hurts. Katya turns the car onto the little road that leads up into the forest just after the Welcome to Beartown sign, drives toward the kennels. There are no lights out here, so when Benji wakes up and looks out through the window, he doesn't realize what it is before they've already gone past. Stop, he mutters. What? Katya replies. Stop, Benji shouts. Shocked, she brakes hard. Her little brother has already opened the door and run out into the darkness. Everyone talks about what it's like. All your life, you're told exactly what happens. You get assaulted on a jogging trail, beaten and dragged into an alleyway on a package holiday, drugged in a bar and locked up by unknown adult men in a slum in a big city. Everyone warns you time and time again. They warn all girls. This can happen. This is how it happens. It's just that no one tells you it can be like this, with someone you know, trust, have laughed with. In this boy's room, beneath the posters of hockey players with the entire floor below full of classmates. Kevin kisses her neck, moves her hand out of the way. She will remember the way he touched her body as if it didn't belong to her, as if it were a thing he had earned, as if her head and the rest were two separate objects independent of each other. No one will ask her about that. They'll just ask how much resistance she put up, if she was clear enough. Stop playing hard to get. You came upstairs with me, didn't you? He laughs. She tries to pull his hand away, but he's infinitely stronger than her. She tries to twist out of his grip and get up from the bed, but his knee is locked around her waist. Stop it, Kevin, I don't want... His breathing echoes in her ear. I'll be careful, I promise. I thought you liked me. I do, but I've never... Stop it, please. She tries so desperately to move his hand that her nails tear two deep scratches in his skin. She will remember seeing drops of blood seep out. Slowly, 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 and the way he doesn't even seem to notice. He is holding her down with his weight alone. He doesn't even have to put any effort into it. And his tone changes instantly. Come on, for fuck's sake, stop playing hard to get. I can go downstairs and get whatever girl I want and fuck her instead. With a last effort, Maya manages to pull one hand free and hits him as hard as she can across the cheek. Go on then, do that, and let go of me! He doesn't let go. His eyes just turn black. It's as if he's no longer in there anymore, the guy she had spent all evening joking around with. When she tries to stop his hand, he closes his other fist tightly around her throat like a vice. And when she tries to scream, his fingers are covering her lips. Lack of oxygen makes her slip in and out of consciousness, and in the midst of everything, she will remember peculiar details that no one asks about. A button coming off her blouse when he tears it open, and the fact that she hears it land and bounce across the floor somewhere in the room. And she will remember thinking, how am I going to find that later? They will ask her about the alcohol and marijuana. They won't ask about the bottomless terror that will never leave her. About this room with its record player and posters, from which she will never really escape again. One blouse button somewhere on the floor, and a sense of panic that will be with her forever. She sobs noiselessly beneath his body, and screams silently behind his hand. For the perpetrator, rape lasts just a matter of minutes. For the victim, it never stops. Chapter 22. It's Saturday night, and everything is different now. Anna just doesn't know it yet. All she knows is that the older girls in the kitchen laugh at her cruelly when she asks after Maya. That little whore, she went off with Kevin. Don't worry, sweetie, he'll throw her back when he's finished with her. No one on the team holds on to second-rate bitches. Their laughter tears holes in Anna's lungs, and her throat tightens. Granted, she could have gone off to look for her best friend, and stands there with her phone in her hand for several minutes without actually calling. But anger gets the better of her. Few disappointments can compare with the way you feel the first time your best friend dumps you for a boy, and there's no more silent walk than the one that takes you home alone after a party when you're 15 years old. Anna and Maya found each other as children when they saved each other's lives. One pulled the other out of a hole in the ice, and in return she pulled the other out of her loneliness. They were opposites in many ways, but they both liked dancing badly, singing loud, and going fast on snowmobiles. That goes a long way. Best friends. Sisters before misters. And of all the things they've promised each other, the most important, we never desert each other. The girls in the kitchen are still laughing at Anna. They're saying something about her clothes and her body, but she's no longer listening. She's already heard it all in the school corridors and in comments online. Lit staggers around a corner and catches sight of her, and Anna mutters, "Fuck off." Because they all can. The whole lot of them. As she walks out of the front door, she stops one last time and considers calling Maya. Maybe going upstairs to look for her. But she's not going to beg and plead for attention. Even in a town that's covered with snow 3/4 of the year, it's unbearably cold standing in the shade of someone who's a bit more popular than you are. Anna puts her phone on silent and drops it in her bag. Humanity has many shortcomings, but none is stronger than pride. She sees Amit and grabs hold of his shoulder. He's so drunk he couldn't even read the top line of an optician's chart. Anna sighs. If you see Maya, tell her I couldn't be bothered to wait for her to decide if she likes peanuts or not. Amit stammers at her in confusion. Who? Anna rolls her eyes. Maya. Tell her I've gone. Where is she? The question makes his brain clearer, his voice more sober. Anna almost feels sorry for him. Oh, Amit, don't you get it? Try looking in Kevin's bedroom. Amit shatters into 1,000 invisible pieces. But Anna doesn't feel like staying, doesn't want to be in this house when she herself falls apart. She slams the front door behind her and the night cold strokes her cheeks. Her breathing becomes easier immediately. Her heartbeat calms. She grew up outside, and being stuck behind windows has always felt like being imprisoned. Social relationships, trying to make friends, be accepted, always starving and sandpapering herself smaller, it makes her feel claustrophobic. She takes the path through the forest in the darkness and feels infinitely safer there than in a house full of people. Nature has never done her any harm. Behind a closed door on the upper floor of the Erdahl family house stays the only secret Maya has ever kept from her best friend. That right up to the last moment, when she could no longer breathe beneath Kevin, she kept telling herself one single thing. I mustn't be frightened. Anna will find me. Anna won't desert me. Amit will never be able to explain his reasons. Jealousy, maybe. Pride, probably. An inferiority complex, possibly. Infatuation, definitely. There are 2 juniors sitting guarding the stairs, and when they tell him he can't go upstairs, he roars at them, surprising not just them but himself. And which fucking line do you play in? During all those years in Little League and the boys' team, people kept saying his feet were superior, but that wasn't what took him all the way. It was the way he saw things. His eyes were always faster than everyone else's. He managed to see more than everyone else, remembered every detail of every attack, the position of the backs, the movements of the goalie, the tiniest shift in the corner of his eye when a teammate put his stick on the ice. Intimidated, the juniors get out of the way. There are 3 sections to the staircase. On the upstairs landing, there are photographs of the entire Erdahl family, and beside them, pictures of Kevin alone. Pictures of him everywhere. In hockey gear when he was 5, when he was 6, when he was 7. The same smile every year, the same look in his eyes. They will ask Amit exactly what he heard, exactly where he was. He will never be able to say if it was a no or a stop, or just a desperate, muffled scream from behind the palm of a hand that made him react. Maybe none of those. Maybe he opened the door out of sheer instinct. They will ask him if he was drunk. They will glower at him accusingly and say, But is it not the case that you are, and have been for many years, in love with the girl in question? The only thing Amit will be able to reply to that is that his way of seeing was superior. Faster than his feet, even. He pushes the door handle down and stands in the doorway to Kevin's room and sees the violence and torn clothes. The tears and the fiery red marks left by the boy's fingers on the girl's neck. One body taking the other against its will. He sees everything, and afterward he will dream about the most peculiar details. Exactly which posters of exactly which NHL players were on the walls. Amit will remember that for the simplest possible reason. He has the same posters on the wall above his own bed. Kevin loses his concentration for 2 seconds when Amit rushes through the door. That's twice as much time as Maya needs. She won't remember it as a reaction, but as a fight to the death. A survival instinct. She manages to knee Kevin hard enough to get a tiny gap in which to push his body out of hers. She hits him as hard as she can in the neck and runs. She doesn't know how she gets out of the room, who she passes on the way, if she hits or kicks the juniors guarding the stairs. Perhaps everyone at the party is too drunk to notice her. Perhaps they only pretend not to see. She tumbles out through the door and just runs. The year is halfway into March, but the snow still embraces her feet as she marches along the side of the road in the darkness. Her tears are hot when they leave her eyelids, but already frozen by the time they fall from her chin. "You can't live in this town. You can only survive it," as her mom says. Never has that been more true than tonight. Maya tugs her jacket tighter around herself. She'll never know how she managed to take it with her. Her blouse is torn to shreds, the skin on her neck and wrists already black with finger-shaped bruises. She hears Ahmet's voice behind her, but doesn't slow down. The boy stumbles a few last breathless steps in the snow before falling to his knees in it. He's drunk and crushed as he calls her name. In the end, she stops, turns with her fists clenched, and stares at him, her tears now caused by equal parts exposure and fury. "What happened?" Ahmet whispers. "What the hell do you think happened?" she replies. You need to... What? What do I need to do, Ahmet? What the hell do I need to do?" "Talk to someone, the police, anyone. You need to..." "It won't make any difference, Ahmet. It won't make any difference what I say, because no one will believe me anyway." "Why not?" She rubs the back of her glove across her eyes, and it comes away stained with eyeliner. Ahmet is crying too now. They are 15 years old, and the entire world has collapsed in the course of a single evening. A solitary car passes them. Maya's eyes flare with the reflection of the headlights. When it's gone past, something goes out inside both her and her eyes. "Because this is a fucking hockey town," she whispers. Ahmet is left kneeling in the snow as she disappears down the road. The last thing he sees before night swallows her is her silhouette against the sign that says, "Welcome to Beartown." Soon she won't be anymore. Anna opens the door to the house. It swings open without a sound on freshly oiled hinges. Her dad is asleep. Her mom no longer lives here. She walks through the kitchen toward the storeroom. The hunting dogs greet her with cold noses and warm hearts. She does what she has done 1,000 times in her childhood when the house stank of alcohol and her parents were screaming at each other. She sleeps with the animals, because the animals have never done her any harm. For people who have never lived where darkness and cold are the norm, where anything else is the exception, it is hard to understand that it is possible to find someone who has frozen to death with their jacket open, or even naked. But when you get really cold, your blood vessels contract, and your heart does all it can to stop blood reaching the frozen parts of your body and then coming back to your heart cold. Not unlike a hockey team suffering a penalty and playing at a numerical disadvantage. Prioritize resources, play defensively, defend the heart, lungs, and brain. What happens when the defense finally collapses, when you get cold enough, is that your box play falls apart. Your goalie does something stupid. Your backs stop communicating with each other, and the body parts that were previously shut off from circulation are suddenly switched back on again. And then, when warm blood from your heart flows back to your frozen feet and hands, you experience an intense rush of heat. That's why you suddenly imagine that you're overheating and start to take your clothes off. Then the chilled blood goes back to your heart, and it's all over. Every couple of years or so, someone in Beartown goes home drunk after a party and takes a shortcut across the ice, or gets lost in the forest, or sits down to rest for a moment, and is found lifeless in a snowdrift the following morning. When Maya was little, she often used to think how strange it was that her mom and dad, the two most overprotective parents in the universe, chose to settle here, of all places. Somewhere where even nature itself tried to murder their daughter every day. As she's gotten older, she's come to realize that the admonitions, "Don't go out on the ice alone," and "Don't go into the forest on your own," are almost designed to promote team sports. Every child in Beartown grows up with the constant warning that the threat of death is ever present if you're alone. She tries calling Anna, but gets no answer. She can't force herself to walk down the main street through town, so she wraps her jacket more tightly around herself and takes the narrow road through the forest instead. When the car drives past her in the darkness and stops abruptly 50 yards ahead of her, panic hits her with full force. The adrenaline in her body reacts instantly, convincing her that someone is about to run up and grab her and do it to her all over again. One of the many things snatched from the girl that night is the place where she never needed to feel afraid. Everyone has a place like that, until it gets taken away from us. You never get it back again. Maya will feel afraid everywhere, from now on. Benji sees her through the car window with newly woken eyes. No one walks this way of their own volition at night, and he can see that she's limping. He makes Katya stop and is out in the darkness before the car comes to a halt. Maya is hiding behind a tree. You can't do that for more than a minute or so in sub-zero temperatures. The cold forces you to move about in order to keep your circulation going, whether you want to or not. Benji has been hunting in these forests with his sisters since he was big enough to hold a rifle, so he sees her. Maya knows he's seen her. Katya calls from the car, but to Maya's surprise, Benji shouts back, "It's nothing, sis. Sorry, I thought I saw... Oh, I've probably just smoked too much." Maya looks directly at him then. He's standing 10 yards away. Her tears are freezing at the same rate as his. But he merely gives a curt nod to the darkness, then turns around and disappears. He knows too much about how it feels to have to hide, to give away someone else doing the same. As the red taillights of the car fade into the night, Maya stays where she is, with her forehead against the tree trunk, sobbing hysterically without making a sound, with no tears. There are thousands of ways to die in Beartown, especially on the inside. Chapter 23. Peter and Kira wake up happy, laughing. That's what they will remember about this day, and they will hate themselves for it. The very worst events in life have that effect on a family. We always remember, more sharply than anything else, the last happy moment before everything fell apart. The second before the crash. The ice cream at the gas station just before the accident. The last swim on holiday before we came home and received the diagnosis. Our memories always force us back to those very best moments, night after night, prompting the questions, could I have done anything differently? Why did I just go around being happy? If only I'd known what was going to happen, could I have stopped it? Everyone has 1,000 wishes before a tragedy, but just one afterward. When a child is born, its parents dream of it being as unique as possible, until it gets ill, when suddenly all they want is for everything to be normal. For several years after Isak died, Kira and Peter felt a terrible, lacerating guilt every time they laughed. Shame can still catch them when they feel happy, making them wonder if it's a betrayal of their child that they didn't disintegrate entirely when he left them. One of all the terrible effects of grief is that we interpret its absence as egotism. It's impossible to explain what you have to do in order to carry on after a funeral, how to put the pieces of a family back together again, how to live with the jagged edges. So what do you end up asking for? You ask for a good day. One single good day. A few hours of amnesia. So today, the morning after a hockey game, Peter and Kira wake up happy, laughing. He whistles as he potters about in the kitchen. When she gets out of the shower, they kiss each other the way adults do when they forget that they're parents. Leo, 12 years old, runs from the table in disgust. His mom and dad laugh into each other's mouths. One single good day. Maya hears them from her room. She's lying deeply cocooned under the covers. They haven't even discovered that she's home yet. They think she spent the night at Anna's. When they open the door and look surprised, she will explain that she isn't well. She's wearing 2 pairs of jogging clothes to make sure her forehead feels warm enough. She can't tell her parents the truth. She hasn't got the heart to do that to them. She knows they wouldn't survive. She's not thinking like someone who's been the victim of a crime. She's thinking like someone who's committed one. All she can think is that no one must ever know, that she must get rid of all the evidence. So when her dad drives Leo to practice and her mom goes to the supermarket, Maya creeps out of bed and washes the clothes she was wearing yesterday, so that no one will see the stains. She will put her shredded blouse in a plastic bag and walk toward the door. But there she will stop, and she will stand there in the doorway shaking with terror, unable to bring herself to walk to the garbage bin. 1,000 wishes yesterday. One single one today. Benji's 3 sisters have always communicated in different ways. His youngest sister, Gabby, talks, and his middle sister, Katya, listens. His eldest sister, Audrey, shouts. If you have 3 younger siblings when your dad goes out into the forest with a rifle, you grow up faster than you should, and maybe become harder than you would really like to be. Audrey doesn't let Benji sleep off his hangover and forces him to get up and help her with the dogs all morning. When that's done, she drags him over to the outbuilding that's been fitted out as a small gym and makes him pump weights until he throws up. He doesn't complain. He never does. Audrey could lift more than him until a couple of years ago, but when he passed her, he did so at astonishing speed. She's seen him take down 3 fully grown men over at the barn when they've said something inappropriate to Katya. The sisters often talk about it when he isn't there, the things they see in their little brother's eyes when he gets really angry. Their mom always says that she doesn't know what would have happened to the boy if he hadn't found hockey, but his sisters know all too well what would have happened. They've seen men like that, in the barn and at the gym and in 1,000 other places. Hockey gave Benji a context, a structure, rules. But above all, it rewarded the best sides of him, his boundless heart and unshakable loyalty. It provided a focus for his energy, channeling it into something constructive. All through his childhood, he used to sleep with his hockey stick beside him, and sometimes Audrey is pretty sure he still does. When her little brother lets go of the bar and rolls off the bench to throw up for the 3rd time, she hands him a bottle of water and sits down on a stool next to him. "So, what's the problem?" "I'm just hungover," he groans. His phone rings. It's been doing that all day, but he refuses to answer it. "No, not the problem with your stomach, you donkey. What's the problem up here?" She sighs and points to his temple. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand and drinks small sips of water. "Oh, just a thing. With Kev." "Argument?" "Sort of." "So?" "Just crap." His phone goes on ringing. Audrey shrugs and lies back on the bench. Benji stands behind her and spots her as she lifts the bar. He has always wished she could have played hockey longer. She would have beaten the shit out of the whole junior team. She played for the girls' team in Head for a few years when she was young, until driving there and back several evenings a week got too much for their mother. There was no girls' team in Beartown, never has been. Sometimes Benji wonders how good his sister could have been. She gets the game. She yells at him for making the same sort of tactical mistakes that David tells him off for. And she loves it. The way her brother loves it. When she's done, she pats him on the cheek and says, "You hockey boys are like dogs. To do something stupid, all you need is the opportunity. To do something good, all you need is a reason." "So?" he mutters. She smiles and points at his phone. "So stop being such an old woman, little brother, and go and talk to Kevin. Because if I have to listen to that ringtone one more time, I'm going to drop the bar on your face." Amit calls Maya's number 10 times. 100 times. She's not answering. He can still see every detail, thinks about it so intently that he starts trying to convince himself that he might have imagined it all. A misunderstanding. God, how wonderful that would be, if everything he thought he'd seen hadn't happened. He was drunk, after all. Jealous. He calls Maya's number over and over again, doesn't leave any messages on voicemail, sends no texts. He goes out running in the forest until he's too tired to think, running all day so he can collapse with exhaustion that evening. Kevin is standing in the garden. All hockey players are used to playing through pain. There's always some little injury somewhere. A groin strain, a sprain, a fractured finger. Not a week passes in the junior team without someone talking about how they can't wait until they're old enough to play without a grill on their helmet. "Get rid of the shopping cart," they plead. Even though they've all seen A-team players who've been hit in the face with pucks and sticks, they're not afraid of it, but are actively looking forward to it. When they were small, they all saw a player standing after a game with 20 stitches in his lip from splitting his cheek open. But when asked, "Doesn't it hurt?" he merely grinned and said, "Can't pretend it doesn't sting a bit when I chew tobacco." It's Sunday afternoon, and the Erdahl house, empty and silent, has been cleaned to perfection. Kevin is standing in the garden, firing puck after puck after puck. Even in Little League, he learned to play through any pain, even to enjoy it. Blood blisters, fractures, cuts, concussions, they never affected his game. But this is different. Now 2 deep scratches on one hand are making him shoot his pucks high above the net. The front door is unlocked. Benji walks through the house and notices that apart from a mark on the door to the basement, the house looks like it always does, as if no one had ever lived there. He stands in the terrace doorway and watches Kevin spray pucks all over his neighbor's flower beds as if he were firing blind. Kevin's eyes are bloodshot and furious when they meet his. There you are! I must have called you 1,000 times. And now I'm here, Benji replies. You need to answer when I call, Kevin snarls. Benji's words come slowly, his eyebrows lower threateningly. I think you must be confusing me with Lit or Bobo. I'm not your slave. I answer when I feel like it. Kevin points at him with the tip of his stick. It's quivering with rage. Have you finished taking drugs now, then? We're playing in the final next week, and everyone's acting like we've done enough just getting there. We need to get the guys together and make them all understand what I demand from them this week. So you need to be available. I won't tolerate the fact that when the team needs you most, you vanish in a puff of smoke. Benji doesn't know if he means puff of smoke as a joke, or if Kevin's too stupid to appreciate the double meaning. It's always hard to tell with Kevin. He's both the smartest and stupidest person Benji knows. You know why I left the party. Kevin snorts. Yeah, because you're a fucking saint, right? Benji's eyes stare at Kevin's, intently and without looking away. When Kevin eventually averts his gaze and looks away, his friend asks, What happened last night, Kev? Kevin lets out a curt laugh and throws his arms out. Nothing. Everyone was drunk. You know what it's like. What happened to your hand? Nothing. I saw Maya in the forest. It didn't look like nothing. Kevin spins around as if he were about to hit Benji with his stick. His lips are quivering, his pupils burning. So now you give a damn? What the hell does it matter to you anyway? You weren't even here. You'd rather go to head and get wasted than stay here with your best friends, your team. Benji's eyes are staring intently at the way Kevin's are moving. Kevin looks away again, fires a puck so high above the net that it should be recategorized as a hunting weapon, and mumbles, I needed you yesterday. Benji doesn't answer, which always makes Kevin lose his temper with him, and he roars, You weren't here, Benji! You're never here when I need you! Lit was sick all over the fucking kitchen, and someone banged into the cellar door and left a huge mark on it. Have you got any idea what's gonna happen when my dad gets home and sees it? Do you have any idea? Or have you smoked away all... I don't give a shit about your dad. I want to know what happened last night, Benji interrupts. Kevin takes 5 quick steps and breaks his stick on the top of the goal, and it snaps into 2 razor-sharp projectiles, one of which misses Benji's face by a hand's width. But he doesn't blink. Really? You don't give a shit about my dad's... You ungrateful fucking... Who's been paying for your skates and sticks and gear for the past 10 years? Didn't you give a shit about him then either? Do you think your mom could have afforded all that? Christ, my dad's right about you. He's always been right about you. You're a virus, Benji. A fucking virus. You can't live without some sort of host. Benji takes 2 steps forward. Just 2. His face is expressionless. What happened last night, Kev? What do you want? Is this some fucking police interrogation? What's your problem? Don't be a coward, Kev. You want to lecture me about being a coward? You want to talk about cowardice? For fuck's sake, you're the one who's a fucking... Benji moves so fast that Kevin breathes the last words into his face. Their eyes are just a few inches from each other's. Benji's are wide open. What? What am I, Kev? Tell me. Kevin's skin is pulsating, his eyes running, his neck is red and blue on one side as if he's been punched hard by someone with small hands. He backs away and picks up part of the broken stick and slams it into the goal, making the metal sing. Get out of my house, Ovich. You've sponged off my family for long enough. He doesn't turn around to watch Benji go, nor when he hears the front door slam shut. They get home late. The house looks like it did when they left it. Their son is pretending to be asleep. They don't knock on his door. Kevin's father finds 2 sheets of paper on the kitchen counter on which Kevin has given a careful account of all the statistics of each period of the game. Minutes played, shots, assists, goals, numerical superiority and inferiority, possession, penalties, mistakes. His father spends a couple of minutes sitting in the glow of a single lamp and smiles in a way that he doesn't let anyone see anymore. So proud. A man with less impulse control would have gone upstairs and kissed his sleeping son on his forehead. His mother notices things that his father misses. She sees the pictures that the cleaner has mixed up and hung in the wrong order, the table that is slightly askew in the living room, a scrap of the plastic covering that has caught beneath one corner of the sofa. But above all, she sees the mark on the cellar door. While her husband is sitting in the kitchen, she takes a deep breath and slams her suitcase into it as hard as she can. He comes running and she apologizes, saying she tripped and let go of the case. He helps her up and holds her and whispers, "Don't look so upset. It's only the cellar door. It's just a little mark, darling." Then he shows her the sheets of paper and says, "They won." She laughs into his shirt. Chapter 24. When the burglar alarm goes off at the school early on Monday morning, the security company doesn't call the police, because it could take them hours to get there. They call one of the teachers instead. Not any teacher, they call the one whose little brother works for the security firm, so that her brother won't have to go to the trouble of fetching his own keys. Jeanette gets out of her car in the deserted parking lot, pulls up the collar of her coat, and blinks tiredly. "Sometimes you're so lazy I'm starting to think your kids must be adopted." Her brother laughs. "Come on, sis, stop whining. You're the one who always says I don't call you often enough." She rolls her eyes, takes his flashlight off him, and unlocks a side door to the school. It's probably just snow that slid off the roof onto the sensors around the back again. They go into the corridor without turning the lights on, because if anyone has broken in, the lights will have come on automatically in that section. But what sort of idiot would break into a school on a Monday morning? Benji is woken by a bright light, even though the lamps in the ceiling are already on. His back aches. His mouth tastes of moonshine and cheap beer nuts, which troubles him because he has no memory of having eaten beer nuts. He blinks sleepily, holds up his hand, and tries to squint at the person who's shining a light in his eyes. "You've got to be kidding," the teacher sighs. Benji pushes himself into a sitting position on top of the 2 desks he's been sleeping on in the classroom. He throws his arms out like the world's most exhausted magician. "The headmaster did tell me I needed to start showing up on time in the morning, so, ta-da! Actually, what time is it?" He feels his pockets. Can't find his watch. His fractured memories of the previous night suggest that he may well have drunk that away too. Precisely what train of thought led him to conclude his little odyssey trying various substances with a break-in at his school is also a little vague in hindsight, but he's sure it must have seemed a superb idea at the time. The teacher leaves him without a word, and he sees her talking with the security guard out in the corridor. The guard will write this off as a false alarm, seeing as brothers do what their big sisters tell them, no matter how old they get. The teacher comes back into the classroom and opens 2 windows to air out the room. She sniffs at Benji's jacket and makes a face. "Please don't tell me you've brought drugs into the school." Benji does a poor job of wagging his finger at her. "It would never even occur to me. Drugs in school are no good. I keep my drugs in my body. Do you want to dance?" He falls off the desk with a giggle and lands on the floor on his back. The teacher crouches down beside him and looks at him somberly until he falls silent. Then she says, "If I report this to the headmaster, he'll have to suspend you, maybe even expel you from school. And shall I tell you something, Benjamin? Sometimes I think that's what you want. It's as if you're trying to prove to the whole world that there's nothing in your life that you aren't destructive enough to have a go at wrecking." Benji doesn't answer. She hands him his jacket. "I'm going to switch the alarm off. Then I'm going to let you into the gym so you can have a shower. To be honest, you smell so terrible that I should probably call pest control as well. Have you got any clean clothes in your locker?" He tries to smile when she helps him up. "So that I look presentable when the headmaster arrives?" She sighs. "I'm not going to report you. You're going to have to ruin your life on your own. I'm not going to help you." He meets her gaze and nods gratefully. Then his voice suddenly becomes adult, his eyes a man's instead of a boy's. "I'm sorry I called you sweet cheeks. That was disrespectful. I won't do it again. Nor will anyone else on the team." He rubs his neck, and Jeanette almost regrets telling the truth when she met up with Audrey at the pub in Head and was asked what his behavior in school was like. But she knows he's telling the truth when he says that no one on the team will call her that again, and she wonders how he has come to have such authority over the others. That a single word from Benji can make any hockey player in the entire school start or stop doing anything. It almost makes her miss playing the game herself. She and Audrey were childhood friends, and they used to play together over in Head. Sometimes she feels that both she and Audrey stopped too soon, and wonders what would have happened if there had been a girls' team in Beartown. "Go and shower," she says, patting Benji's hand. Yes, miss, he smiles, his eyes a boy's again. I'm not hugely fond of being called miss, either, she grunts. What would you like to be called, then? Jeanette. Jeanette will do absolutely fine. She fetches a towel for him from the gym bag in her car, and he follows her to the gym. After she switched the alarm off and unlocked the door for him, he stands in the opening and says, You're a good teacher, Jeanette. You just had really bad timing, getting us in your class when we were at our best. At that moment, she understands why the team follows his lead. The same reason why the girls fall for him. When he looks you right in the eyes and says something, no matter what crap he may have done immediately before, you believe him. Kevin's dad knots his tie, adjusts his cufflinks, and picks up his briefcase. At first, he considers calling goodbye to his son from the door like he usually does, but he changes his mind and goes out through the terrace door instead. He puts his briefcase down and picks up a stick. They stand side by side and take turns firing shots. It must be 10 years since the last time. I bet you can't hit the post, his dad says. Kevin raises his eyebrows as if it's a joke. When he sees that it isn't, he pulls the puck back a couple of inches, flexes his wrists gently, and sends the puck flying into the metal. His dad taps his stick on the ground approvingly. Luck? Good players deserve luck, Kevin replies. He learned that when he was little. His dad has never let him win so much as a table tennis match in the garage. Did you see the statistics from the match? The boy asks hopefully. His dad nods and looks at his watch, walks toward his briefcase. I hope you don't imagine that the final is an excuse for you not to put 100% into your schoolwork this week. Kevin shakes his head. His dad almost touches his cheek, almost asks about the red marks on his neck. But instead he clears his throat and says, People in this town are going to try to stick to you more than usual now, Kevin. So you need to remember that viruses make you sick. You need to be immune to them. And the final isn't just about hockey. It's about what sort of man you want to be. A man who goes out and grabs what he deserves, or one who stands in a corner waiting for someone to give it to him. The father walks off without waiting for a reply, and his son stands there with scratch marks on his hand and a heartbeat that won't stop throbbing in his neck. His mom is waiting in the kitchen. Kevin stares at her uncertainly. There's freshly made breakfast on the table, a smell of bread. Well, it's probably a bit silly, but I took this morning off, she says. What for? Kevin wonders. I thought we could spend some time together, just you and me. I thought we could talk. He avoids her gaze. She looks a little too desperate for him to be able to handle eye contact. I have to go to school, Mom. She nods, her teeth biting into her lower lip. Yes, of course. It was silly. I'm silly. She feels like going after him and asking a million questions. Late last night, she found sheets in the dryer, and he's never washed so much as a sock for himself before. There was a t-shirt there, too, with bloodstains that hadn't quite come out. When he was in the garden this morning firing pucks, she went into his room, found the blouse button on the floor. She wants to go after him, but she doesn't know how to talk to an almost grown man through a closed bathroom door. She packs her briefcase and gets in her car and drives half an hour into the forest before stopping. She sits there all morning so that no one at work will ask why she's there so early. Because she told them she was going to be spending the morning with her son. Kira is standing with her hand against the door of Maya's room, but she doesn't knock again. Her daughter has already said she's ill, and Kira doesn't want to be that mother. The nagging, uncool, anxious helicopter parent. She doesn't want to knock again to ask if there's actually something else wrong. You can't do that. Nothing makes a 15-year-old girl clam up more than the words, "Do you want to talk?" You can't just open the door and ask why she has suddenly started washing her own clothes of her own volition. After all, what is Kira, the Secret Service? So Kira does the not nagging, not anxious, not helicopter, cool mom thing. She gets in her car and drives off. 45 minutes into the forest, she stops the car, sits there alone in the darkness, and waits for the pressure on her chest to subside. Lit opens the door and looks like he's just seen a cake. Kevin! Hi! What? Kevin nods at him impatiently. Ready? Kevin asks. For what? School? Now? With you? You mean, do I want to walk to school? With you? Are you ready or not? Where's Benji? Fuck Benji, Kevin snaps. Lit stands there in shock with his mouth open, unable to think of anything to say. Kevin rolls his eyes impatiently. Are you waiting for communion or what? Shut your mouth for fuck's sake, let's go. Lit stumbles off and hurries to make sure he's got his shoes on the right feet and his outdoor clothes at least relatively close to the appropriate body parts. Kevin doesn't say a word all the way, until his outsized teammate grins and pulls out a 100-kroner note. So do I owe you this or not? He starts giggling uncontrollably when Kevin takes it. Kevin tries to look nonchalant as he says, but keep your mouth shut about it, okay? You know what women are like. Lit has never looked more euphoric than when he was given the chance to share a secret with his team captain. Maya's phone rings, and she wishes with all her soul that it might be Anna, but it's Amit again. She hides the phone under her pillow as if she were trying to smother it. She doesn't know what to say to him, and she knows that Amit will primarily be wishing he hadn't seen anything at all. If she doesn't answer the phone, maybe the two of them can find some way of pretending that nothing happened, that it was just a misunderstanding. She removes the batteries from all the fire alarms and opens all the windows before putting her blouse on the floor of the shower and setting light to it. Then she sets light to a carton of cereal, letting the top burn before putting it out and leaving the remains on the kitchen counter. When her mom, a woman with the nose of a hungry grizzly bear, comes home and wonders why there's a smell of smoke, the explanation will be that Maya managed to knock the carton of cereal onto a lit burner on the stove. She carefully sweeps up the remains of the blouse from the shower, and only then does she realize that the buttons have melted and stuck to the drain, and this synthetic material hasn't turned to ash the way she had hoped. If Anna had been there, she would have said, "Shit, Maya, if I ever murder anyone, remind me not to ask you for help." She misses her. God, how she misses her. For several minutes, she sits on the bathroom floor crying and trying to make herself phone her best friend. But she can't do that to her. Can't drag her into this. Can't force her to carry this secret. It takes more than an hour to clean the bathroom and get rid of the remains of the burned blouse. She puts them in a plastic bag, stands shaking in the doorway, and stares at the garbage bin 10 yards away. It's light outside now, but that doesn't make any difference. She's scared of the darkness in the middle of the day. Chapter 25. Anna is walking to school alone, holding her phone in her hand like a weapon. Maya's number on the screen, her finger on the button, but she doesn't call. The most important promise they made was never to leave each other, not because of safety, but because the promise made them equals. They've never been equals in any other way. Maya still has 2 parents, a brother, a home that doesn't smell of cigarettes and vodka. She's smart, funny, popular, gets better grades. She's musical, brave, she can get better friends, and she gets guys. If Anna left Maya alone in the wilderness, Maya would die. But what she didn't realize when she left Maya alone at a party was that it amounted to the same thing. Anna keeps her finger on the button, but doesn't call. In a few years' time, she'll read an old newspaper article about research showing that the part of the brain that registers physical pain is the same part that registers jealousy. And then Anna will understand why she hurt so badly. Amit and Fatima are standing at the bus stop as usual, but nothing else is the same. When Fatima was out shopping yesterday, everyone said hello to her. When she went to the cash register, Tails, who owns the whole store, came over and tried to give her everything free of charge. She didn't let him, of course, no matter how wealthy he was, and in the end the huge man threw up his hands and said with a chuckle, "You're as stubborn as winter. I can see where Amit gets it from." His white car is coming along the road now, a couple of minutes ahead of the bus. He stops and says he's been to one of his other stores and just happened to be passing. Fatima doesn't know if it's true. At first, she declines his offer of a lift to the rink, but changes her mind when she sees the way Amit is looking at the car. Tails is driving, Fatima is sitting in the passenger seat, and in the rearview mirror she can see how proud that makes her son. That he has been able to make this happen. As the boy practices on his own that morning, Tails sits in the stands alongside the A-team coach and the GM. When Fatima goes into the club president's office to empty the trash can, the president stands and picks it up off the floor for her. Shakes her hand. The school corridor is already full of people when the boys walk in. Everyone turns to look at them, and Lit has never been so happy that Benji isn't around. The attention from people who think he's Kevin's new best friend is dizzying. That's why he doesn't react when Kevin mutters that he needs to shit, goes into one of the bathrooms. His old best friend would have known that Kevin never does that at school if he can possibly help it. Inside, in the dark, Kevin tears the 100-kroner note into tiny pieces and flushes them down the toilet. He doesn't switch the light on. Doesn't look at himself in the mirror. Amit catches up with Zacharias at the lockers. They haven't seen each other since the game, and only now does it occur to Amit that perhaps he should have called. When he sees the disappointment and anger in Zacharias' eyes, he realizes he should have done more than that. Hi. Sorry about Saturday. Everything happened so fast. Zacharias slams his locker shut and shakes his head. I get it. Team party. With your new team. Look, that's not what I meant, Amit says, but Zacharias doesn't let him get as far as an apology. It's okay, Amit. You're a star now. I get it. Come on, Zach. My dad said to congratulate you. This last remark hurts Zacharias most of all. His dad works at the factory. Everyone loves hockey there. Because the team was founded by factory workers, they still feel that it belongs to them. Zacharias would have done any number of ridiculous things to be able to send his dad off to work as the father of a junior team player. The fact that his son is friends with one of them was enough to put a smile on his dad's face all the way there. Amit swallows the words he feels like saying and tries to find others instead, but doesn't have time before Zacharias' cap flies off his head and his body thuds into the lockers. 2 final-year pupils, whose names Amit doesn't know, laugh loudly. Oops, didn't see you, one of them grins. That must be the first time someone hasn't seen you. Eh, fatty? How much have you eaten? Another fat kid? The other one leers, pinching Zacharias' stomach. This sort of thing happens to Zacharias a lot. It's been going on for years, so the shock for all concerned is almost unimaginable when he suddenly flashes forward and headbutts one of them in the chest as hard as he can. The older boy staggers as if a sandbag had just hit back, and it takes a moment for him to come to his senses, but then his fist smashes straight into Zacharias' mouth. Amit cries out and throws himself between them. The 2 final-year pupils evidently don't go to hockey matches because they don't hesitate to knock him to the floor. What have we got here, then? A little terrorist? You're from the Hollow, aren't you? Amit says nothing. The older boy goes on. There's nothing but terrorists and fucking camels in the Hollow. Is that where you're from? Amit doesn't answer back. He's had a whole lifetime to learn that it only makes things worse. One of the older boys drags him up by his top and snarls, I said, where do you come from? No one has a chance to react. The noise when the back of a head hits a locker is so deafening that at first Amit thinks it must be his. Bobo picks one of the final-year pupils off the floor. Even though he's a year older than Bobo, he must be at least 20 pounds lighter. Bobo's voice is on fire when he clarifies, Beartown. His name is Amit, and he's from Beartown. The older boy's eyes flit about until Bobo lets go of him, only to slam the back of his head into the locker again. With his face pressed up against the older boy's, he asks, Where's he from? Beartown! Beartown! Fuck! It was only a joke, Bobo! Bobo lets go of him, and he and his friend run off. Bobo helps Amit up and tries to hold out his hand to Zacharias too, but Zacharias brushes it aside. Bobo says nothing. Thanks, Amit says. You're one of us now. No one touches us. Bobo smiles. Amit looks at Zacharias. There's blood seeping from his friend's nose. I've got a class. See you at lunch. Everyone on the team always sits at the same table. Come and find us. Bobo interrupts, then disappears. Amit nods as he walks off. When he turns around, Zacharias has already taken his jacket and bag from his locker and is heading for the exit. What the hell, Zach? Wait. Come on, he helped you. Zacharias stops but doesn't turn around. He refuses to let Amit see his tears when he says, No, he helped you. So